Let me go check. But what's going on? Yeah, guys, I have come on live for this one. Definitely, I have to come do my thing too. Hold on. Let me check the volume because I've been having issues. Keep the old mic. I was gonna do a testing, but I said no. Let me get on here and let me go live because I'm really curious about how the turnout want to be with us, with Black people, and specifically Black men. So we see it's kind of low in Georgia, but it's not bad. 25% right now, but I think it's only 3% in, which is good. But hold on. Where am I? And we're going to be just moving around channels too. So probably do this for an hour or two. Hold on. I said my videos. Did they take that up? They used to have it. Now they oh Lord. YouTube always changing something for real. Shit. What the hell, man? Okay, let me see. Testing, testing. Testing. It sound okay. Got this echo sound though, man. Let me see what I can do about that. Getting a lot of my mics over here. Go check my audio. Yeah, I had the echo cancellation. What the hell? Let me do this. And let's do stereo. Let's see how that's testing. Oh, that gets really, really low. I don't get a lot of that. Let me see how that sounds right now. Let's see, testing. Testing. Sound lower. Test. But I don't get that echo. Testing. Wow. Yeah, I gotta give me a mixer and a stronger one of the stronger mics. Yeah, cause it's not gonna work. Maybe because this room is too big, this mic just can't handle it. And StreamYard is kind of horrible. Let me see now. Yes, it goes up. So it is what it is. Oh wow. Oh wow. Anyway, sound better. All right, let's get over here to stick playing. A lot of people playing stuff. I'm gonna be playing some stuff. Cause I'm gonna be kind of be in and out because I got the other TV. I'm watching some other stations. So, but I'm gonna go off Fox News because I ain't with all this bullshit. These CNN and MSNBC, NBC. I ain't watching this shit. So, see. Okay. Oh, we have problems over here. Hopefully, y'all can hear. No,
saw in 2022 in the midterms, this was obviously it was more of an impact than people thought it was going to have going in. But in this situation, it appears that only a quarter of the voters who are Democrats say that it is the single most important factor in their decision. So that's going to be a big question tonight. Mm-hmm. Does abortion turn out to be as big an issue as perhaps Democrats would like it to be?
I thought the Fox voter analysis on gas prices and food prices was staggering. It was 85%, 91%. Mm-hmm. I'm very concerned about both. But certain voter analysis and some of the other networks, Edison, Reuters, has abortion at 14, democracy at 35, the economy at 31, immigration down at 11. I'm not sure I buy that, but look, it's a stark choice presented to America tonight. Do you want the status quo, which is pretty much high prices, high cost of living, fairly liberal to open border situation, or do you want a change? We know what that change was like in 2019. I don't think we've had as stark a choice perhaps since 1980 as we do tonight for the country. But they've done a brilliant job of making this not about her old record, not about Biden, who has a 38% approval rating tonight, but about abortion and young women and Donald Trump, fascist, Nazi. That's their close. So if it's abortion, fascism, Hitler, that's your close. I think that's a pretty dark view of the country. I think the economy is still the #1 issue nationwide. I'm not buying some of these exit polls.
Harold, of economic issues, this election overall, every race, it's estimated to have $15.9 billion with a B dollars spent on this election. $16 billion. That surpasses the record of $15.1 billion in 2020. If you were to take a checkbook and write a check to every American everywhere, it's almost $50 a person. And we are tied tonight in the presidential race.
I gather some Americans would love the $50 check as opposed to having them gone through what we've gone through here over the last.
But the vice president's campaign has spent more than former President Trump. And do you think right now, looking at the numbers, that they're getting the money worth?
It's early. We'll find out. One of the reasons we spend so much in campaigns today is that the campaign process is a business. They start 4 years out. They begin raising money and hiring pollsters and all those kinds of things. Hopefully, we get some reform to that going forward. But I have to tell you, just looking at the early numbers, you got to be a little concerned if you're Democrats on this. Now, the numbers, it's way early, so we're going to get a lot more things here. But to see those numbers that Bill put up in Florida and Miami-Dade with the breakdown between the two candidates, that's a little concerning. The concern that you raise, Carl, about suburban voters in Indiana, Democrats have to be a little concerned about this as we head in here. I'm curious to know also about that Florida abortion thing that was on the ballot there in Florida and how that's faring and if that's had really the impact. The Kemp relationship with Trump, it seems like it might have been repaired a bit as you look at some of these numbers early on. We'll have to see what suburban voters. I quarrel with someone who said a little bit about the black voters in Georgia. It was not necessarily black voters in Georgia. It was suburban and rural voters in Georgia that put Biden over, and he even gave the seats to the Democratic senators there. So as we get more and more numbers here over the next few minutes, it'll be very telling, because if Georgia and North Carolina stay with Trump, Trump needs that in his math. He can't do it without those states in reality. Kamala Harris was hoping for a flip there. You get a surprise there, and then the night takes on a little bit of a different pace and a different tone. So those are the numbers I'm looking most closely at, Brett, here in the next few minutes.
We've got about 30 seconds before we start our TikTok to the next call. Dana, what do you think?
I think that Florida is so interesting because Governor Ron DeSantis is such an effective governor and a great campaigner. And I think also that there are changes in Latino voters and generational changes. But I would also say this: when 75% of the country says you're on the wrong direction, you're going in the wrong direction, and their #1 issue is the economy, you should listen to them, because that's what it is.
Well, Miami-Dade was flipped by DeSantis. He lost it in his first governor's race, and then he won Miami-Dade in the second. So maybe we're seeing a little bit of that play out in Miami-Dade right now. We'll see.
Britt, do you want to do the TikTok sound for us?
I'm not sure I remember how.
We're coming up on the next poll closing, and it's a big one because North Carolina, we should start getting raw vote totals right away. North Carolina is one of the fastest states, even despite Hurricane Helene. They're doing a really great job. The Secretary of State's office there has been waiting for the poll closing now. It is now 7:30 on the East Coast. Polls have just closed in 3 more states. North Carolina is the next state to watch, just like Georgia. It came down to the wire in the last presidential election. It has 16 electoral college votes, and it will be a decisive one, potentially. The Fox News decision desk says it's too early to call.
Also too early to call Ohio, but former President Trump has a lead in our Fox News voter analysis. As we mentioned, we're also watching the Senate race there. Marty Moreno is the GOP candidate running against Sherrod Brown, and we can say that Fox News does project that Trump will win West Virginia. Not a very big surprise there. Obviously, the former governor or the current governor is running for Senate as well.
So expect that to be a quick call as well. If you look at the race for 270, the electoral college votes needed to win the presidency now ticking up with that last call, the former president at 23 and Vice President Harris at 3 throughout the night. That will go up as we make calls. The biggest story in West Virginia, as we said, is the Senate race, where longtime Senator Joe Manchin is retiring, Democrat, now independent. Fox News can project that Jim Justice will flip this seat to the Republicans. That win puts the GOP 1 seat away from an outright majority in the U.S. Senate, assuming they don't lose any seats along the way that they already hold.
Yes, exactly. So the Fox News decision that says that it is too early to call Republican Trump. Ohio, the incumbent Democrat mentioned fourth term against Republican Bernie Moreno, and we're watching that one very closely as well. That could potentially be the race. In terms of what we have to end so far into the data at this point, we've got 40 Republicans, 1 seat split at the West Virginia seat, and Justice will be the new senator. He was from the state of Virginia, and then at 29 right now, you can see a lot of streets that's going to be built on the second side. And project that North Carolina's Democratic Representative
Mark Robinson, a lot of controversy in that race. It's not close now. We're making that call.
And in West Virginia, Republican Attorney General Patrick Morrisey will succeed Jim Justice as the state's 37th governor. He has wanted that spot for a long time. He's run before, and now Patrick Morrisey will be the governor in West Virginia. Let's go over to Bill Hammer and get a sense of how all of this stacks up.
That Florida story is really interesting.
Yeah, it is. Why don't we start there this time? And good evening again. Just past 7:30 here on the East Coast. I was looking at Miami right now. Miami-Dade, the last time as a county they had voted for a Republican president was 1988, George Bush, 41. And right now, you got 71% of the statewide voting, but you got 80% of the county voting here. And Trump's got a easy 10-point advantage right now over Kamala Harris. So we'll see how that holds up here. Another thing we're going to look at right now is Georgia. And, Georgia is one of these states that's gone through a bit of a realignment, kind of like North Carolina, kind of like Arizona and some others that we've looked at. And, and in the blue wall a little bit right now, Trump did the trick 8 years ago. We'll see whether or not he can do it again this time. But I just want to take a glance at this because you got a lot of vote out there, guys. Now, we expect a lot of batches to come in quickly here in Georgia because they say they're going to count quickly. But right now, 8% of the statewide vote. One thing we're talking about the rurals. This down here is Brantley County. Now, this was Trump's best performing rural county in 2020. And he's doing a number right now again. I'll just go back to 2024 years ago and watch this. The percentage there was, so he's doing a tick better. Raw vote here, 6,200 4 years ago. Raw vote now in the same county, 4,900. So maybe that comes back to that conversation about, turnout and things like that throughout the rest of the country. But when you look.
Wait. I know it's not picking it up like that. This speaker is like, wait, are you kidding me right now? Hold on. No, know it's not picking it up like that. This can't pick up my voice. Oh my God. Yeah, I got it. Like, yo, yeah, it's picking it up. Wow. Wow. You got to kind of relax. Well, yeah, I'm gonna get playing it. Wow. It's picking up the as I'm typing on my phone. So this mic picks up. It picks up everything in the background except my voice. My voice sound muffled as hell. My voice sound. I had it. Okay. All right, y'all. This is insane. I'm gonna turn the volume. Y'all probably gonna have to get that. I gotta check this. This mic is. Yeah, because I hear myself. My phone is nowhere near this mic, and it's picking that up. But I'm talking. I'm listening to myself, and it sounds awful as hell. It's. Let me get this set up, guys, and I'm just gonna let it rock. And I'm just gonna talk. Ain't this shit?
Off of a margin to capture the entire state. So
By the
that
way,
sense it's been somewhat elusive.
Carl perked up when you said Bush Kerry. He really
Maybe
the old days.
You know what? Let me do this.
Yeah.
This one.
You know what?
But you're right. The change in it, like Mecklenburg, black turnout in Mecklenburg is below any other
see.
place I've seen in the
Testing
South.
1, 2,
Major
3.
county, you know, the 5 major counties around Atlanta, Wake, Henrico, Richmond, Chesterfield, and Virginia. It's amazing and I don't understand exactly why, but black turnout in Mecklenburg has kept the Democrats from winning the state.
Well, I just wanted, you had spoken earlier about North Carolina and Hurricane Helene and the impact on, I believe, 25 counties
Right,
affected by Hurricane Helene. And one of the early discussions was, you know, a lot of those counties are red. Are they going to be able to vote? And then everyone felt like it was going to be okay. It looked like it was in good shape for that party.
I'll show that to you, Martha, here. And I don't know how much of that vote we've got in, but we're looking at this with virgin eyes here, okay? Only 2% statewide. But what you're talking about, Martha, let me go ahead and draw this up here. All those 25 counties are west of Mecklenburg that we're talking about. They're west of Charlotte, okay? This is the blue dot in the western part of North Carolina. That's Buncombe County. That's Asheville. And that helped Joe Biden erase about a 43,000 net gain on behalf of Donald Trump. All the other 25 counties, Trump was up about 270,000. So he came out of these 25 counties that were so wrecked by this hurricane with a net of he lost 43 in Buncombe, a net of 220,000 votes. So let's go and clear this off and just refresh our memories here from 4 years ago. Here were the results, right? Now, Trump won the state several days later, but a little less than 75,000 votes. So all this out here, it's going to matter. And what the Democratic governor, Roy Cooper, said is that he was going to put these mobile voting vans in western North Carolina to make sure that nobody gets ripped off from casting a vote on behalf of Helene.
You know, Laura, the Harris campaign is pointing to schools like Appalachian State, the polling place in Boone County. They're saying schools in Pennsylvania and Nevada are huge lines. They're mobilizing young people. That's what they're sending out, at least now. What do you think?
15 polling places in Georgia have had to have extended hours because of that bomb threat that you guys were reporting on earlier, various bomb threats. And in Georgia, it's DeKalb County, Gwinnett, other key population centers. Will that affect the ultimate result in a place like Georgia? We'll find out. But Donald
sound
Trump
all
this
right?
morning in West Palm Beach looked into the camera and he said, "Stay in line." Like it took him a while to sort of ask for people's votes over this campaign
Twitter
season.
tonight. He's
Yeah.
still up on X saying, "Stay in line."
Yeah, stay in
And on
line.
radio,
Don't get
too,
out of the
radio.
line because Harris supporters were reporting in Pennsylvania, Lehigh University students, that they waited in line for 6 hours to vote. 6 hours, and that was confirmed by a bunch of other reporting. So people have to, and a lot of people can't wait in line for that long. And so that could end up being something that both parties complain about in the end. But we'll see.
Robert?
So, as you know, when we were all at the convention together.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it like this from here on out. I'm gonna just pause it if I got something to say, or if we want to move around to another channel. So I'm just gonna be pausing it now. But yeah, I gotta get a mixer. This MA audio thing, it just, this interface is bad. Yeah, that's why my other mic sounded muffled. It's just the interface is bad. So I gotta go get me another, just a, small little mixer for these mics. This interface ain't working. It's not the interface for this. And it's old, huh? This interface, at least about 7 years. 7, 8 years. It's time to upgrade. I gotta get something digital. So you should be able to hear me because I paused it. I'll put it back on.
Outstanding, right, Carl?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we some of these smaller counties in Georgia and North Carolina will come in quickly, but the bigger counties where this will be settled will take a little while to get compiled.
But you'll be looking not only at how she's doing versus Biden, but how he's doing against himself, 2020 and 2016.
Right. And my suspicion is that we will see a pattern of he's doing better in rural areas and he's doing slightly worse in urban and suburban areas. And the key will end up being, the decider will be, if he continues to get 25% of the black male vote, this will be the best Republican performance in that group since at least 1960. And it will be powerful.
Okay, that's one to watch. Thank you, panel. The countdown is on to a slew of poll closings across the country, including the Big Kahuna. Pennsylvania, one of the biggest battleground prizes of the night. Our special coverage continues here on Fox next.
Your business needs a network it can count on, even during the unexpected.
Power's out.
Power's out.
I'm gonna mute it. Let's see who else. Who else is on? Let's go. Move to somebody else. I gotta bring my table over here. Oh, no. What's up, Spirit? What's going on? Let me move my tape on the table. Let's see who is saying what. Commercials. Damn. Even he got a goddamn. He just got an open panel. Let's see. I hope y'all voted. If you did vote it. All right, let me see what he's talking about. Let's come back. You say, so does Trump have 23 electoral votes and Kamala has 3? I'm not for sure. Hold on. I'm not for sure because I'm not really doing actual research. I'm not doing that done. I'm just letting y'all see the newscast and other people talk about it. I honestly, I'm just looking out to see what's up with the back. vote. Oh shit. Oh my God. Like I figured everybody was finna go live. It's like 10, 15 people that's in my who I'm subscribed to, all just going live right now. Hold on. Let me see, Let me see if he got anything up. I'm gonna try to get all these guys. I can't even put them all on one screen. He's not showing anything. He's just talking. There's so many people live. Let me see who else. All right. Like I said, I don't want to go to CBS. I just do. I don't want to CNN. Maybe I'm gonna have to. Hold on. Let me see who else is live. Maybe I can go see. Let me see. Yep, you're right. No, Don, it's 23. Hold on. Trump 23. And Harris is 3. Can you see that?
To count with vote that came in early and then what sequence they start to, then it will shift as they start to do the day.
Can you see that to the right?
In these states as well. So you're going to see a lot of very big shifts, no doubt, as we continue through the evening.
Some states do it differently.
Every state has their own unique way of doing it, which makes it really interesting to cover.
And juggle.
Yeah, I'm loading up people.
District in deep red Nebraska, around the Omaha area, could hold the.
I'm loading up people. So more and more people going live. So now I'm gonna have like all 10, 15 people. I'm just trying to have people who got the numbers up, who probably on other channels that's moving to other channels. Because I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna just stay with Fox News. But I know some of the other guys are just going to different spots. I'm gonna put them on the screen too. So I'm just, this is like the beginning. So, we just trying to get the gist of what's going on. Damn, Georgia. Oh, it's only 12% in though. Yeah, Georgia had 25%. Trump got 25% of the black men. And I think he got like 80-something% of the black women, like 89 or some shit. No, she got like 89% of the black women in Georgia. This is what I'm looking for. I'm and I'm looking for Illinois. I'm on that. I'm definitely, Illinois is closed at 7. Or ain't closed yet. So in 13 minutes, Illinois is going to be closed. So I'm definitely looking for that one. This is the only reason I'm taking notes. This is why I've been so quiet. I've been waiting for this. Seriously. So, all right, let's turn it back up.
Harris, great to see you. Good evening.
Great to see you too, Brett. It is so exciting to finally be here this night. Welcome to Voters' Voices. We have a live audience of Americans making their voices heard throughout the night. And I'm your host, Harris Faulkner. We are witnessing a race for the White House like no other. We know that. Former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris put 7 particular states in focus. And in those battleground states, if you live there, it has been intense. Voters are telling me all about the tidal wave of campaign ads and polling experts trying to dig in and learn how they voted and why. Well, that's because in recent years, those states have been key in determining the next president. But voters all across America know their power. And with me for the evening, the linchpin of our great republic, the Voters' Voices. You guys, it's good to see you. Welcome. They fall all along the full political spectrum. And over the next several hours, we will hear their take on the race for president and what the issues were that swayed them one way or the other. And the other person who's with us tonight is a friend I've invited, polling expert Lee Carter, president of Maslansky and Partners. Warm welcome to you, Lee. You got a big night.
Thank you. Big night. Yeah, so excited to be here.
Yeah, we've been talking to voters and so on and so forth. And let's just start off with the show of hands real quickly. Because the numbers for early vote, 84 million just now, and still counting all those mail-in ballots. So it's huge, incredibly large, setting records this year. How many of you voted early?
Wow.
It's a lot, right?
It's a lot.
Yeah, and how many of you voted today? Yeah, well, we would expect not as many, right? So how does that compare with what you find in your analysis?
Well, what we're looking at right now, they're saying that about half people have early voted. And I think that's and so we could be looking at record turnout. Now, there's some people who say it's going to be more than half have already voted early, but I think we're going to be looking at, the numbers are showing that we're looking for a big night.
Yeah, that would be huge if that were the case, because 2020 really was the burst on that. Okay.
You know something that I probably like to bring this like the next time to my work desk. So it made me easy. It'd be easier for me to control everything. That's what I'm thinking. I can really, really, really upgrade. Because it's going to have to be different when I'm up in here compared to the, in the room. I could just, it's right there. I got a real big desk. I can control everything right there other than here. Everything is far away. So
listen, so much is on the line in this election, and this is not 2016 or 2020. We can all see that Donald Trump is even more unstable and more unhinged, and now he wants unchecked power. And this time, there will be no one there to stop him. Not even the Supreme Court, which months ago told the former president that he is essentially immune no matter what he would do in the White House.
I'm mostly watching the gray line because we've been told so much about independents and how important they are. What did you learn with this?
So you could really see Democrats responded favorably, but independents gave this a D while Republicans gave it an F. And one of the things that we heard from independent voters is that Kamala was supposed to be this joyful candidate. She positioned herself right off the bat as somebody who was going to be different, bring us together. She said we have more in common than divides us. And the more negative she got, the more negative independent voters got towards her. And I think we saw that happen in the polls. She had a surge in the beginning and things sort of flatlined once she sort of turned very negative.
All right, here's one from former President Trump.
She's running on a campaign of demoralization. It's a campaign of hate. Her lies and her slanders are very shameful and really inexcusable. Today, we're going to talk about the real character of Kamala, and a person who has no remorse for the anguish she's inflicted upon families all across America. Kamala intends to conflict and keep this misery going, and she's going to keep it going as long as she can, because that's the only way she can get elected.
Now, you can see very different reaction here than we had with the other voters. Democrats, not surprisingly, gave this an F. Independents kind of flatlined it, gave it a C. Republicans gave it an A. I think this kind of rhetoric is priced into Donald Trump. They want to see him be tough. They want to see him be a fighter. And a lot of the things that he talked about were things that people agreed with. So I think people give him more of a pass on the tough rhetoric than they do on Kamala.
All right, let's talk to some voters. I can't wait for this part. Okay, so Steve, you are a Democrat. And I understand you voted for Trump, and you live in the all-important battleground of Pennsylvania. So tell me about your journey and what it's been like and why you made that decision as a Democrat.
Well, Harris, for me, it was very simple. The issues for me are fighting anti-Semitism, being strong on our greatest ally, Israel, economic strength, fighting the border, and peace through strength. And Donald Trump, we have a 4-year history of Donald Trump as president, and he demonstrated all of that. And it was a no-brainer. It was been a very interesting reaction for people to see me demonstrably promote my rapport for Donald Trump, but I also have supported Dave McCormick. So that was sort of a double-edged whammy for me, but it was a no-brainer. And supporting Donald Trump is an easy decision.
Yeah, as a Democrat, you said, people were reacting to that. I appreciate your answer. I appreciate everybody's time. We will hear more from our voters' voices throughout the night. Let's go back to Brett and Martha.
All right, Harris.
Thank you, Harris. Thanks, Lee. So the clock is ticking down to one of the biggest poll closings of the night. Pennsylvania is about to finish the voting process. Our special coverage continues with Jesse Waters and Sean Hannity coming up.
Hold on. I'm gonna mute this. Let's go over here. Come on, man. No, we don't. I don't want to hear nobody talking. Come on. Is this, wait, let me see. Hold on, guys. Let's see what they talk about on this one. Hold on, guys. Let's go to Nate the lawyer, see what he's watching. They don't have the names in there. Who is this?
Democrats, guys like Bill Ackman, guys like. The reason why I say that, I'm calling bullshit on that, because that's what the Democrats said with Trump. If Trump wins, it's going to destroy the nation. They're sounding like Democrats in 2016. And the reason why I know, because I was one of those crazy Democrats. If Trump wins, he's going to destroy the country. He didn't destroy the country. He did what he did and called it a day and lost the next election. Same thing if Harris wins. I think it's not going to be good. I don't think it's going to be a great thing, but I think America can survive Kamala Harris. If we can't survive President Harris, then we weren't a strong enough country to begin with. So, but again, this is how you motivate your people to come out. So,
Moth, exactly.
Tulsi Gabbard switched over to the Republicans. Like, there's a lot of people who their whole life they've been left wing and they realize, like, I can't do this anymore.
You and I used to be Democrats.
Yeah.
So
yeah. It's nuts.
It's nuts, man. And if the Dems win this election, they will legalize enough illegals to turn the swing states, and everywhere will be like California. There will be no escape.
That is so insane.
This.
Oh, he got South Carolina. That's South Carolina. Why he going? Why the fuck is you playing that, man? Nobody don't care. Shit old, man.
Florida, where the Trump campaign is watching the results tonight. Let's go to Steve Harrigan. He is at Senator Rick Scott's campaign headquarters in Bonita Springs, Florida, which has
don't care.
Gotten interesting. Steve?
Martha, they're starting to cheer here. It's a pretty relaxed, confident mood. Rick Scott told us earlier this was the first time he's ever run for state office where he's actually been predicted to win. He said that's largely because of a strong performance in early voting. More than 8 million Floridians did vote early. That's about 50% of registered voters. And we were out there today at one ballot station, and there were people lined up, hundreds of people who stood 2 hours in the rain to cast their ballots. Some people expect counties could go as high as 90% voter turnout. A couple of items could complicate things throughout the night. One is an abortion initiative on the ballot that would extend Florida's strict abortion law. The other would be to legalize recreational marijuana. Both of those items will need 60% to win. Martha, back to you.
All right, Steve Harrigan, thank you very much.
The delay on the TV.
They
just saw it. We're back with our panel, and we add Kellyanne Conway, Jesse Waters, and Jessica Tarloff. Kellyanne, you see some other things that you're watching?
Looking at some suburban bellwethers coming in. Hamilton, Indiana, 70% of the voters flipped back to President Trump. Loudoun County, Virginia, we know has really been trending toward the left. It's been a swing to the right by 8 points compared to 2020. So you look at something like that, you understand why Karl Rove today said it could be tight in Virginia. Fayette, Georgia, Trump +2. That's a place that I had said early on, Harris will have to do well there to compete in Georgia. Also, as Pennsylvania closes its polls, Brett, I think it's worth noting, Martha, that this is like political malpractice that she didn't pick Josh Shapiro between the fracking, the school choice,
We've got a.
Jewish Americans. But
Yeah.
I think that we'll be talking about that tonight.
We will look a lot at Pennsylvania. Election night in America just getting started.
We are seconds away from 17 states plus Washington, D.C., including New Hampshire. Illinois,
Ah,
Tennessee, Florida. Plus, the critical battleground.
If we win Pennsylvania, we win the whole thing. It's very simple.
Pennsylvania, it all comes down to this.
With 177 electoral votes on the line, we have the results as they come in. The moment is here.
oh, I can't wait for
Is
this.
watching.
I'm going in. Telling you, I'm going in.
And it is now 8 o'clock in New York. Polls have just closed in over a dozen states. All eyes, of course, are on Pennsylvania, which could be the deciding state in this race. 19 electoral votes at stake. Fox News Decision Desk says that this is obviously too early to call in Pennsylvania, as we will be watching that one really until the bitter end.
So Fox News is projecting that former President Trump will win the state of Florida, putting him 30 electoral votes closer to the White House. Too early to call a winner in New Hampshire, where Vice President Harris has an edge.
In Maine, the Fox News Decision Desk says that it's too early to call the statewide race. Maine gives 2 electoral votes to the winner of the state and 1 vote to the presidential winner in each of their congressional districts. Harris will win the 1st district, the rural 2nd district. Too early to call in the state of Maine.
In the Southeast, Fox News can project that Trump will win Tennessee, a longtime Republican stronghold. Not a really surprise there. Further south, the former president will again win Alabama. Big numbers there.
And the former president will win neighboring Mississippi. Trump will cruise to victory in Oklahoma as well, where Democrats haven't won a single county since 2000.
And Missouri will also deliver a win for the former president. Vice President Harris will also take some big victories this hour. The Fox News Decision Desk can project that the Vice President will win Illinois, adding 19 electoral votes to her tally.
She will also win New Jersey, another reliably Democratic state. Some people had thought
Fuck it,
New
yo.
Jersey might be a little bit tight.
Y'all want to go turn those goddamn Chicago red.
Exactly. Voters
I
in
knew they
Massachusetts
wasn't
will
gonna
deliver
turn.
a clear
See?
victory to Harris.
I knew
as
he
well,
wasn't.
So no mystery in the.
I knew they wasn't gonna do it. They didn't turn Chicago red. Wow. I knew it. I knew it wasn't gonna happen. I give them props for trying. But this state is this city, this county is disgusting. These white fucking liberals, man. But we gonna get the numbers though. We definitely gonna get the numbers. Oh, I can't wait, man. I knew it wasn't gonna happen. Wow. These motherfuckers are mentally, these white liberals here are fucking crazy, man. But that's cool. He get in, I got 4 years to talk shit to these idiots up in this county. It's not the state, because the state is mostly red. That's the crazy part about it. Illinois is mostly red. It's these fucking radicals, man, that need to be called out in fucking Cook County, especially up north. And these suburbs too. That's what I really want to see. But I gotta wait for the numbers, all the numbers to come in.
Said,
Idiots,
if you don't
man.
vote for Kamala
Fucking
Harris, we're breaking up.
idiots.
So he just drove 2 hours to the
Stupid.
polling station and waited 2 hours in line. So I still don't understand
Oh my
people.
God.
And I'm not going to give you the county by county because I don't have that in my wheelhouse. But I will say I was just watching something interesting in Georgia where she's not performing as well with black voters as Joe Biden. And Donald Trump has flipped the script with indies. He's up 11 with independents, whereas Biden had beaten him by 9 with independents. So those are just interesting things to look at. Other than that, if you look at these exit polling or the Fox News voter analysis, you think this would be a runaway Donald Trump victory. I don't understand if only 13% of Americans feel they're getting ahead
It's gonna give me a
financially,
lot to talk about.
that Kamala Harris
Fucking
is
idiot.
even competitive. And bravo to the Democrat machine to make this race competitive because she came out of nowhere. No one knows who she is. She didn't run a very specific campaign, and she is making it. They are making it a very competitive race. I mean, we haven't called anything surprising except for New Jersey.
You were surprised.
I was.
Jesse Tarlow, welcome. Good to see you.
Yes, thanks for having me.
Your thoughts so far on the evening?
Not surprised by New Jersey, and I'm sorry for you. You had been bragging about that one for months to me.
Okay. I was wrong once.
One time. It's been interesting to see, obviously, what's going on in
Damn,
the
she got
suburbs.
New
If this is a
Jersey?
harbinger of a good night for Kamala Harris, that's where it's going to happen. Obviously, you need the urban turnout to be huge. And I think Philadelphia was a big story this day already in the first hour of election day polling that they were smashing records, and we'll see where that all turns up. But what I'm really focused on is seeing, once all the exits are out, what ended up being the 1, 2, and 3 most important issues. Because in Ann Selzer's final poll of Iowa, she had preserving democracy as number 1. That also showed up in the Marist polling. Yep. And if it is preserving democracy, then that bodes very well for Kamala Harris's evening. And if it goes preserving democracy, the economy, and then abortion, that's definitely a good night, especially to your point, Brett, from a few minutes ago, where you said that she had closed the gap with Donald Trump in terms of who's best to handle the economy and is leading on protecting the middle class and cares about people like me.
Harold, can we talk a second about Florida? It wasn't close. We just called it for the former president's a big electoral vote haul. But if you think about it,
did she get New York?
When elections past, Florida
New
was
York ain't done yet.
Yep. 2022, Ron DeSantis changes that and makes a red state. And even in Miami-Dade County,
He gonna be done. He gonna have to
taking home
flip
a
some of
vote,
these states.
including Latino vote,
Battlegrounds.
which could bode something
He gonna
else
have to
beyond
flip some of them.
DeSantis will probably be a big part of that story. It's
Especially
important
those
to note
states
that they
that have
also
been
had an
blue for a
abortion
while.
initiative on the ballot there in Florida, and it looks like it's going to win the right to an abortion issue.
Yeah.
57-43, almost like the same numbers
I think she did.
that Trump won.
It just seemed like a lot of people in New York, man, was trying to
there. Those
flip it
who
to
were
Trump.
going out, and indeed,
I don't know about
perhaps some
that.
Republicans voted for that. But you got a strong governor like you have in Florida. You have one in North Carolina. She's going to need
That's
that
some of the
governor,
highest taxes
Kamala Harris,
just
to help her
like
get over
we
the
do.
hump there. I mean, you got a
trying to
Democratic
raise
governor
our
there,
shit
a
again.
Democratic that's now been elected.
You think she's gonna get Pennsylvania?
I'm curious about these suburban areas. I listened to Carl and now Jessica, now Kellyanne. It may be that even Virginia, and you were talking, Brett, you look at the issue around LGBTQ plus and how those issues have played in the Virginia school system there. And that Loudoun County number is an interesting number. Yet you see in some of the other suburban areas in Indiana, he has not performed quite as well. So it's interesting to me to see this, and maybe it's not, these states are a little different.
And
now
then
than
who usually wins Pennsylvania usually wins.
Yeah, Bill, you have Loudoun County up there?
Yeah,
That's
Fairfax County. That's an ex-urban county.
Yeah.
That was 2020.
Yeah, just look at 2020 versus now.
Okay, so I want to show you guys the Fox insights that we have, and we can go into this county.
I hope
See
y'all
this
can hear
green
it.
outline.
Hear
So
them.
we can show you what the vote was at this point 4 years ago.
I'm sorry,
Okay?
put my mic.
Let's go ahead and click on this and find out together. Okay.
Yeah, you're
Loudoun
right.
County
Now I'm
with
looking at the
96% of the vote reporting in that county.
Pennsylvania.
Trump's got
Oh,
a
Lord.
3.3 jump higher than he was performing 4 years ago. Now we'll clear this off here. How it computes here on the computer with 4 years ago, that's a slip about 4.5 points for Kamala Harris in that county. And Harold, maybe it is the issues in the schools. Maybe it is the transgender issue that the Trump team pushed so much during this campaign. And maybe that's having an impact on that. Let's move away from Virginia. There's a couple interesting stories that I want to bring the viewers up to date on. Just punching around this map here.
Y'all dumbass is gonna be.
You can find a little good news for Kamala Harris. You can find good news for Donald Trump. And I'm going to show you why here. Down in Florida, just looking at Duval County and Jacksonville, okay? This is advantage Trump from where he was 4 years ago in Duval County. You see that? You see that swap? Flipped it by 5 points there. Now I want to go up to Georgia here. And in the rurals, east of Atlanta and to the south, now the Fox Insight here, right? Okay? That's Baldwin County. The county seat in Baldwin County is Milledgeville. It was the Confederate capital of Georgia during the Civil War. Now, our Fox Insights tell us right now, look at this, okay? It has 2 colleges in this county. The African-American population is about 44% countywide. Trump right now, at this moment, with 84% of the vote reported in Baldwin County, he's up 7.5 points from where he was in 2020.
Wow.
You know, the Trump team's going to take that.
I'm in the wrong.
Likewise, okay, the metro area of Atlanta. Let me pop out here. You got 26 counties to concentrate on. But the Harris folks are telling us in Douglas County is that she's performing better than Biden did 4 years ago. Okay, these are suburban voters all over the Atlanta metro area. So she's a net gain of 18,267 right now. All right, you got about a quarter of the vote still out there. Biden finished in Douglas County with a net gain of 17,360. That would be good news for the Harris campaign if this number holds there in Douglas County. Let me pop out here a moment and show you another thing here that we're looking at.
Games.
Wait, can you stay in Georgia for 1 second?
I can.
Just before we leave, the Fox News voter analysis and the network's exit polls show the former president doubling his percentage of black men in Georgia. He was at 11% in 2020, and now at 25% according to these two studies.
So that may sync up with
like 80%.
Well, that's starting to match the raw vote.
That may sync up
It's gonna be
with
high
what
still.
we're seeing now
I'm
in Fulton
voting.
County.
I really am.
Almost half the votes
I'm
still
gonna
out there,
fuck
okay?
in.
52% is the
90% of these black
estimated
bitches
number of
and
votes
like 88%
that are in at the moment, okay? So roughly 48% out there. This is Fulton County.
Money.
This is Kamala
money
Harris.
on
She's going to win the county, okay? But look at the raw vote total here. It's impressive, 129,000. But look what Joe Biden did in the same county, okay?
All that complaining.
242,000.
Yeah.
You'd have to go to the places, you know, where the rest of the remaining vote comes from, and maybe we take a look at that in a moment here. But that would be, you know, you're one of 159 in terms of population. So maybe what you're saying, Brett, about the African-American male vote there is true in places like Fulton County, Georgia. Just want to caution you, there's still a lot of vote out there, but we're going to keep a very close eye on Fulton County starting right now into the night.
I think it was a good push, but.
And Bill, do you have any indication that turnout is a bit lower than 2020? Because that would affect some of what you're doing in these comparisons as well.
I can tell you this, Martha. Before Election Day, Brad Raffensperger, the Secretary of State, set up an awesome website. And I mean, just counting the early vote. I was on there every hour, every day, just trying to analyze it. One thing that was evident from the early vote, don't know about today just yet, but based on the early vote, the African-American population in Georgia is about 33% statewide.
Don't go down to City Hall no more.
Political analysts will argue that you need, in order to win statewide as a Democrat, you need 30% of that vote.
With these fucking bitches,
the early vote indicated that Kamala Harris was just a tick above 26%.
Now, if it's 50%,
so that's another indicator, maybe another data point that we need to keep an eye on throughout the night as to what Brett was talking
Harrison
about.
got the vote.
Brett, what are you
Half
looking
of blacks.
Well, I've been keeping an eye on this
County,
issue that
I won't say
was
it.
raised in our
I'd be like, okay,
vote analysis.
that's good.
Fully half of all voters say the future of
50%.
democracy is the most
If you-
important
it's something
factor.
less
That's a
than
big
that.
number. And that's a lot of people.
Oh, it's something over. No, it's something
Trump
over.
gets some of those voters, but 60% of them are more going for Harris. I think
Nope.
that issue, democracy,
Ain't no way in here.
is
Nope.
about one thing, about Trump.
Yeah,
fear of
full of
Trump.
shit.
It's the same. It's the same factor we keep coming
Yeah, I
back to.
still on
time
the
and again,
on the plantation.
the Trump factor in this
I
race
ain't
is,
trying to hear
is he able to overcome the resistance to him, which has been so dominant in three previous cycles?
I think
And
it's
that's what that
high.
vote is about.
Because if you were just running on the issues,
That's Cook County
that
on.
include the most important, economy, immigration,
Right.
Bet you that
you wouldn't see.
Wouldn't see that, but you got half of people thinking that.
And it
That's a
was,
Trump.
it was
That's a Trump.
a huge issue for 2020, and it also resurfaced a bit with candidate selection in 2022
Certainly did.
that he got blamed for. So the
White.
question is, are we going to
White's
see
gonna be-
the increase
you
in
already
his
know.
approval numbers
But it-
translate
it could count.
into something positive
And
for
if
him?
you work your way back,
They're
to what
crazy.
that's about January 6th.
They are.
Can I clarify?
That's
What he
no,
paid
they'll
politically
tell you
for January
They don't give a
6th
fuck.
is still being paid.
And it also was hammered over and over again by by current President Biden, the former candidate. You know, the threat to democracy was really on his lips pretty much every minute.
And Vice President Harris didn't
don't
take the
practice
role for a
this shit.
lot, but she did come back to it towards the end of the
And
campaign.
the other thing about it, I think it's striking, is it shows you the power of the media, because in many ways, it's a BS issue when you think about it. I mean, think about it. Go back to January 6th, which was supposed to be the moment when we all thought we should fear this, that our democracy was fragile. It was the premise of the January 6th special committee that we, as the co-chairman of the committee put it, we came critically close to losing our democracy. It's ridiculous. I mean, that our democracy is pretty sturdy. Our checks and balances worked. The thing was over in a matter of hours, and yet here we are. It's still a factor.
And here we are with a political rise from January 7th, 2021 to a candidate who is at least tied and in a good position and has a path to 270 to win the White House. Stand by, panel, if you would.
Speaking of that, let's go check in with Aisha Hasni at the Trump campaign headquarters. She is in West Palm Beach, Florida tonight. What's the mood over there? A long way to go tonight, but how are things looking, Aisha?
Things are looking good here. The crowd behind me still hasn't really filled up the convention center, and that's because I'm told that there's a long security line. Apparently, a lot of folks are at the Hilton partying right next door and still haven't made their way over, and that's because there's a really long security line. They got to go through the max before they get in here. So that is what's holding up the people, the spaces that you see behind me, and why that hasn't filled up just yet. I want to just talk about, you guys were on the big screen when you called Florida in here, and everybody erupted into a cheer. I was just talking to Congressman Mike Waltz of Florida, of the great state of Florida, and he was telling me how it was a record early vote turnout, and that's why. And he thinks that's going to resonate across the country today. People are going to come out and vote for Trump. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Aisha.
Aisha, thanks. Let's check in with Jackie Heinrich. She's at the Harris campaign headquarters in Washington, D.C. Hi, Jackie.
Hey there, guys. It's quite a different scene out here compared to where Aisha is. I should note that at Harris headquarters, we don't actually have Harris campaign officials because they're all in Wilmington tonight. So we're trying to get a sense from campaign officials about who was invited to this event, how many thousands will be here, who's in the crowd. But I am hearing from people close to the vice president, sort of watching these reports come in. They started tonight very anxious about Georgia, and the first batch of data that they're getting is leaving them feeling pretty buoyed about it. A source close to the VP says that they're seeing really high turnout in the metro Atlanta area, and as of a short while ago, they had a 10-plus point lead among women showing up. And also, they noted that black turnout was slow to start, but it is finishing strong, and they attribute that to their Get Out the Vote effort. One thing they've been wrestling with is whether or not they underestimated Trump's Get Out the Vote effort. So far, they're not seeing signs of that, but they're definitely feeling happy about that first report coming out of Georgia, guys.
All right, Jackie, thank you so much. Before we make some race calls, Harold, you wanted to clarify something you said?
The 58% 42, the Florida abortion initiative, that it didn't pass, though, because you had to have 60%. So I misspoke, but it got 58%, but fell by 2. And matter of fact, they had a marijuana initiative, which I would have voted against, but it didn't reach the number either to get to 60.
Yeah, and
so both failed.
Governor DeSantis is touting both of those things down there in Florida. Okay, we have some calls.
We begin in Pennsylvania, home to a razor-thin Senate race between incumbent Democrat Bob Casey and Republican businessman Dave McCormick. The Fox News decision desk says this is too early to make a call in Pennsylvania on that race.
Yeah,
this could be a big cheer. Fox News can project that Rick Scott, the Republican senator from Florida, will win his second term. We'll pause for applause down there with Aisha. In Maryland, it's too early to call the race between Democratic County Executive Angela Alsobrooks and former Republican Governor Larry Hogan. Alsobrooks has a lead, however, in our Fox News voter analysis as we wait for the raw vote total to come in.
And too early to call Missouri's Senate race between Republican Senator Josh Hawley and Democratic Attorney Lucas Kunce. Republican Senator Marsha Blackburn, though, we can tell you, will win once again in the state of Tennessee, another reliably conservative state.
In Mississippi, longtime GOP Senator Roger Wicker will take home another victory. The Fox News decision desk can project that in Massachusetts, Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren will win her third term.
Connecticut's Democratic Senator Chris Murphy will also win a third term. Not enough data to project the main Senate race quite yet.
And in New Jersey, current Democratic House Rep Andy Kim will win his Senate race, putting him in the upper chamber for the first time. This is the Bob Menendez seat. In Delaware, Democratic House Representative Lisa Blunt Rochester will win her first Senate race.
In Rhode Island, Democratic Senator Sheldon Whitehouse will return for a fourth term. And let's take a look at the balance of power and how it shapes up at this point in the evening. 8:18 on the East Coast. You have 43 Republicans securing their seat. One seat was flipped. That is West Virginia. The former governor will now be Senator Jim Justice in West Virginia. 34 Democrats have secured their seats in the Senate, and a long way to go in the upper chamber as well.
We have a lot of raw vote totals starting to dump in from those early states. More Democracy 24 coverage ahead as we await the next round of poll closings.
Good noise, man. Let's see. We'll stop that and we'll go over here. How about we look at some women? So, how about this shit comfortable as hell. I see why everybody would be sleeping on it and going to sleep. Where's my shit? All right. Put the rock out for a while.
Seats generally tell how the nation will go in a presidential election. Pennsylvania's 19 electoral votes will present the biggest prize of the night. Georgia and North Carolina, both 16 each, while 17. Michigan ranks fourth with 15.
And Ohio has 17, right? I think Ohio has 17.
While each state is expected to be a tight race, early calls for either candidate on the East Coast states could spell an early evening for election viewers. So should Harris lose Pennsylvania and Michigan, for example, a Trump victory garnering the needed 270 electoral college votes would be highly likely.
So I mean, again, from what I've been hearing and reading, Trump seems to have a few more paths to victory than Kamala Harris does. Of course, I no shame in my game. I want Trump to win because if he wins and it's called for him while we're on this air, I am going to dance for you all.
Yeah.
Well, we all going to dance.
Yes, indeed. Of course, we all are. Some analysts have suggested Trump could shock the nation with exactly such upsets in Democratic-leaning states like Virginia, which we're waiting for now, Minnesota, New Hampshire.
I don't see him getting Minnesota. So, I don't see that. That'll shock the fuck out of me. Minnesota.
That's my goal, my wish. I want it to be even more of a landslide. Yes. I want that map to look like Reagan's in 1984, I think it was, Tyrone. I want that map to look as red with maybe one blue state, California, whatever. But I want it to look like red is just running all over, Crayola and dumped all.
Blue already in the middle, goddammit.
Yeah,
Illinois.
So Just the News is reporting polling data ahead of the election has suggested that Trump is on track to win the highest share of the Latino vote of any Republican presidential candidate since George W. Bush in 2004. Trump has also worked to make inroads in the Black community, and some data has shown him gaining ground with Black voters. Women have drifted toward Harris in recent years. Turnout among that Black could
Now, as I was saying, I don't doubt that Trump can win this election if everything is fair, if everything is legal, whatever is happening there at the voting facilities.
Right.
I still remember 2020 when I went to bed thinking that I'm going to wake up and Trump is still president. Well, that he won, and then something happened at 2 a.m.
Well,
when we were
I won't say the word.
I remember that shit. I was like, wait.
That's what was going on.
They all celebrating by
something happened. So I hope they call it early because I don't want the same situation as last time when it was like midnight and still they were not calling.
Yeah.
And they were like, "Oh, we still have more to count."
Bullshit.
Yeah.
Because do you guys know of any process that has gotten slower since a computer was introduced into it? Right. And I know that when we had the levers, you pulled the lever back in Maryland with the old voting machines, they have results that night. Right. Right. But now, you mean to tell me we have computers and it actually could take a week or more? That doesn't sound right.
Tyrone, a buddy of mine, now he's older than me. I think he's, I don't know, at least 10 years older than me. I know. He on social media, he's going to challenge me talking about when have we ever had results by 9 p.m. or something like that. I said, you get a grip. Maybe not 100% by 9, but at least by 11 o'clock midnight, we had at least 80 to 90% of the polls reporting.
Absolutely.
Even maybe 10, 15 years ago.
Of course we've had it for most of our lifetime.
Exactly.
We've known who the president was by the end of election night.
Exactly.
Not until we've brought in the mail-in voting, massive mail-in voting. Now we wait 2-3 days, weeks until knowing which states come through. It's the mail-in voting.
Right.
And I said it too on my social media, and Democrats came on me saying it's not true. It is true. Before COVID, before mail-in voting, we knew election night.
And we all, I mean, I still remember the news that there were some reports last time of ballots where only the first question was filled out. Only the president, like there was nothing about governor or senator or any other questions. It was just the president. So what it tells me is that someone was sitting and just quickly filling out the first question. It's obvious.
Yeah, we definitely.
So I just hope that they call.
Wait a minute. Speaking of knowing or just results in general, have you heard there's this prestigious school in New York City or above New York, above Manhattan in the Bronx, I think it is, that they are closing the schools tomorrow because they want to make sure the children are not stressed out about the results of the election. This is a prestigious school. I'm going to look it up in a few minutes, but I think they pay $65,000 a year, and then this is a private, like a K through 12.
It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Well, speaking of ridiculous things going on, it looks like the issue between Biden and Kamala Harris is still going on. So the relationship has really been strained. Washington Examiner is reporting that Biden and Harris have appeared strained throughout the election, with her seeking to distance herself from the administration by promising to turn the page and usher in a new way forward. So much so, they're not even watching the returns come in together tonight. So the President Joe Biden will not attend Vice President Kamala Harris's election night watch party, which is another sign of, some type of issue. So it says here, and I quote, tonight, the president and first lady will watch election results in the White House residence with longtime aides, while Vice President Kamala Harris is watching it at Howard University.
Well, did you see Jill Biden's outfit when she went to vote?
No.
So she wore a bright red pantsuit.
Oh.
And it really, I mean, these people, it's so interesting to me. I wonder if that's a message that she's sending. I wonder who she voted for, because I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, first of all, she dresses, I call her a clown when she dresses anyway. Most of the time, she looks like a clown. To your point, KJ, about Biden not being there with Harris at Howard University, there's a second reason. He has to be in bed. He needs to be sedated. He starts sundowning around about now. So they need to give him, his Ativan and some other medications so he can go take his butt to bed. So that's more of it. But tomorrow we are going to start getting the post campaign analysis about what really went on. You're going to start hearing the leaks through the media, how they didn't get along and how she, like you said, distanced herself and she gave him the F finger and he really, sabotaged. You're going to start hearing this over the next few weeks. Absolutely. Certainly, we appreciate you guys tonight. Being in with us.
I'm a ladies guy. Guys, I love looking at women today. I'm sorry. I am a lady. I love looking at women. That's very important.
Anun
Anun
Carizian.
Hey, I love a nice lady.
Thank you.
Really do.
All right. Shantia with the $2 super chat says Trump 2024. All right. Laura, she's in our Freedom Seekers Club. Guys, if you haven't done so already, join our Freedom Seekers Club. You get
you don't really see that too often. You know, man, Scotty with the lady fucked up.
It's a great way to support us also. Thank you, Laura.
Stab them, cut them.
Yeah, Kung Fu C.
Yeah, all kinds of shit.
Yana, no worries. They are watching. All right. Get those
First.
likes up, guys. Definitely like, share, and subscribe. Like this
nice ladies.
It does help to increase our algorithm.
No,
all right, so Terry with the $2 super chat says no such thing as fair in politics. All right, Terry.
No, you see some
Give
with
another $2 super chat says That's right. All right. And Laura, thank you so much for the Freedom Seekers $2 super chat. Thank you.
And
I don't
please
want to see
hit the
that
like
shit.
button. Everyone who's watching, please don't forget to hit the like button. It really helps us.
I want to mention something about the members only. So for all of you out there, again, like KJ said, subscribe and become a member. And we have some new stuff in there, I think, right? Recently, or will be, you're going to see some of my shooting lessons and practices. You know, you're going to see the ups, the downs, the faux pas, all kinds of stuff. Not unsafe. But go in there. We're posting footage in there over time. So I've been going to the range a little bit more and getting some training and practice. So I'm going to show you some of those some of those tricks and shots. Shelly's shots. Check it out.
All right. All right. So I want to get you guys in here. We
Sure
still
gotta
have
agree.
do we have
Got
Phil
cover.
Bell? I know we
Got
had
me a
him
nice
from
little
Michigan.
bar out there.
He's gone.
Okay, all right. Okay, all right then. All right, I think we do not have Phil Bell. I want you guys to take a look at this clip here. Again, since we're talking about, these Democrats and how they, cheat. Take a look at this clip 3 of a Democratic committee woman in Pennsylvania.
Boy, it does.
Is there a problem here?
Oh, Trump wants.
I'm sorry, excuse me?
Oh, let's see.
Well, you're putting a sign right in front there.
I'm moving my signs because they were
Okay, well, you
falling
can't,
down.
you just can't block the sign.
Trump. Say, let's go see.
When it mattering. Our voter analysis memos tells us that if she wins, that will be the decisive factor. I'm not quite sure I buy that, but it's interesting that, and I think that what we have here, and the fact that the Trump campaign has made such an effort to turn out these low propensity voters, that is to say, what we might call unlikely voters. That might be how they plan to make up the difference among Republican voters that they might lose.
I think that has been the strategy, right? I mean,
like
Kellyanne?
Sure. Well, we've said all night and all week, oh, gee, we don't know anything. Well, here's what we do know, that the two parties had a primary season and only one party participated in it, the Republicans. We had a lot of strong men and I think at least one woman running in the Republican primary. One candidate and a super PAC spent $250 million to get 9 electoral votes. Another woman got 97 electoral votes. They spent over $100 million. I like them all very much. I'm glad they're part of the party. Donald Trump has expanded this party. Candidates expand their party demographically, geographically. Florida, Iowa, Ohio, these are states President Obama won twice with well over 50% of the vote. We don't even talk about them as swing states anymore. He's going to get 1 million extra votes in Florida potentially tonight. So I have to push back a little bit about, is it this disaffected Republican? Every time there's a Republican of note, of name out there that goes and supports Kamala Harris, Liz Cheney and John Kelly and this, everybody just has to cover, the mainstream media has to cover it. They're missing the big story, which is the millions, maybe tens of millions of would-be, could-be, have-been Democrats voting for Donald Trump. They're rank and file people. They don't have big names. They're not going to go on MSNBC and crow about it and go campaign with Kamala Harris. They're showing up today, and they're showing up early. And the fact that he has converted this into the party of the worker, and he has told Americans not everybody has to be stuffed into a 4-year college degree, that the welders, the steel workers in Pennsylvania, the coal miners, they've got a seat at the table. They can work again. It's a big deal. Yeah. And she's not doing that. She's not winning black men, folks. Barack Obama did not help her bridge this gap, at least in Georgia so far. We'll see in Michigan,
Jessica, we will see that because that blue wall will really tell us something. But it is changing. The party's changing. There's a lot of Reagan Democrats in this coalition. One of the things to note right now at this hour, we have not called the state of the Commonwealth of Virginia. Right. It is a lot closer than people thought it would be. The Trump campaign did a stop in Virginia. They thought it was closing. We're not calling it yet.
No, not yet. And we'll see when that happens. My expectation is still that Kamala Harris will win it. But I understand that President Trump ran an unorthodox campaign in terms of where he went and certainly the things that he was saying. And that's really what I'm paying attention to and what's gone on in Florida. Now, that's great for him, a feather in his cap. Ron DeSantis has done incredible work to make Florida a place that a lot of my own liberal friends are happy to be living. But that is inefficient vote when you are trying to become president. And Donald Trump went to a lot of places, like having a rally here at Madison Square Garden, going to Coachella to give a rally, spending time in New Mexico, which he lost twice. And I think that if Kamala Harris is victorious tonight, there should be some examination of why those campaign stops happened and if his time would have been better spent parked in North Carolina, in Georgia, in Arizona, and one of the blue wall states that he has to pick up, Pennsylvania, for sure.
We've got to go ahead.
Yeah, we'll see how that inefficient vote is. It's a real issue, and we have to see whether or not it actually pans out. And one of the reasons he went to New York and New Mexico, and were these House races. I mean, there are House races in all of those places. So, and she did the same thing in places as well.
We're going to hold on. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to be right back with the panel, and we're going to dig into a lot of these numbers. Major poll closings coming up. We'll get our first look at Arizona. Remember Arizona, Michigan, Wisconsin? This is Fox News Democracy 24 marches on.
I wish my TV provider let me choose what I pay for.
Sling lets you do that. Hey, where are you going?
Yeah. I wish my TV provider let me choose what I pay for and let me pause my subscription when I want.
Sling lets you do that.
Who?
Sling.
I wish my TV provider let me choose what I pay for and let me pause my subscription when I want and have hundreds of free channels.
Sling lets you do that too, Mr. Fish.
Choose and customize your channel lineup or watch for free. Sling lets you do.
Yeah. Commercials was quick. I'm sorry, y'all. Let's see. All right, hold on. Let's see. Yeah. Get you guys over here, see what he's talking about.
Or our children being mutilated? Did you hear about Israel being attacked? Did you hear about Russia invading Ukraine? Did you hear about inflation? You didn't hear any of that, right? And so there's a contrast that people are able to make because they've lived it. And so the Democrats, they have to get away from that conversation. They can't have that. It's got to be a conversation of what's going to trigger people to show up and vote for Kamala Harris. And right now, what they're saying is abortion. Men, if you really care about your daughters, if you really care about your wives, you got to vote for Kamala Harris because they won't have a future. They speak as if there's not three branches of government. They speak as if this is not the United States of America. What do you mean they don't have a feature? Of course they have a feature. Like, come on, stop it. Right? But that is what's happening. And there is a clip of this guy, which was in my video that I uploaded earlier today. This father, I guess he cried. Let's see if I can find it. Oh yeah, this guy right here. Just pathetic. Pathetic. I really do believe that. This is the problem with our country is weak men. This is a weak man right here. And that's my own personal opinion.
Who did you vote for today?
I voted for Kamala Harris.
Why is that?
I have 3 daughters, 4 children overall, and women's rights is pretty important to them and my daughters. Sorry, I'm getting a little emotional about that. I didn't think that I was going to do that, but just their bodies, their choice type of a mentality. I want them to grow up in a world that's welcoming to everybody. So yeah, that's why I cast my vote today.
Who did you vote for today?
Okay, women's rights. Okay, so where are you at when it comes to men and women's sports? And by the way, that whole boxer that was in the Olympics, it's been confirmed. That boxer was born a man. Remember when they told us, no, that is just Russian misinformation. No, that's just Russia saying that it's lies. Now we know it's truth, right? Well, we've always known that it was true because They pretty much talk to us as if, don't believe what your eyes are telling you, right? Anyways, anyone with common sense know that boxer was a dude, okay? Anyways, I digress. Women's rights only matters when we're talking about abortion. So the baby that doesn't have any rights? Where was women's rights during COVID, like I keep saying? Where's parents' rights? What about the women who are worrying about what's happening with their children? Do they get a say? Right? Yeah. So I can go on and on and on. I think you guys are getting my point. It's crazy. All right, let's check in on some super chats. Let's see here. I left off right here. Okay. Diane says, I love your show and you calm me down so much, but I'm so worried about the left cheating. Your thoughts? Well, I don't think they're going to be able to cheat. If they did everything we believe they did in 2020, I don't think they're going to be able to get away with that today. I just think there's too many people watching. I think the Republicans have become wise to the techniques. And I think that that's why it's very important that Trump wins by a landslide or that Kamala Harris wins by a landslide. It needs to be a decisive victory. Like the worst thing when it comes to sports, like let's say football, is it's tied.
Let's go back. Let's see what's going on. Fix this. It keeps cutting off. Now she acting stupid, y'all. Let's get back over here. I don't know why it's acting stupid, but it is.
Northwest of Atlanta there. This is Newt Gingrich's old district, heavily Republican for decades. And, around 2016, it flipped toward the Democrats. And right now, a little more than 50% of the vote in. So, Kevin, come on back down here a moment. One county I haven't checked in on, you know, when you look at the African-American turnout, look at Chatham. Chatham is where Savannah is down there along the coast. You only have 5% of the vote reporting. Chatham was one of these counties in 2020 that took forever to get the vote in. I don't know if that's going to be the same way again this year, but we're waiting to see about African-American turnout, as we suggested a moment ago, about African-American men supporting Donald Trump. Let's go ahead and look at the vote margin, rather, for Georgia. The vote margin for Georgia right now, let's go statewide. So we move away from Chatham. We go statewide in Georgia. So Chatham's still at 5%. And for statewide, you're at 44%. So a lot of vote out in the Peach State. Go ahead and clear this, and we'll get back to this in a moment in Georgia and elsewhere. So, Brett, Martha,
I think that's really interesting about what's coming in. I think that these states, as these numbers come in, Democrats have high hopes about someplace like Texas, about something like Ohio, where they look at the Ann Seltzer poll from Des Moines and say, is this indicative of the Midwest? But we're not seeing that in our Fox News voter analysis match. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so come on over here. I haven't checked Ohio yet. It's a good state here to examine because Trump won it twice by 8 points. Let's measure his strength right now in 2020, or about halfway in, okay? Kamala Harris doing better on the margins here, okay? 3.5 points statewide, so some vote out there. But Trump has proven to be pretty strong here in Ohio the last 2 times around. We'll see whether or not he can hold. Big Senate race in Ohio as well. Bernie Moreno against Sherrod Brown. We'll track that throughout the night as well. Basically in Ohio, you've got Cincinnati and Hamilton County. You got Columbus and Franklin County. You got Cleveland and Cuyahoga. Those are your 3 main population centers. They have been blue for some time. I would not expect them to be even a shade of rosé, okay? But let's go into my hometown. That's Hamilton County. Strong performance here. About 2/3 of the vote going to Kamala Harris. This is one of these That's the cities where the progressives and the Democratic movement has gotten me pretty strong, especially in local government as well in that city. This is Franklin County, got Ohio State University there, so you got a strong student vote as well. Greater than 2/3 going to Kamala Harris right now. In 2020, the final vote in Franklin County, which is Columbus, you had 65% of the vote for Joe Biden there. So a little bit of the vote still out there, but she is overperforming Biden's number from 4 years ago. And this, I'll just finish up here, guys. Cuyahoga, to check this. Heavily Democratic, 3-1 Democratic votes in Cleveland, Ohio. Cuyahoga, just about a third of the vote right now is in Kamala Harris, 71%. And Biden was at 66. So that'd be a good number for Kamala Harris if indeed that holds up. And I think that kind of tells us a little bit about why this number is closer than it's been the last two times around.
You want to talk to your co-anchor, Dana?
Well, one of the things I think is pretty interesting is especially when you're looking at or considering the political realignment that we're living in and also the population changes, right? So post-COVID, people leaving the North and the Midwest and going South. That's one of the things that, as somebody from Colorado will say, all these people moved in from California and Colorado was reliably red. When I was a kid, it is now reliably blue. And so you get South Park making fun of California all the time and being very frustrated that they moved there. That's not happening in the South. So if people are leaving the Northeast and moving to Florida, they're not all of a sudden bringing a bunch of Democratic politics with them. So there might be a little bit of a change here to watch in the numbers there. The other thing I wanted to say is that one of the things I think we're seeing, especially with some of these lower propensity voters or whatever we're calling them, unlikely voters, is that the policy of the Biden-Harris administration pushed them into politics and into voting because their situation is dire and they want a better life. So they went to the rallies and they went to the podcasts and they had fun and they got involved. What will be interesting to see is Kellyanne might be able to correct me, but as I understand it, if you are or if you're a first-time voter, whichever party you vote for the first time, you're likely to vote for that party the second time, and then you might have that voter for life. So the political realignment that is happening and the coalitions that Harris and Trump are putting together could have long legs.
Well, it goes to what Kellyanne was saying earlier about the working element of the Republican Party shifting. And I think that when you look at Ohio, you are seeing a concentration likely coming from the suburbs, which is leaning more to Harris.
There's something else I see very quickly, and I see it in Virginia. Remember, this is the first presidential election since Glenn Youngkin was elected over Terry McAuliffe on the issues of wokeness and education and just really post-COVID policies. These school board elections. I think we're having a parents' rights renaissance in this country that continues. And I think two pillars that we don't cover enough in all the issues, the themes here, are wokeness and weakness. In our Fox News voter analysis, Trump is seen as the strong leader by more than 10 points over Kamala Harris, strength over weakness. But it's also fairness over wokeness. People feel like life is increasingly unfair. They don't want men and women's sports. They don't want to think their kids are stuck in schools based on their zip code. They don't want the pipe fitters and plumbers to pay for student loans of doctors and lawyers. And they don't want 10 million people to come here, including in all these states we're seeing, and get cash and cell phones and clothing and hotel rooms. They just say it's unfair. But wokeness is on the ballot, whether we feel it or not. I'll never understand how Kamala Harris chose someone in Tim Walz who was to the left of her on the woke agenda.
Harold, quickly.
So you look at, we talk about early surprises. Jesse and I love sports. So do you, Brett. When you can get a quick touchdown in a game against somebody you're not supposed to beat. If he wins Virginia, this is a big thing. This is one of those early things that could go your way. Similarly, her numbers in Ohio are interesting to me. I did not think, you talked about the Seltzer poll, and Jessica and I talked about this before we got on. That number suggests, that's what she was suggesting. It could close there. We'll see as the night goes on. But Georgia, North Carolina, still the states that she's got to perform well in, maybe win one. And if he can win Virginia, we thought we were going to have a long night. We might have a longer night. As we think about these numbers here over the next few hours.
It might be a shorter night.
Or shorter if
it's Virginia. So we really have to look at the gender breakdown in these states and where we are at half the vote in someplace like Ohio and Texas, where that vote's coming from. We're going to get that.
Yeah.
In
minutes away, Brett. That is what we're dealing with. We're going to get some major poll closings that are coming up. Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin all about to close, and Sean Hannity will enter our chat as our special coverage continues.
Friday. And they playing a lot of commercials right now. Let's see. Where's this place? I don't think this is my spot. And it's not. Definitely my spot. Come on. Let's see. I'm gonna let the ladies. I don't like the commentary they do. I don't let the ladies do their thing. They're not. I don't know what these dudes do. They keep playing old shit. The ladies talk.
I want to back to what you were saying on abortion just for a moment, Yana. You made a great point on emotions. One of the things that I think is a very powerful argument, because it's so true when we talk about abortion and emotions, is let's get away from talking about, whether a child or a choice or anything like that. Ask yourself this question: what would happen if your spouse was never born? What would happen if your best friend was never born?
Yeah.
What would happen if the person who gave you an opportunity in school or at work was never there? I think about that. The people that are closest to me, people like you that I work with, if that were the case, that would be very sad. And so when we look at it in that context, it's all equally as emotionally draining to look at that and say, wow, wait a second, you know what? If my mother had made a choice, or if someone else's did, things might be dramatically different. And I don't know if that was better. And if we start to think of it that way, that's a way to really reach some of these
That's a
people.
good point,
Exactly,
Phil,
and what
for conservatives, for our side to use that tactic.
what Shelley been saying, that that totally that's exactly what they do not want to touch, is this idea of women who regret those decisions that they made when they were younger, and maybe they were being pushed by the liberal agenda that was saying, look, there's no problem, you have your whole life is in front of you, it's inconvenient to have a baby right now, so it's just a choice. That's how it was presented to a lot of young women. And what Phil, you were saying, think about also, siblings. What if, your mother chose not to have some of your siblings, and you could have had siblings and you don't? I mean, that is a real thing. And also, so this whole idea of women who regret that decision, and also the transgender detransitioners, that's another demographic that the Democrats really do not want to know about, that they exist. But there's a lot of them, and there's a lot of women who have had abortions, and they do not want that to be something that is pushed onto the young women as a normal thing to do.
I do
And
wonder if
let
I
me
could
just say
jump
this
in.
about
Fox News decision desk has just called Florida for Trump.
Yeah,
I saw that. I saw that right there. But
let
I was looking at that too.
let me say this about the very real loss of potential,
Mhm.
piggybacking on what you all have said about abortion. It's quite possible that we have aborted cures for cancer, people who would set foot on Mars, all manner of transformative human being. That's another way that I like to try to look at this.
Yeah, and again, I'm going to say, I think for our side, these are ways that we can better reach, if you will, if you want to use the word minister to, connect with those populations, like we were just saying, so that, of course, they want to paint us as these just anti-pro-choice people, but no, this is how we can make real connections with real people who are, again, maybe they're suffering, or emotionally from their fine, but we have, I do believe, outside, we have the I'm going to say the prescription, if you will. We have the care, if you will, the compassion that they need, and that we need to connect with them to help carry them through.
And to that point about your point about the cures for cancer and so on, a good example. It's not quite there, but think about Dante Culpepper. A lot of people remember him. He played football for the Minnesota Vikings and the Miami Dolphins. A great quarterback for a while. He was born in jail. His mother was in jail. Now you think about somebody who would definitely not be in a position to be a parent to a child, who would definitely be having a lot of these messages given to her, not only by the state, but by the culture and by a bunch of loser guys. Because by the way, I always also believe you're going out and you're paying for abortions because you want to be able to live your life more fun and you're a guy, I think you're a loser, doing that. But you know what? Dante was born, and sure, it's sports. It's not as important as some of these things we talk about, but he made a dramatic impact and ended up being one of the best in the NFL for many years. And that may very well have never existed. So when you put it in that context, it's really hard for me to look out and say, well, this is just a political conversation. No, this is a human conversation.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And we've seen, just as some of the raw data coming in from the exit polls, from the polling tonight, from states that have already declared, men are playing a huge factor in this election tonight. We have two men here with us on the panel. Can you talk about what do you think is the driving force behind more men voting conservative, voting Republican tonight, voting for Trump?
You want to go ahead, Phil?
Yeah, sure. Look, number one is wokeness, because keep in mind what wokeness is doing is twofold. One, it is suppressing true masculinity, which is the idea of, hey, look, you're going to build structures. And I don't mean structures just like buildings, but building companies and so forth, and making yourself stronger and making yourself into the provider for a family. And that all of those things are positive. Wokeness has taken that away. Wokeness has told you that if you like to watch football, if you like to drink beer and so on, this is somehow toxic. All of that is terrible messaging. And they got away with that terrible messaging for years when it was just having the goofy dad on sitcoms. But lately it has become so much more. So that's one. And you could actually see this if you went to a lot of closed Facebook groups and they had, teenage or 20-somethings or even early 30-somethings guys. They were just happy to cut up and joke and you name it, whether you're talking about video games or with me, model trains and so forth. All of those things were underground and you weren't seeing it a lot in polling and the like, because the mainstream media wanted to just make it so you couldn't be who you are. So I think that's one of the big reasons for the shift. And I think it's a great shift. Now, if we can just get back to having somebody like a Ward Cleaver or a Cliff Huxtable, to be clear, Media Matters, I didn't say Bill Cosby. I said Cliff Huxtable, to be the idea of masculinity, as opposed to P. Diddy and Jay-Z, who are the polar opposites of that.
No doubt, no doubt. And I feel that from an economic standpoint, the Democrats have actually tried to cleave the marital relationship apart just for votes. Okay. So when you talk about being a man married, to a woman, and you all are teaming up to make things happen in your life and in the lives of others, that rattled me a little bit. It was very distasteful and off-putting the way the Democrats continue to try to drive a wedge between husband and wife, for this election. So when it comes to someone like Trump, who understands business, who really deeply understands the economy, and for those of you who question that, go back and look at that Bloomberg interview that he did. That was masterful. This is the kind of thing that men want to see, the ability to do what's necessary and right, not just for our economy, but also throughout the world, so that we have peace as opposed to these constant conflicts. Okay, that's another issue. So there are about half a dozen more that I could speak to, but just from the male perspective, I think the most important in this particular election is that economic piece that is going to allow, get out of the way and allow men to, prosper for their families.
I agree with that. And I would say one thing. If we win this election, we've got to take this opportunity, and I'm not talking about as politicians, but us as individuals, to go ahead and deliver on these gains. Let's set that example. For those of us who understand what real masculinity is, let's live it. Let's get rid of the OnlyFans. Let's get rid of all of that. And I'm not trying to say that as a laugh line, but I'm serious. Let's do that and set an example. So the others who are voting on our side and saying, okay, well, hey, you guys told me that this will be great. Let's make it great so they can follow us.
And to get rid of, the Department of Justice is doing a good job of this, but to get rid of the P. Diddy type of culture that emphasizes, the worst treatment of women, that emphasizes material excess, okay, and just degeneracy, to call that out and to actively reject it.
Right. And talking about, sorry.
Oh, and emphasizes just the absolute worst. And I know it's slightly different from the economic case, but you think about one of the things that really bothered me, the uniform. It was black men dressing up in white T-shirts and the pants halfway down the rear end and so on. And that was my generation, because I'm 43, that really pioneered that. That's absurd. Let's not tell people this is great and then give them record deals and give them vodka and everything else and say this is an example of success.
And what I've been noticing lately in the male culture is that we have those the woke, the weak men who really don't have a voice or act like they don't have a voice, and they're just passing the torch to women, and they're being very feminine, very feminist men. So you have those. And then you, on the other side, you have those that like the Andrew Tate kinds. And so, which is not necessarily, I don't agree with those either, when they are really degrading women and saying things like women shouldn't have any voice, and that women should always be subservient in any situation. So, and the men who are really the supporters, the providers, that are the leaders, they have not been really speaking out as much. So I'm hoping that we can elevate the conservative men who are real leaders, and not those that are kind of capitalizing on this, on men feeling like they're not being heard, and now they're joining these cults. Really, I think that there's
hold on. We almost there. Hold on. Let's get out.
And before you guys respond to that, what about these types of men?
Hold on. Got an update. God damn it.
Voted for a Republican in every election this century. Pretty sure we were going to get that one. Trump also wins Kansas, adding another 6 electoral votes to his tally.
The former president will win North Dakota, a longtime conservative state as well. He will also take South Dakota, which often mirrors the vote of its neighbor to the north.
And Fox News can project that the former president will win Wyoming, or 3 electoral votes. So there you see the tally on your screen, 178 electoral votes to 113. That map of the U.S. is slowly filling in, and we will continue to bring that to you throughout the night as we make more calls.
So moving to the Senate and back to the Rust Belt as well. The Fox News decision desk say it is too early to call this race, which we've been watching between incumbent Democratic Senator Tammy Baldwin, who is in a close race now with Republican banker and entrepreneur Eric Hovde.
Michigan Senate race also too early to call. Former GOP Congressman Mike Rogers competing against current Democratic House Representative Alyssa Slotkin. In Arizona, Democratic House Representative Ruben Gallego has a lead on Republican candidate Carrie Lake. Also too early to call out there.
Let's go to Nebraska, and there are 2 Senate races on the ballot today, and the race between incumbent Deb Fischer and independent Dan Osborne is close to call, and too early to call, I should say, according to our decision desk. Fox News can project that Republican Pete Ricketts will continue to serve as a Nebraska senator.
In Texas, 2-term Senator Ted Cruz is locked in a close race against current Democratic Congressman Colin Allred. Too early to call that race, according to the decision desk, but they can project that Minnesota's Democratic Senator Amy Klobuchar will sail to a fourth term.
New York Democratic Senator Kristen Gillibrand will win another term in the Empire State, and Democrats will hold their seat in New Mexico, where Senator Martin Heinrich defeats Republican Nella Domenici.
Daughter of the late Senator Domenici. North Dakota's GOP Senator Kevin Cramer will easily win a second term. And in Wyoming, Senator John Barrasso will also win re-election as he serves as the chair of the Senate Republican Conference.
So let's take a look at how the Senate is stacking up at this hour, 9:04 on the East Coast. And we have 46 Republicans. The one flip, which we have mentioned, is West Virginia, waiting for other states that are on the bubble and close and early at this point in the night. 37 Democrats are hanging on to their seats in the United States Senate.
I think this is like where everything starts to
Yes,
gel, and we start to
exactly.
get more of the hard numbers. Let's go to Bill at the billboard.
Yeah.
Harold, I'm sorry, Texas went to the Republicans.
No, I just think the numbers. I'm only looking at some of the popular vote numbers and how the candidates performing with minority voters
I
in
know what
urban
you're
and
looking at.
suburban
I'm
areas.
just
Yeah.
joking with you. I'm just joking with you. Bill, what do
Go
you got?
blue. Go blue.
Okay, so a couple things here. Yeah, go blue. What are you talking about?
Michigan.
We'll be at Ohio in a moment here. Harold. Hang on one second there, Bob. Okay, just want to show you this. I mean, this got to be your target right now. You know, Fulton County, heavily populated, and a ton of votes there. Okay, that hasn't really moved. So the estimated number of votes still out is about 30%, and Kamala Harris hanging in there with 700. She's going to win the county. Okay, question is the margin. The question is whether or not Trump is chewing in this African American male vote that we were talking about. Because I want to come up to North Carolina. I'll show you a county. Okay, this is rural. And it's also African American, 47% African Americans. It's a small county here. It's called Anson, all right? Trump's winning, okay? What's that mean? Okay, this is Biden 4 years ago by 4 points, okay? So Trump right now flipping that county. Is there a minority vote out there that is helping to buoy his campaign? It's something we got to consider. Another thing I want to point out, just while I got you here, okay, guys? This is the part of the state that was racked by that hurricane, all right? This is Trump territory, all right? 61%, 68%, 81%. But come in here for a little bit. This is Buncombe, all right? This is Asheville. You expect this to go blue. Indeed, it has right now, about 2/3 of the vote. No, sorry, 60% of the vote in. She's got 2/3 of the vote right now. But these counties here, you just wonder if there's an effect here, all right? Because 53, this is Transylvania. I was checking this out a short time ago. This is Rutherford, 72, but a lot of that vote's still out there. Why am I showing you this? Because your comparison for percentage is that you expect Trump to do well out here. 72, Henderson, 58, Haywood, 62. So we're going to see through the night whether or not that storm damage had an effect on the vote turnout in North Carolina. Just keep that in mind as we move through the night. Also, I was just poking through here in Ohio. We saw this a moment ago based on a percentage spread. It seems like Trump is upping his number. Remember, I made the point that he won the state by 8 points in 2016, 8 points in 2020, and he was trailing there the last time we checked out the Buckeye State. But right now, the number has improved tremendously for Trump. So he's starting to track a little more toward that 8 points. And you were making the observation earlier about the Iowa poll from over the weekend, and do folks in Ohio vote like the folks in Iowa? If Ann Seltzer's poll, the Des Moines Register, had Kamala Harris win in Iowa by 3 points, a lot of people dismissed that. And if you're going to draw that comparison with Ohio, I think right now you can say that maybe Iowa's not going to go that way, but we'll see throughout the course of the night there.
Bill, I think we should get a cut from the Des Moines Register. We've mentioned her like 5 times this evening. I don't think they maybe like
that was
something,
the idea.
a little something for the mention.
Yeah, just because I popped it up, guys. I looked at it the first time here. Yeah, you're right about that, right? A little something on the side, a little backsheesh, right, Fred? Okay, so this is Michigan. It's the first time I've looked at it, all right? You got 10% in, all right? Look at this.
Yeah.
Robert Kennedy going to make a difference in Michigan? He is on the ballot. They tried to get him off the ballot. The court said, no, you got to be on the ballot. He's drawing 2,455 raw votes. Okay, now, if Michigan is that close, it's just something that we're going to have to watch throughout the night to see whether or not this is some sort of spoiler for the red team and whether that helps out Team Blue in Michigan so far.
So
Harold, that's for you, by the way.
Let's
Team Blue.
interact with the panel here.
Yes.
Trey Gowdy's here. You know, what about that point about third party? RFK Jr. tries, first of all, the Democrats try to prevent him from getting on the ballot. And then the Democrats try to prevent him from getting off the ballot. Now, he's on the ballot in Michigan and Wisconsin, also Minnesota. But Michigan and Wisconsin, obviously, if it comes down to really tight, that could make a difference.
Why would anyone vote for someone who doesn't want to be the president and has asked you not to? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Who are these 0.4% that are voting for someone who has begged you not to vote for him? If you want to see him in Washington, don't vote for him. But it reminds me of Jill Stein. I mean, I think Jill Stein cost Hillary Clinton a state. I know that Ross Perot cost Bush a presidential election. I was in the green room, Brett, doing what I did in high school, which is finding the two smartest kids in the class and sitting in between them and looking on their papers. That's McCarthy and Rove. There may be a 269 tie. I know nobody wants to hear that, but there is a scenario under which there will be a
topic
tie.
for discussion tonight.
Sean, you want to move on?
Yeah, I think we can move on from that. I don't think anyone really wants that. But actually, I would accept that because that would end up in the House of Representatives, and I'd say our Republican odds at that point would be pretty good.
It is a very dysfunctional House, but I think they could coalesce around that. Yes.
I think they would.
What are you looking at, Brett?
Well, 8 years ago, you may remember, it was a while before we sensed that the Trump upset was happening. And one of the earliest indicators we got was from the betting odds, which I was at a farther point on the panel that night. By the time you got to me, about everything smart had been said. So I started talking about the betting odds. Well, I've followed them ever since. Tonight, as we started this broadcast, Trump stood a 58% chance, according to the betting odds, of winning the election. As I read this off the screen now, 69.2%. So whoever's doing the betting out there and affecting these odds is increasingly of the view that he will win the election.
And how much does it impact it that, you know, it's the first year that you're seeing some of these betting markets in the United States? Because there's a lot of people who are playing them probably in a fundamental way.
These odds, composed by Maxim Lott and John Stossel, are from Betfair, Smarkets, Predicted, Polymarket, Kalshi, and
It's a basket.
it's a basket. It's an average.
Dana, what are you looking at?
I am looking at some of just on X, watching some of the Democrats complain about the Electoral College. And, you know, about a week ago, there was some conventional wisdom that she could actually win the Electoral College, but that Trump would win the popular vote. And then there would be no complaints about the Electoral College from them if that were to happen. So obviously it's too soon to call, but I'm certainly watching that to see what they're going to say. Plus, I have been wondering about Kamala Harris and this whole decision of Biden to run again when she knew that he was incapable, but they were still asking their donors, give us all your money. He's okay for 4 more years. And obviously he wasn't. But then that did not leave her enough time. Apparently, that's another complaint that they have, for her to introduce herself, even though they had over $1 billion to do it.
And they had 100 days, Harold, and she passed up a lot of opportunities early on. I think we went for, I don't know, 40 days or something with no press conference. And it took a really long time for her to finally sit down with Brett and have a substantive interview. I mean, there was time.
Sure. Again, we're acting like this thing is over.
No, we're not. I'm just playing off of Dana's point.
But I do think after the debate, she performed so well against Trump. She asked for another debate. I thought that the interview that Brett did with her was as substantive an interview as we've seen with her throughout the last several years. You would have thought, because she did well there, that she would want to go and do more of them. But
more interviews.
More interviews to sit down and talk
with Brett.
After the one with Brett,
she booted the question about when she first knew that he was not himself.
Well, I have a slightly different.
Uh-oh. I do that.
Wait, but the way she did it, she put herself in that position to be 50-50 here this evening. And if we're to believe Trey, this thing could be listening to the two smart guys in the green room, it could be 269. She must have done something right. I still look at Michigan and Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. Since 1980, those 3 states have not gone all together other than 1988. Dukakis got Wisconsin, and HW won the other two. If the numbers are tracking right and continue along those lines, we could find ourselves in a position where we're having a conversation about a Congress. Then it would be curious, Sean, if the Democrats win the House. How does that play into it? Look, I hope we don't get there because I don't want this fight. The country
But
doesn't
the
need
House
this
does
division.
the president and the Senate does the vice president. So you could end up with President Trump and Vice President Harris.
But they vote after the election.
They vote after the election, and it's only one vote per delegation. But we'll cross that bridge when it comes to it.
Get ahead of ourselves here.
is digging into the voter analysis stuff and how it tracks with the raw vote and what we're seeing.
Just trying to keep feeding your conversation there. And Martha, I know you were asking about the suburban vote and what we're seeing with our Fox News voter analysis and some really interesting findings I'll put up here for you. As far as the suburban voters concerned, this is what we're seeing in Pennsylvania. Okay, suburban voters. Kamala Harris right now has the lead, okay? But this is about a 6-point difference. And if you were to put this in perspective with what we saw in 2020, Biden was leading with this group, suburban voters in Pennsylvania, by 10 percentage points. This is a 6-point margin by which she's leading. So she is not leading with the suburban voter in Pennsylvania by the same margin as Joe Biden in 2020. All right, if I were to break that out by gender, this is also telling another story, okay? Suburban women, Martha, you were asking about this. This is what we're seeing in Pennsylvania. Obviously, they have been courting those voters on the ground there. This is almost identical, the margin that she's leading by. Joe Biden led by this over Donald Trump in 2020. So not a lot of movement there. We also talked about the story that was developing with the black voters down in Georgia. I can also report to you, Brett and Martha, right now that Donald Trump, is leading by more with the black voter in Pennsylvania than he was in 2020. Back to you guys.
So big numbers.
Yeah.
You got a call to make.
Fox News can now project that Donald Trump will win the state of Ohio 54.2% to 45%. So obviously that was what was anticipated in the early polling. He was ahead by about 8 points. This is a 9-point stretch, so a little bit higher than the most recent polling was showing in the state of Ohio, but a solid win for him in what used to be a swing state, but hasn't been for quite some time.
And obviously, there's 54% of the vote in. But as you look at the Electoral College, 195 to 113. Again, Ohio used to be the swingiest of swing states, no longer, very Republican, much like Florida. And now it ticks on. Obviously, we're looking at these battleground states. One of them, Sean Hannity, it seems, is Virginia. You just got a message from the governor?
I've been communicating with Governor Youngkin, and the last text, at one point I said, so it's not in reach. He just said, hold on. Really tight. The exact quote from Glenn Youngkin. Here's what's interesting. All night I've been looking for an answer to the question about turnout in Philly and the suburbs of Philly. We talked earlier about the university population. That's one part of the population. But the vote lead was 700,000 below what they were in 2020. So that a lot of ground to make up. From the Trump campaign, now take it, this is what they're saying. They believe this is going to be a tortoise hare kind of night for them in Pennsylvania, in as much as they don't even think Harris got 200,000 of the 700 that she needs to make up. Those are the numbers that they are saying. Now, if that is true, that would mean African-American turnout did not appear to the number and degree that they wanted. And secondarily, any other vote they thought, the union vote, workers are not going her way either in Pennsylvania. Anecdotal, that's their side, but I'm telling you what they're thinking.
That raises obvious questions. You know, if you're Joe Biden at the White House right now, sitting at home, you're thinking, I'm Scranton Joe, and I have this great relationship with the unions all these years. And if she does end up, and we just want to continue to caution that we're waiting for a lot of data to come in here. He's shaking his head and saying, I could have won.
It's just interesting that they're analyzing this data like we all are.
Yes.
And that is their take on it. I'm sure the Harris campaign, for the better part of the night, I was hearing from either reporters or Democrats. Believe it or not, I have a few of those friends. And I was hearing from them, oh, huge turnout in Philly, huge turnout in Philly. And I said, tell me, where's the turnout? Could never get an answer.
Right.
And so finally, now the answer is beginning to come in. And that would be the Trump War Room. That would be the Mar-a-Lago crowd. Their degree of confidence is going up minute by minute. Take that for what it's worth. We call.
Okay, Harold, let me just ask you this. I was in communication with Harris folks, with Democrats. They haven't had anything in a while. I mean, are you hearing anything from?
My communication resembles yours. I'm not had a lot of that either. I think these numbers are concerning. The numbers that Sandra is raising on the other side there, combined with what you just said, Sean, is room for concern in both Virginia and Pennsylvania. So I've not heard anything either.
Okay. The polls are closed in battleground Wisconsin. We're going to check in there on the ground with senior correspondent Mike Tobin in Milwaukee, learning about some issues with more than a dozen tabulation machines. What's that about, Mike?
More than a dozen tabulation machines and 31,000 ballots. And as a result, the city put out an all call for volunteers. So they've got firefighters, healthcare workers, and IT workers all showing up here to help with the retabulation of those 31,000 ballots. Now, the heart of the problem I can show you as we zoom in over my shoulder are these tabulation machines. There are 13 of these tabulation machines here at Central Count. If you look close to the back of the machine, there are stickers on the back of the machine. Those act as the seal. The seals were in place, according to city officials and election commission officials, but there's a locking mechanism there as well. A Republican observer noted that the locking mechanisms had not been engaged. First, we were told on one machine, then some of the machines, then all 13 machines, 31,000 ballots in question. The city says they believe the integrity of those votes was never compromised. Still, out of 107,000 ballots, those now need to be retabulated. Some 43,000 ballots have been counted here as of this point, but they've got these additional volunteers to try to speed up the process. We expected to get final numbers somewhere around 1 or 2 a.m. The city now only says it's going to be later than that. The city wants to pass this off as an abundance of caution or a very cautious move. Republicans are upset about it. The RNC chairs, Michael Whatley and Laura Trump, put out a statement calling this an unacceptable example of incompetence. Wisconsin officials are here to try to get some questions answered. Right, Martha?
It's a long night in Milwaukee. Thank you, Mike. So the Fox News decision desk can now project that Vice President Harris will win Delaware, the home state of President Biden. And there is the look at the race to 270. That makes it Trump 195, Harris 113 at this hour. And we have another call to make as well.
In a key governor's race, Fox News can now project that Republican Kelly Ayotte will become the next governor of New Hampshire. She defeats Democrat Joyce Gregg. And that was a close race for a while, but Kelly Ayotte will win there. Here are a couple of other results we're getting as our Democracy 24 coverage continues. It'll be on the screen all night long.
Right, see what's going on now. Anybody talking about something else other than just what the hell? What the hell is? I'm way lost. Like, what channel was that? What that's about? What the fuck? Alright, let's go to something else. It's weird. See what they're talking about. I don't know. They probably analyzing something. Hopefully, this Nate the lawyer again. Come on, man.
No, you shouldn't use happiness measurements as your index of outcome. Of course, you're less happy because like your 3-year-old is fragile. And if you have a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old, it's like, well, you're juggling catastrophes all the time. Well, seriously, you don't have time to be happy. It's like, but happiness is a fleeting hedonic emotion, and it's not an indicator of participation in a process that's going to stabilize your life and the life of your family across decades.
And enrich your life. It's the permanent adolescence.
Yeah, that's right.
Of the coming generations. They are there. I look at wolves and I look at dogs and the story of how dogs came to be domesticated. They say that dogs are effectively just permanent adolescent wolves. I see that's what's happening to humanity right now with the current trend, telling people not to grow up, play video games, stay home, stay single, live in your own internal world. But I believe that is spiritual suicide.
That's the Peter Pan story.
Yeah,
Right.
it
You know, and Peter Pan has Tinkerbell, the porn fairy. Serious. I'm serious. I mean, he's king of the Lost Boys, right? Well,
Let's go to, they have some race coming in, so we're gonna listen to them play it out.
Welcome back on this election night. The road to 270. You can see Donald Trump out front with 168 to 34 for Kamala Harris. Let's show you
y'all.
how we can characterize some of the states right now. These are states that opened in Virginia. Our characterization on that is it's too early to call. More than half the vote in there as well. Let's look at.
True if the incumbent party nominee wins at least 2/3 of the total delegate vote on the first ballot at the nominating convention. But was Kamala Harris really nominated, or was she handed the nomination? Right? Some people argue that that key is actually false because she really didn't face any opposition. So, but let's go with his thing. Okay, let's say it's true. Key number 3, the incumbent party candidate is the sitting president. No, she's not. She's the vice president. So that's false. Usually if you're the incumbent president, that's actually an advantage for you. No third party. There is no significant third party or independent campaign. A third party is a political party other than the Democratic or Republican. This key is false if a third party candidate is likely to win 5% or more of the popular vote. Now, clearly, we know that is not what's happening right now. I don't even think they even list Jill Stein on this list here. I don't even think they will. Let's see here. She's got what, 1% in Massachusetts, or is that Maine, I believe? RFK has 1% in Rhode Island, Florida 0.4%. South Carolina, she had 2%. Wow. Let's see here. So yeah, she's not, but in Michigan, she's almost at 1%. I want to see how high that actually gets, because that is a big deal. All right. So you know what? He's right on that one. So there is no third party. Okay. Now this is where it gets dicey. Okay. This is where I actually started to truly disagree with him, because I just think it's crazy. The economy is not in recession during the election campaign. A recession clearly is widespread and prolonged downturn in economic activity. A common rule of thumb is 2 consecutive quarters of negative GDP growth. There was 1 quarter of negative GDP growth. I actually looked it up. So the last quarter, GDP growth fell. The quarter before that, GDP went up. And the quarter before that, GDP fell. So
I don't get it. I don't get it. What is they doing? I really don't get it, bro. The fuck is, bro? No. Yeah, 20,000 people watching too. I'm all the way lost with this one. I'm gonna try to figure out. Maybe I can go to CNN. But I don't know. Okay.
All right, Pete, thank you so much.
Right, like I'm probably just.
Pete,
Sounds like
thanks
they're
a
having a
lot.
pretty good time there.
They are. We're back with our panel.
Welcome,
Bree Hume,
welcome.
Dana
So,
Perino, Harold Ford Jr., Kayleigh McEnany, Sean Hannity,
I did
Trey
anything,
Gowdy,
y'all.
Bill Hemmer
Whatever the hell they
behind
doing,
the billboard, and I kind of was going to call him out
It's
there.
like the Wizard of Oz.
So they're saying that Harris people are looking at Erie County, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I was looking at it too. One thing to keep in mind here as we look at this data here
I want to go to CNN.
is you got to remember how they count the votes, right? You know, they start processing at 7 a.m. this morning. All that's mail-in stuff too. And that's the vote that's put out first. And so I want
Maybe I
to
should
do something
box.
funky and fancy here, guys. So just bear with me, because I'm going to try and find Pennsylvania in 2020, okay?
I don't know what
This is important. It's important for us to understand. It's important for our analysts to know, understand. It's important for the audience to understand at home. This is 4 years ago in Pennsylvania, okay? This is just a 24-hour span from November 3rd into November 4th, from 8 p.m. to 8 p.m. the following day. And the vote count that came in here, right, it's heavily blue, well over 70%. And then around 11 p.m., you get across to the line. And that's where the Republican vote started coming in for Trump. Then you went well past midnight, and Trump maintained his margin for almost the entire day on Wednesday. And then if you went further off this map, you see where eventually the bars there cross the other way for Joe Biden, okay? So with that in mind, okay, we're going to show you Pennsylvania, and we'll try and digest all this together now. I haven't looked here in some time. You only have a quarter of the vote in now, okay? So at least 75% is still out. And you see a lot of blue in the areas where Kamala Harris needs to do well, namely Pittsburgh, Allegheny County, and namely Philadelphia and what they call the collar counties around Philadelphia. But the argument for this hour is that there's a strong Democratic vote in that batch that's now been counted, okay? There's two counties in Pennsylvania that you watch because they are bellwethers and they are flippers too, okay? One is Erie along the border here with New Jersey. One is Erie up there in Lake Erie. This is Northampton here in the east, okay? Northampton is one of these counties that flipped last time around, all right? Kamala Harris with a lead with 27% of the vote reporting there in Northampton. The other one is Erie that I mentioned a moment ago, okay? This is up on the lakefront here, all right? I don't know why we're getting 0% in, because there is some of this vote that may lend itself to some of the confusion with the early vote being tabulated from the mail. I don't know. I can't vouch for that. I'm not sure what's going on there. We're going to watch the less than 0.5%. Yeah, that's right. So it's like 0.5% of the votes now being tabulated. That's why we can't get the 1% there in Erie County. But in all likelihood, you're going to see the T start to form here in Pennsylvania, and the T is going to be all red. And we're going to see what happens on, both sides of the state, and they're going to be blue. The question is, how blue will they be? So we'll watch that here. You guys didn't mention Virginia. We'll just pop on down here because it seems like there's a pretty good race going on right now, all right? Trump is just upped his margin here, all right? So he's got about a 2-point lead statewide. Too soon to call, I should say, with more than half of the vote in. Here is where you need to look, all right? This is Washington, D.C. This is Fairfax County, #1 populated county in all of 133. There's 40% of the vote that has not yet been tabulated into this, okay?
Biden, sorry to interrupt.
Sorry, what's that?
Where was it for Biden? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll show you. Yeah, I sure will. So a lot of that 40% outstanding is going to go for Harris, but we just don't know how much in the most populated county, okay? So go back 4 years. This is 2020. This is Joe Biden, 70%. Okay, so Kamala Harris, she has time to make up for that, given the fact that that vote is still out. And I would say, just looking at Georgia a moment ago, Fulton County looks to be somewhat similar. And the reason is, I'm going to explain this to you, okay? Fulton County is the most populated county in the state of Georgia. You're getting a lot of Democratic votes from out there, all right? She's up by 46 points, all right? Pretty good margin, by 202,000 raw votes, okay? So 4 years ago with Joe Biden, he won the county with 242. His margin on a percentage basis was a bit higher, about 2 points, with 242,000 in a state 4 years ago. Sorry, excuse me. I apologize. Let's go statewide here. In a state that was determined by 11,779. Let me go to my cheat sheet here, guys, all right? I can do something that's a little ugly, but for the sake of the audience at home and for our knowledge too, this was Georgia in 2020. Wow, look at this. Okay, again, we've taken a 24-hour period from 4 years ago. Blue is the Democratic vote, obviously red is the Republican vote. And you see all this, at 7 o'clock, boy, it was all over the place, okay? And then in the 8 o'clock hour, Trump easily took a lead there. And then the margins started to close overnight around 3 a.m. The lines moved and they moved and they moved for several days until finally we reached that margin of 12,000 votes. separating Biden from Trump in the Peach State. So,
But the difference would be that that was the COVID election, and that was a lot of mail-in vote, and that was not the same early vote for Republicans, right?
Yeah, I would argue you're right about that in Georgia. I think the important thing to keep in mind is how states report it.
Yeah.
And Pennsylvania is a really good example here where you're going to get a heavy blue, some would argue mirage in the beginning, and we'll see whether or not that mirage is real throughout the night,
Bill.
and maybe even into tomorrow.
Bill,
Yes.
broadly speaking, there'll be some exceptions to this. Does it appear to you that she is underperforming Biden nearly everywhere?
It's a great question, Britt. This is just anecdotal. I answered the best way I can. I've been poking around all over this map. I can find some good news for her by a point here, a point there. I can find a lot of good news for him, a point here and a point there. But it seems where the areas where she is gaining the most is where the votes are. And the areas where he's gaining the most is the area that he targeted, and that's the rural area. Whether or not you can extrapolate that over a place like Hall County, 72%, right? Banks County, 89%. Now, the problem for him is that that's 94 out of 159. But I can move along the northern border of Georgia, and, you know, it's just, yeah, it's dominating, 81.
How does it compare to 2020?
I'll show you that next here. Look at that. I mean, that's 86. Now, 2020, in the same counties, I'll go in reverse, all right? 84, still impressive, right? 81.
And what is it now?
82 right now. So this is Fannin County. There's about 14,000 votes in that county alone. 14,000, okay? Now, if you take that and extrapolate over 159 counties, it can certainly add up. So to answer your question, Britt, 4 years ago, Fannin County was 82, and this year he's at 80. Still 25% of the votes still out, so he's got a chance to do a point or two better. But right now, he's not meeting the number that he hit in that rural county 4 years ago.
We're going to make a quick call, and we'll come back to the board and the panel. The Fox News decision desk can now project that Vice President Harris will win the state of New Hampshire. Former President Trump came closer than many expected there, but the vice president did well in cities and suburban areas. There was a time that New Hampshire they thought was closing. Actually, and we saw that Kelly Ayotte wins in the governor's race there, but now we're calling that for Vice President Harris.
She's a former senator for New Hampshire, popular in the state, but not enough to really turn New Hampshire red in this situation. So the Maryland Senate race we have for you next. The Democrat Angela Brooks will defeat former Republican Governor Larry Hogan. He never really was able to move past her. It was obviously a difficult race for the former governor as he tried to become a senator.
So that sticks as far as the U.S. Senate goes. We're still on track. There's a one pickup for Republicans. And again, they're looking to Ohio and West Virginia, maybe a couple of other races, still waiting on Michigan and obviously Pennsylvania about where that goes.
And Montana, which isn't closed yet. Obviously a very hopeful pickup for Republicans with Tim Sheehy.
Back with the panel. Kaylee, what are you looking at? What are you feeling?
So I'm looking at the suburbs, and first I would say the map, and again it's early, but it seems to be breaking more like 2016 than 2020, but we will see. But when you look at the suburbs, the Kamala Harris team was making much of the fact that early on we saw the suburbs of Indianapolis, Donald Trump underperforming. They point to Fayette County in Georgia. But then we get our Fox News voter analysis, and you see in Pennsylvania that Kamala is not hitting the suburban marks that Joe Biden did. You look at Hillsborough County, Florida, that is Tampa. It's almost urban, if you will. And Hillary won by 7. Biden won by 7 at this hour. You have Donald Trump leading by 3 in Hillsborough County. And let me say this is, I think, should be discussed, hasn't been discussed, but it might have bigger implications for the Republican Party moving Florida. And that is the fact that the Republican Party has lost every pro-life ballot initiative post-Dobbs until tonight in Florida, when you see Amendment 4 went down. And the difference was you had a leader, you had a Governor DeSantis, who owned the issue, who talked about the issue, who was out on the airwaves on the issue. And I'm told by some sources familiar with these 10 initiatives happening across the country, they're hopeful in Nebraska. Why? You had Pete Ricketts lean into the issue. So that might be a lesson that's instructive moving forward to the party. You've got to speak on this issue, because hiding from it thus far has not worked.
Let's just say this, Trey, that both of these candidates at this hour still have a path to 270. It is wide open. There's a number of different ways to go. Who would you rather be right now?
I'd probably rather be him because she is underperforming where Biden was in states that are very close. I'm also watching the Senate because what does it profit a person to win the presidency if you don't have the Senate to get your cabinet? Nebraska is interesting to me. Who is he going to caucus with if the independent wins? I don't think he will, but who will he caucus with? Because if Donald Trump wins the presidency, you got to get around Lisa Murkowski and Susan Collins to get your desired cabinet. And if you're Kamala Harris and you win the presidency, you ain't getting your desired cabinet if you have a Republican Senate.
Yep.
I'm going to make a prediction, go out on a little bit of a limb here. I am growing more and more confident as I sit here and listen to everybody, and I am talking to people that know their states as well as anybody. I think the finest numbers, people, finest sources. I don't think it will be very long until you call North Carolina for Donald Trump. I think Georgia will immediately follow thereafter. Then we would be at a point. I also believe Arizona is baked in. Immigration was a big issue out there. That now means that would bring us to a point in this race. If I am right, if I'm wrong, everybody call me out. Hannity was wrong. We'll have T-shirts. I'll sell them on DonaldTrump.com. Okay. But if that's true, that means she would have to sweep the blue wall.
Yep.
And based on the information that we have and the early voting success of the Republicans in both Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, I don't think she can do it.
So with that prediction, we're going to take a quick break. The race to 270 continues. We're about to get our first look at the state of play in the battleground state of Nevada. Our special coverage continues after this.
Because they low confrontational.
Slimmy.
Confrontational
at all.
No, look at this.
Contrary to popular belief, they don't. They
They don't want no confrontation.
Oh my gosh, Slimmy.
But hold on, Anton.
See what they was talking about right quick.
Ohio?
Yes, but that doesn't matter.
No, no.
Without you, Slimmy. They didn't
I
need
know.
them
I'm just trying
buckets.
to get my Slimmy out.
Fuck you, Quentin. Nah, Slimmy, you got to hold that L tonight, bro.
No, I did. I am. I'm gonna hold it.
Quentin is a superstar tonight because Quentin has made the effort and Quentin made sure that he got out and voted.
Look in the back chat.
I made sure you niggas knew I wasn't waiting for 2 hours. Nigga, I waited maybe 15 minutes. Slimmy, dog. I don't even think it wasn't even that hard for. Come on, Slimmy.
Man, I don't know. I guess I wasn't thinking because they said you gotta have your I wouldn't have had an ID. I wouldn't have had the ID that I had with my old address on there is invalid.
Wait, see, this is it. Can y'all look in the
You
back
had to
chat
have one?
so I don't say the wrong thing.
Yeah, you gotta have an ID to vote.
I have so many questions about
Not
this.
in Maryland.
What do you got? Well, okay, so hold on. Well, hold on. We're gonna get there. Kerry. We gotta give Slimmy, we gotta let's go up on Slimmy for a little bit. Because Slimmy.
No, it's regarding this. It's regarding Slimmy.
Yeah, no.
Okay, so go ahead. What's your question, Scary?
You want to know why?
So I can ask anything like this. That's what I said.
Yes, you can say whatever you want.
Slimmy, why don't you have a valid ID?
No, I got CDLs. I got a driver's license and all that. I can't use. This is what it is. At my old voting location, I would have not had the right address on my ID, on my identification.
Slimmy, do you do know that takes?
So it would have taken any. They would have used any ID with the incorrect address on there.
But when you moved, why didn't you change your address? Like you change all of that. You didn't do that.
I didn't re-register to vote when I changed my address.
Why didn't you re-register?
Hold on, does the DMV
But they
not do
ask
that?
you when you fill the thing out.
No, I don't
Like
think
it's
they didn't
on.
ask
All
me.
right, let's see what
They
it.
didn't ask me.
That's
at the,
what I did when I.
No. I just did it today, Carrie. I just did it
Maybe
today.
maybe that's Ohio.
Yeah, it's Ohio.
You just moved.
Sorry.
COVID pandemic, they put in an emergency rule of mailing an absentee ballot to every single registered voter. Even though COVID is now over, they actually made that the law. And one of the problems with that is that their voter registration list is so bad, so filled with people who should no longer be on the list, fake addresses and so forth, that there's a real risk, unfortunately, in Nevada of fraud occurring in a very close election. So Nevada is one of the states I actually worry about.
Well, right now, Newsmax has no reason to, believe that any voter fraud occurred in that, instance here. But the fact that, no tax on tips, policies that help American workers, people there who are working in, Las Vegas, the fact that there is some kind of real policy where Kamala Harris has been talking about just joy and vibes. And tonight, the joy and vibes seem to be over in states that you talked about, like Florida and Texas, where people we are calling it for Donald Trump. Pennsylvania, obviously, still too early to call, but that will be one with 19 electoral votes. Both of them definitely desperately need it.
That is true. And, keep an eye on the fact that, what we're seeing all over the country actually shows the importance of the electoral college, because Trump is winning some of the less populated states in the Midwest, states in the South. Where is Harris winning? The big cities, the big urban areas. And that's why the electoral college is so important, because if it weren't for that, the big cities would choose who our president was, and the rest of the country would be ignored.
That's right. That's why we live in a republic. So you don't have three or, the whole situation where you have two lions and a lamb voting on what's for dinner. Hans von Spakovsky, great to have you.
Yeah, I got a feeling it ain't going to be close either, Jay Scott.
It's a pleasure. Bringing in our next guest right now, author of The Greatest Speeches of Donald J. Trump, 45th President of the United States of America, and he is a presidential historian, Reagan biographer, Craig Shirley, and I believe joining him also, Jeffrey Lord, columnist at The American Spectator. Gentlemen, great to have you with us. Let's talk about what we are in the process of watching history unfold. Donald Trump, a candidate like none other. You said earlier today to me, Craig, that you see a little bit of similarities to 1980. Talk to us about that.
Well, thank you, Bianca, is that there is a bright red line between the two opposing camps. This isn't just a contest between Republicans and liberals, or Republicans and Democrats, or liberals and conservatives. But it is a contest between us versus them. Many elections are either about foreign policy like 1960 or 1968. Some are about economic policy like 1932 and the rise of the Great Deal. This election is about culture. This is about the culture of the elites, the insulated, corrupt elites versus the common sense citizenry. And that's what the election really is about this time around. And in that regard, it reminds me of the elections of 1826 with Jackson versus John Quincy Adams, and 1980, as you mentioned, as you asked me about, with Reagan versus Carter. Reagan represented the common sense citizenry, and Carter had evolved into representing.
What did I tell y'all? Wait a sec. Hold on, time out. What did I tell y'all? Did I or did I not say we're probably going to see a repeat of Reagan versus Carter? Didn't I say the Biden administration is like Carter 2.0 and Trump is more like Reagan? Didn't I say that?
Right, be loud in What you playing?
Niggas be coming over here talking about I don't know what I'm talking about when it comes to politics.
He's talking about the coalition that he's been able to build.
Yeah, it is amazing. I do think that President Reagan began to get this underway and shifted the Republican Party over time from being the so-called party to the party of working Americans, what Franklin Roosevelt once called the forgotten man. But, you know, I've been to my fair share of these rallies, and you talk to people, these are, as it were, working blue-collar Americans. When you look at some of these Trump rallies, or all of them, frankly, and you...
That's fine. This mic like super loud. Anyway, let's get back to it.
That was the difference in 2016 for Trump, 0.2 percentage points, you know, and you see where Obama was. That was not contested. Look at the vote difference now in Wisconsin. Very similar. Blue, but not nearly as extreme. In fact, if you take out the Obama years in 08 and 2012, you find Wisconsin is, I find, guys, this to be the swingiest state you find out there, all right? Back in 2000, when we're looking at Florida, look what happened in Wisconsin. 4 years later, John Kerry, look what happened. You see Donald Trump in 2016, it's just by a nose he was able to win. And then when it went back to Biden in 2020, again, it was super tight, okay? All those races, 4 out of 6 over the past 20 years have been decided by less than a point. And it might well be the case again tonight in the land of cheeseheads. Let's go ahead and clear this right now, okay?
Bill, can
Let's
we
clear
go
that.
to Wisconsin?
Yeah, we sure can.
Because, go ahead.
You want to see how this is shaping up? I mentioned Dane a moment ago, and I also mentioned Milwaukee. Sean Duffy, one of our colleagues, former congressman for the state of Wisconsin, when he ran for Congress, all this area here was blue, okay? And when he went to Washington, it all flipped, it all became red, and it stayed that way. It's been a source of political strength and power for Donald Trump, and we'll see whether or not that remains the case right now. All right, so you know, we're just about the 30% mark in Wisconsin, and Kamala Harris has a slight lead there by about 3 points. This is where it ended, as I showed you out there on the map, right? 20,682 raw votes 4 years ago. So if I were to come to 2024, what am I looking at? I'm looking at Dane.
How about Sauk and Kenosha?
Yeah, Sauk is right here. Sauk is pretty interesting here because, you know, you start to see a little more population growth, and Trump has a lead here. And again, this is Kennedy. He popped up in Michigan. He's going to pop up in Wisconsin all night long. Trump has a lead here. Let's just go ahead and see. You got half of the vote in here in Wisconsin. This is where it finished. I find that interesting.
What about
Don't
Kenosha?
you? Let's find Kenosha down.
So remember, this is the swingiest state. I mean, I spent some time there on
Yeah,
2 recall elections
you
with
agree,
Governor
right?
Scott Walker.
I mean,
I
it's
was-
extraordinary. And we don't think about it that way.
Yeah.
But it's true. Anyway, this is Kenosha, Brett. You asked for it. You got it. You got about half the vote in. Trump's just shy of 58%. Okay. So he's overperforming now in Kenosha as well. I can keep going if you want. So call it out, guys, if you like.
Milwaukee County?
Sorry?
Milwaukee, is that what it's called? Just north
Yeah.
of?
So the WOW counties here, they have been solid Republican forever, you know, but not during the Trump years. They got softer and softer, and they are Wasaki here, just west of Milwaukee, is one of them. Sorry, Waukesha, excuse me. And then you get into Washington, and then you get into over in the lake is Ozaki here. So let's see what we're doing right now. Trump at 53.5. All right, comparison point 2020. Okay, so a little bit under right now in that it's suburban county north of Milwaukee. Let's pop on over here to Washington and see what we're doing. 70% is an impressive percentage, all right? From 4 years ago, what'd he do? So a little bit better right there in Washington County. Then we'll move over here. This is the most populated of the three, Waukesha, just west of Milwaukee, just shy of 60% raw votes, shy of 40,000 from 4 years ago. Okay, all right, so he ended up with 55,000 net. So he either has some space to make up or he's not going to get to the number from 4 years ago. So that's something to watch. The WOW counties there in Milwaukee. My favorite county in all of Wisconsin, maybe my favorite county in the entire map this year, right here. You know what this is, Brett and Martha?
County.
That's Door Door County, okay? And why do we talk about Door County? First of all, you don't want to be there in the winter, okay? Because it's cold and it's frozen. But in the summertime, it's got to be beautiful. Half the vote in. Trump has an edge here. 4 years ago, you see what happened here. Biden won it, all right? Go back to 2024. Let's go statewide. Watch all the map go into play here, okay? This is a flipper county in Wisconsin, all right? The shade of blue is just very slight, okay? So it shows you how close it was. So we'll keep an eye on it because sometimes those are the bellwethers statewide, and we'll see whether that develops there in Wisconsin.
All right.
Thank you, Bill.
Little Wisconsin for you.
Little trip to Wisconsin.
Yeah, sure.
Up to Door County, in the Great Lakes, and obviously this is going to be an area that is going to probably tell the story of this election, that in the Sun Belt, of course. So we're getting close to 10 o'clock, right around the corner. That is when we will get poll closings in Utah, Montana, and Nevada. This is our special coverage, kicks into high gear, and the electoral count continues to load in. 195 for Trump, 117 for Vice President Harris.
I wish my TV provider let me choose what I pay for.
Sling lets you do that.
I wish my TV provider let me choose what I pay for and let me pause my subscription when I want.
Never won anything, and here of the United States. It really was an offense to rank and file Democrats. They're being told that they're voting to defend democracy, but in fact, they had democracy pulled right out from under their feet by their own party leaders.
Yeah.
Not one single press conference either, Kamala Harris.
She didn't do a press conference. She dodged a lot of interviews.
Right.
She never had a moment on the campaign trail. We talked about this earlier. Bill Clinton, I feel your pain kind of moment, never really broke through. She also had a lot of favorable media coverage. And the fact that this race, and Donald Trump is even in a position that he's in right now, considering all those things, I think tells us a lot about Kamala Harris and her lack of ability as a candidate, Betsy.
She is a very poor candidate, and you've heard more and more Democratic professional politicians and strategists admit that over the last 3 days, that Kamala Harris just did not measure up. It was a big mistake to slide her into Joe Biden's position instead of having a very rapid mini primary of sorts.
Yeah, and you know, interesting too, you see a guy like Barack Obama out there on the campaign trail in the last days, pushing hard for Kamala Harris, pushing the very fine people hoax. He knows that's not true. He pushed it anyway, but he waited a long time before he actually got on board with Kamala Harris. He wanted to have an open primary process, and they were all stuck with her. And, you know, the limitations of being able to mount a presidential campaign in this short amount of time with a candidate who's never proven herself, these are the results you get.
It was highly cynical. Let's face it. It was very, very cynical. A slap in the face to Americans, Democrats and Republicans alike, who believe in a fair system.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, protecting democracy here. Well, today Americans are at the ballot box. There are still polls that are open, and 10 p.m., 11 p.m., 12 a.m. Former Lieutenant Governor of New York, Betsy McCoy, now our morning anchor here on N2. We'll be waking up with you as well tomorrow, Betsy. Thanks for joining us this evening.
Thank you.
I saw a video today. Someone took a super clip where it was all the clips of the pundits talking about, oh, they're going to destroy democracy, but they replaced the word democracy with bureaucracy. And it makes a lot more sense when you think of it in those terms. Sorry.
I always love those clips. Currently made that, doing a great job. All right, folks, we are in it now, and we are so glad you are with us.
Shout out to Tolly. He said, I think he just picked up Wyoming.
More polls closing at 10 p.m. Eastern Time. Montana, Nevada, Utah. Those results.
Shout out to Black Dot. He said Donald won Missouri.
Party in West Palm Beach, Florida. Very creative hat. Oh, that's Trump supporter right there.
I'll go for some French fries about right now.
Oh, yeah, that'd be good. All right, we'll see you in just a few moments.
They still ain't called Georgia. They getting on my nerves with this shit. They still ain't called Georgia. They still ain't called Georgia. This is annoying. And he's still leading. It's 80% in and he's still leading. They still ain't called it. Okay, VA, he's getting a little bit more of a lead. He's getting a little bit more of a lead in VA. He's catching up in Pennsylvania. He's catching up in Michigan. He's ahead in Wisconsin. He's catching up in Iowa. Just Knees Mop said NC and GA called it for Trump on AP, on another AP. Stop playing. Stop playing. Stop playing. Stop playing. Did they call it? Did they call it? Did they call it?
Vote for America historic night. Polls are closing 10 o'clock.
Oh, that's right. Hold on. Let me get off.
And look here, it is Montana, it is Nevada, and Utah. 16 electoral votes.
Hold on. Get my ass over here. Shit. God damn it. Man, I'm thinking about going to another fucking, because it keeps cutting off. Yep, hold on, y'all. Let me bring this up. I'm not going to stay there with him. What the fuck? Come on, man. What the fuck is we doing? I'm having problems with this. Why is this acting so crazy right now?
Are at 10:01 in the evening. Republicans now have 48 seats, including the West Virginia seat, which is a flip. Majority obviously would be 51. 38 seats on the Democratic side as we wait for a number of very consequential Senate races to come in here this evening.
Well, welcome to the panel, Laura Ingraham. Sean Hannity is still here. Jesse Waters. Jesse, what are you thinking?
Well, if this was a cannonball contest, Trump would be winning by a lot because of the huge splash in Florida. I mean, he beat Biden by 3, and now is at almost 14 over Harris. That's a big statement right out of the gate. She has not had a big statement so far tonight. The other big splash, Virginia. Now, we don't know how Virginia is going to shake out, but Biden won Virginia by 10, and now it's tied. Obviously, it's too close to call, but right now she's playing defense. The Trump team is very confident that Georgia and North Carolina are going to go their way, and Harris is going to have to play defense in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. You're hearing Trump doubling his black support in Wisconsin, ahead with young voters in Michigan, and in Pennsylvania winning independents. And they say the math doesn't work in Philadelphia County. So who knows what's going to happen? Still too early to call, but we definitely think the Trump team has momentum.
Laura, Virginia, you were talking about earlier. We'll put up the big board about Virginia and show that race. There you see the 50% to 48.3, 61% in. Too soon to call.
Well, this is wild. Remember, Trump didn't come anywhere near these numbers in 2016 or 2020. The Loudoun County numbers that we were talking about earlier are really something to watch. Trump is outperforming by 8 points in Loudoun County. It was a blowout in 2020. Big issue with education there. The other thing to look at, and Glenn Youngkin, I've been in touch with him. He said, buckle up, Virginia is going to be very tight. Then go down to Miami-Dade, where we haven't seen a Republican take that county in Florida since 1988. Donald Trump is doing something tonight. The New York Times is noticing he's up at 287 electoral votes projected. Obviously, anything can happen, with a 72% chance of winning. Watch out for slowing vote reporting down in the blue wall states. It happened last time in 2020. And if by midnight, it looks like Trump has a good chance to win and things start slowing down with reporting, I think you can't really blame people for being a little bit concerned about the way we do reporting in elections.
Yeah.
I have more of a question actually for Laura, if that's okay, if it's permitted. On Loudoun
Yes,
County,
always, yes.
in Loudoun County, can you talk to what is the issue? Is it the economy or is it the cultural issues?
yeah.
We've been having a little debate.
I think that the cultural issues cut through the new immigrant population in Loudoun County. There's an enormous influx of Indian immigrants, Hispanic immigrants, and Muslim immigrants in Loudoun County. And if you talk to them, and some reporting has been done on this, a couple of issues of the gender curriculum, some of the trans issues, but also in general, just this idea that the new immigrants coming to this country want to be able to start small businesses and make a decent living.
And
I think both issues are really hitting hard tonight.
And Loudoun County is the kind of place where you'd think it might be fertile ground for Democrats almost in perpetuity because of where it is. It's in the exurbs of Washington, but it is very close to that huge number of people who work in the Dulles Technology Corridor. And that looks like the kind of place, young, tech-savvy people who would be prone generally to vote Democrat. And the fact that it's seems to be going the way it is tonight is I think,
a lot of
quite
credit
telling.
to Glenn Youngkin and obviously Donald Trump for the way that state was handled. They were smart to go there late in the game.
It's interesting to look at Virginia, and sometimes these things sort of take hold over a period of time, right? So Glenn Youngkin won his very close race, all about education, really, against Terry McAuliffe and parents' rights. But then in the midterms, Virginia did not get the seats that they wanted to get, and Youngkin was sort of trying to get them over that edge. So if this does, and we're, can't call it obviously yet, if it turns into a win for Trump tonight, it will be a very big
or even
sign.
close, Martha.
And we have not called North Carolina.
We have not called it yet,
but
nor Georgia.
I'm sure there are good reasons for that, but others have.
I understand. Harold,
do we know what's outstanding in
let's
Virginia?
just talk to Bill Hemmer because he's at the wall.
Yeah, I can do that for you. Don't mind me. This is Roanoke County. Why do I have that on the screen? That's Salem, Virginia. That's where Trump went for the rally the other day with Glenn Youngkin. Okay, so as you guys were talking here, all right, so this is part of our Fox Insights. Anytime we see an outline here, we go in Loudoun County. We've mentioned this, right? Now, this is a 16-point advantage for Kamala Harris. You've almost got all the estimated vote in right now, and Trump's doing 3.4 points better now with 98% of the vote reporting than he did in 2020. So that's pretty interesting. The other thing I would point out while I'm here is Fairfax County. All right, so you're almost at 2/3 of the vote in. This is where all the people are, right? Number one out of 133. Biden was an easy winner at 70% of the vote. So right now, across from Washington, D.C., she's underperforming in the most populated county in the entire state. Do you have something else there?
Do you have a question?
Gotcha. Okay, Carolina. Go ahead, guys.
So the Virginia, is that the biggest county, Fairfax County? Is there another big county out? Because the campaigns are saying they've got big votes still out in Virginia. They still believe that they...
I tell you what I'll do, Harold. I'll cheat for a second here and go back to Virginia. It seems as if Kamala Harris is doing better in the southeastern part than was expected, okay? So There's still some vote out there, some still vote coming in, and we'll see whether or not that holds up. Let me zip on down to Carolina. And Britt, I think you said some folks had called Carolina already. We've got about 70% of the vote in, and we've got Trump up,
4 points. 4 points.
yeah,
right?
almost 185,000 raw votes. And I don't know what's going on here. Why don't we just poke around some of the bigger counties? Okay, this is Wake, this is Raleigh. You got to look there. 3/4 of the vote in. She's got a firm lead down here in Mecklenburg and Charlotte. A firm lead yet again, but there's 80% of the estimated votes still yet to be tallied. So maybe that's the reason why we cannot call it. This is a flipper down here. This is New Hanover. You find Wilmington along the Atlantic shore. You've only got 5% of the vote in down there. This is one of those areas of the country that's turning more blue. You got a lot of transplants from the Northeast moving down into Wilmington. You also got a lot of folks from the Northeast going into places like Brunswick County. Brunswick County is deep in the red. Donald Trump's going to win here tonight by 66% upwards of the vote down there. Got a lot of folks from New Jersey and New York and Pennsylvania. They're moving down to places like Brunswick County because they love the weather, they love the beaches, and it's not as expensive as Florida. And they've seen an awful lot of growth in this part of the state. So here's where we are. Too soon to call, but Donald Trump right now up by almost 5 points in Carolina. Go for it, Martha.
Let's take a look at Pennsylvania, which is tightening up considerably, and in the presidential race and in the Senate race. Show us what's going on there.
You're exactly right about that. Okay, so there's about half of the vote being counted. You remember that chart I showed you a moment ago? The chart I showed you a moment ago? They count the mail-in vote first in Pennsylvania. It tends to be more Democratic. As we saw in 2020, we're seeing that again in 2024. All right, you got about a 1.4 margin there. Raw votes just shy of 50,000. So let's go for a spin, shall we? Philadelphia, let's start there. It is number one. Come on, let's go here. All right, here we go. This is the kind of margin you expect to get in Philadelphia. You got 8 or 9 out of 10 voters are Democratic, right? So Joe Biden was well over 80%. It's interesting, right? So she's just a tick below that right now. Does Philadelphia vote the way that Milwaukee votes? Right? We saw that difference in Milwaukee a short time ago. Is Philadelphia going to vote differently than Wayne County and Detroit? We're waiting to get that in as well. These are the collar counties. They're heavily blue. I would expect them to change somewhat, but we'll see as we go through the night. Just to check the bellwether here. This is Northampton. That's about as close as you get, guys. Difference of 300 votes, 303. Biden barely won it by 1,200 just 4 years ago. So that's where we are at the moment.
What about Pittsburgh?
Back on over to you, Allegheny County. Let's see where we are. A lot of the vote came in from Pittsburgh early on.
71, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So you're 71 coming. That's right. And she's at 61%. Both you guys watch it, right? How many rallies did Trump have there? How many times did Kamala Harris go to the west side of Pennsylvania? This is a place I want to check out. I haven't done it yet. Let's find out together. This is Butler County. All right, where were you on July 13th? Here we go. You got 94% coming in, just shy of 66%. So how did Trump do in a rural county like Butler 4 years ago, before the assassination attempt, right? This past year, it was almost around the same number, okay? Up 36,000 to finish it 4 years ago. Right now, he's up 34,000 in Butler, PA.
Let me bring our prime folks in. Laura, what are you looking at?
Well, I just think it's interesting to look at these states that we kind of had looked past in our analysis. We're always focused on the blue wall states, obviously so important, but signs that Trump might be outperforming in ways that we hadn't expected, bubbling up in places like New Mexico, where it's only 23% of the vote in, mind you, tons of votes outstanding, but he looks like he's outperforming there. He's up now 6 points with that small turnout. Again, the New York Times gives him a 79% chance of winning this election at this point, with leaning North Carolina, leaning Republican in Georgia. If those trends continue, it's all those 3 states where it's neck and neck. Right now, it's neck and neck in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. So I hope they can model themselves in the future on what Florida has done so brilliantly with Ron DeSantis. 96% of the vote in, and it's handled beautifully with absentee, mail-in vote. I mean, they just seem to do it in Florida. Why can't we do it in these other states?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great
crazy.
question. I mean, most of us grew up with, you voted in the morning.
Same day.
Parents voted in the morning, and then you went home and got the answer that night. We've
All
gone
of
from
us.
96 million voters when Fox News started to 160 probably million tonight, somewhere in that neighborhood.
And by the way,
Sean.
all of them watched Brett's interview with Kamala. I don't think
Absolutely.
nobody missed that.
So how much has voting changed, I guess, is what I'm getting at here, Sean, because we have this enormous early vote of 83 million.
It's so interesting you asked that question because everything's kind of flipped. Republicans went in today with a lead that had never happened before. And it put the Democrats in a position mathematically where they had to accomplish something they'd never accomplished before, and that is to get same-day voters at numbers that they've never gotten before. And this is where we now find it. If I am correct in my belief, and my sources are right, and North Carolina, I'm almost 100% certain will be Donald Trump's. And Georgia, I believe, Harold and I have been going back and forth on this, will go to Donald Trump. Now, Arizona has been trending very strong towards Donald Trump. I don't know how long it'll take them to count the votes out there. That is frustrating, to Laura's point. I
Well,
think.
to that point, Maricopa said because of the length of the ballot that they were going to, it may take days.
Pages of referendums.
Okay.
Yeah.
There were 2 pages in Florida, and they called it within an hour and a half.
I know.
So,
It's
and that was it
ridiculous,
even an hour and a half?
Yeah, I'm just saying what they said.
So, all right, if we want to play out a few scenarios, if that turns out to be right, or Harold's going to wear Sean Hannity's wrong T-shirt, if I'm right and North Carolina and Georgia go to Donald Trump, and I am confident based on the information, Dave McCormick's numbers guy just wrote me. Dave McCormick running for Senate in Pennsylvania.
Against Bob Casey, the
Against
incumbent.
Bob Casey, the incumbent, who's been running ads tying himself to Donald Trump in Pennsylvania, which I think is very telling. He's confident Donald Trump is going to win Pennsylvania tonight. And what the Trump team has been telling me, where they were up by 1.1 million, we went over these numbers earlier. Back 4 years ago, they were only up 400,000 going into today's voting, day of voting. In Wisconsin, you have a similar situation, a 40% difference, a 40% shortfall. So I'm looking at the big board and I'm watching the ever brilliant Bill Hemmer, and they needed numbers in Milwaukee that every source I know in Wisconsin is telling me they did not get today. And we're now at a situation where for Kamala Harris to have any opportunity to win, she's going to have to sweep that blue wall, those blue wall states. I don't see it. Do you see it?
I don't see it either. And if you look at Philadelphia, for instance, everybody was bragging this morning about how well turnout was in Philly. But if you look at Philly, South Philly is Italian. That's Pat's, Geno's. They love Trump down there. Big Eagles territory, big Flyers. And then you go to the Northeast, that's Irish Catholic. Maybe Sean Hannity knows a few people up there. So they came out big for Donald Trump, and that might have been an explanation for those numbers to pop. But if you look at Pennsylvania broadly, they banked so much of the early vote, which they'd never done before. They don't think Kamala has enough right now in Philly and Pittsburgh to just overcome Trump's red county substantive lead.
Let me just put the caveat in there. Britt, we sat on an election desk in 2016, and there was a betting odds that you were quoting that had Hillary Clinton winning 90% chance that she was going to
That's where the
win.
evening began.
And then it started going down, and we started doing the what if scenario, and her pathway started to narrow. It is flipped, to Sean's point, that the early vote gave Republicans an early boost.
Right.
And the question is what the day of vote's going to show.
Well,
is her path narrowing as we get more into the night?
I think she started out with a narrower path. You know, we could figure out more ways that Trump could win. She had a narrower path. And the betting odds, by the way, are now up to 83% for Trump. And started at 58%. And it's climbed all through the evening to 69.
I think you should have a green eyeshade.
Anyway, and there are other models are now predicting him well in excess
Stock
of
market
70%.
futures are also trading higher as well.
I do think, just to go back to this Milwaukee point that we were talking about during the break, I mean, they are rerunning 30,000 absentee votes in Milwaukee tonight because they couldn't, there was a problem with the processing. 31,000 absentee ballots after the election observer brought to the officials' attention that doors covering on and off switches on the devices, I guess some of them weren't tallying and they were worried about it. So just for integrity purposes, they're rerunning all those ballots. So we might not hear the full and final counting from Milwaukee until tomorrow.
AP Votecast has Trump winning 23% of black men.
That's staggering.
Nationwide. I'm sorry to hear what you said.
Staggering.
Where's that from?
AP Votecast.
And that has to
That's
be a
consistent with our
complete
stuff.
defeat for the mainstream media, who's just destroyed Donald Trump as a racist for all these years. And if you double the support with black people, and then you go up double digits with your support with Hispanics at the same time, and then run up the numbers with Jewish Americans here in the Northeast, that's a complete rejection of everything that they've been telling us about Donald Trump, and would explain why he's very competitive in the popular
And
vote.
the news cycle for how long went on and on about the Seltzer poll in Iowa. Trump, it looks like he's going to win Iowa by 8 to 10 percentage points. Well, Seltzer. I don't remember what that was called, but it was like he was going to lose Iowa. I mean, it made no sense.
Let's go back to Pennsylvania really quick. I know you're in Wisconsin, but can we just go to Pennsylvania?
I sure can.
And this is
I want to come back to this. It's a fascinating story. It's happening in Wisconsin. Okay, so go ahead, Brett, with your question in Pennsylvania.
Lackawanna County. This is
Lackawanna County. You got it. Let me come back to current day. Right, it's 2024, isn't it, guys?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I do believe. Okay, so I'm kidding. So this is Lackawanna. This is Scranton. Okay, so she's got an edge. Go ahead. She's got an edge of 51%.
The 2020 vote for that.
Okay, I'm going to do something here, and there's going to see a slide come out. All right, so you guys got to remember these numbers, all right? Versus 2020, here is Biden's number. So she's about, you do the math, 2.5 points below what Biden did, but she's winning the county too, and that's Scranton. Can I just show you guys something that I think we need to pay attention to? This is Wisconsin. All right, so you got your Fox Insights going here, okay? We talked about Dane, we talked about Milwaukee. What about Green Bay? That's Brown County, all right? Right now, with 46% of the vote reporting, in Brown County, which is Green Bay, Trump's up 3.6 points at this time in the night, okay? Take this off. We'll move down here to Outagamie, all right? He's up 1.8 points higher than he was 4 years ago. Take that off. This is Winnebago, right? Trump is up 1.3 points at this point in the vote, higher than he was 4 years ago. And, you know, when you're analyzing the state going into this election, those are three of the counties you're looking at where he's trying to like drive the numbers up, and he's able to do that. And so this is where we sit, you know, 0.5 point. And not for nothing, guys, but sorry, come on back here. Not for nothing. But Robert Kennedy has racked up 8,000 votes in Wisconsin. And 2020 in Wisconsin, we'll get it here. Yeah, I got you. 20,682.
Wow.
Maybe it matters, guys, or maybe it doesn't, but it's just something to point out right now. When we come back, I'll take you to Michigan. Some things happening there as well. Fascinating, too. Back on over there.
That's something to keep an eye on.
The 31,000 votes you talked about, Laura, you think they're going to count in the morning, and that's in Milwaukee, right? Which
They're
is heavily
reprocessing them. They've begun to reprocess them, but there's no indication as to when that's going to finish.
Because they had problems with the machine.
There was a problem with this on-off switching device on the machine or something. It's hard to understand
Laura,
what it
can I
actually
ask you a question? You just gave me the latest numbers. I've been looking at the betting odd numbers that Brett was talking about. They have moved massively now
90%.
to Donald Trump. New York Times has it massively to Donald Trump.
71%.
To a point that
The
Jesse,
needle.
yeah,
No,
the
the needle.
needle, right.
Yeah.
So we're really sitting here, and I think we got to take pause. There is a very strong possibility he will be elected the 47th president of the United States if these numbers, if these predictions end up being true. I don't want to get over our skis. We want to be careful. We want to be prudent. We're all looking at our sources. I'm listening very closely to everything Harold has to say and what he's offering. But if that is true, after all that they have thrown at this man, after all that they have done to this man, and with all the media that wouldn't even vet her and her radical positions, the only person in the media that challenged her in any reasonably tough way is sitting right here at this table. And that was you, Brett. And to think she never had to answer why she doesn't think we should say radical Islamic terrorism, why she wasn't asked about supporting a bail fund, 574 riots in the summer of 2024, or co-sponsoring the Green New Deal, or saying no private health insurance, Medicare for all, or sex change operations for, illegal immigrants. What will this say, Britt, about legacy media in America? It's dead.
Well, it's the decline of its influence has been evident for years. This is further proof of it. And in some respects, I think that the behavior of the legacy media backfired against the candidate they were supporting because it was so over the top. Same with the prosecutions. The same thing happened.
You think it all contributed to?
Oh, I do.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
I'm just punching up through Iowa. Everybody was talking about the poll, right? The Des Moines Register, I mean, another chip, right?
A poll that will not be named.
Right. That's correct. Until we get a little of the backsheesh, right? 40%, and you got a 7-point lead for Trump. Okay, so I don't know what they were seeing in the poll. I mean, they're obviously seeing something out there in Iowa, but this is Trump pulling away.
Let me as you bounce around.
Yeah, all good. This is Ohio, guys. Okay, 8 points in 2016, 8 points in 2020. 80% of the estimated vote is in. He's up more than 12 points in the Buckeye State.
Dana, even if we're not there yet. We're not calling these states. We're going to wait and see how this raw vote total goes. But you'd rather be him. The path is getting clearer for him right now. To Sean's point, even that he's here at this moment, from January 7th, 2021 until now, is probably the biggest political phoenix from the ashes that we have ever seen in the history of politics.
In the days after January 6th, I remember sitting, I think, with you, Brett, and I said, this guy, Trump, he's radioactive. Republicans have turned against him. They want rid of him. They want him. He's an obstacle. He's a problem. And I thought, no, I didn't think a political comeback by him was possible.
I would say.
And yet here we are. He's the toughest son of a gun I've ever seen.
Yeah, that's for
ever.
sure, right?
I mean, all he's had thrown at him. I mean, I'd be in an insane asylum.
See, I think there's an interesting rhetorical trick you can always play with these things. When Sean says, think of all the things that they have done to him. And in spite of that, he puts together this probably the most racially diverse political coalition we've seen in generations. But you could also say it is because of what they did to him. And turn that around. It's not just in spite of it. Like, yes, he's a tough guy and he's
that's a great point.
Energetic, but it could be because of
overdone.
Well, and also,
overkill.
I think we shouldn't underestimate the importance of policy in all of this.
Absolutely.
Like, the Trump agenda in 2019 delivered some of the most stunning economic gains to blue-collar workers, the people that we came from, that we had seen in 25 years or maybe even longer. So from the border to the economy to foreign policy and peace, that resonated with young people, with men, with this new demographic coalition. And I think it's not just the greatest political comeback of all time. If these trends continue, a big if, but if, it will be the greatest comeback, I believe, in history, because this man was counted out and called every name in the book. They want to put him in jail tonight. If they could, they would put him in jail.
And I hate to get ahead of ourselves, but if he does win and the numbers hold up, and the popular vote is what it is, he would have a mandate. He would have a diverse winning coalition that he would then be able to govern with.
The House, he got both the House and the Senate.
He would probably have the Senate. Maybe he doesn't have the House, but that mandate would have to be respected. So it would be up to Democrats and the media to determine how's their posture going to be towards a seemingly very popular president who's had the greatest upset victory, followed by the most controversial election, followed by the greatest comeback victory we've ever seen.
So we shall see.
Yes, we may have this conversation several hours from now.
But listen, the primes. I call you the primes now. Seven, 8, and 9.
What am I?
The Avengers.
A cut of prime, you know.
Exactly.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. You guys, great coverage.
Have fun.
Fantastic to be together.
I don't think so.
Thank you so much, guys.
That was great.
Have fun
It was great.
The vote count is underway. More results coming in. We're tracking it all as Fox News Democracy 24 marches on.
Oh man, that was good. Oops, I ain't mean to do that. Just got me a package here. I gotta look at this package. Let me get this back up. I think they said nationally. Oh, 25%.
We are back, and Jackie Heinrich is standing by at the Harris campaign headquarters, where there is a lot of votes still to come in tonight. What's the mood over there at this point, though, Jackie?
You know, Martha, every once in a while we get this glaring reminder that just over 3 months ago, this was Joe Biden's campaign. Every time we want to get any information from campaign officials, we have to text someone in Wilmington. There aren't any campaign staffers walking around, and that means that often we can't get answers to simple things like how many people are in this crowd, who's in this crowd, what is their connection to the vice president, which groups were invited. We've posed these questions to the campaign and not been able to get any answers. And I've also spoken to some sources close to Harris who are at watch parties nearby in the city. Friends, family, and donors had receptions at 2 big hotels in the area. They're now making their way over here. They'll be hanging out in a basement somewhere inside the building. But even they don't have confirmation that the vice president is going to come here tonight. We don't have any program for the speakers. And right now they've just been piping in CNN behind me. So we are waiting for anything substantive. The updates that we do get are over email from senior officials that are giving us sort of broad strokes as they're watching data come in. Right now, generally, they're feeling happy about long lines at college precincts in North Carolina and Michigan, saying that that should be helping them with young voter turnout, guys.
All right.
But Jackie, let me just ask you. I mean, my chain with the Democrats kind of went dark too. When's the last time you got an update?
Thank you so very much. Well, they're responding to us, but what we ask, the answers we get are like, well, let me check on that. Literally, I asked how many people are in this crowd, what's their connection to the vice president, and that was an hour and a half ago. The person responded, let me check, working on it. I checked back, still working on it. How do you not have that answer? This is the Harris campaign, but they are in Wilmington. So it's just sort of a glaring reminder every once in a while that this apparatus was really thrown together in just over 3 months, guys.
Jackie Heinrich at the Harris campaign headquarters in D.C. Jackie, thanks.
Let's go to Wisconsin and check back in with Mike Tobin, because we want to get an update, Mike, on what is going on with these machines. Has the voting stopped as they try to troubleshoot on this equipment, and what does it all mean?
Well, the counting hasn't stopped. What they did is they put out an all call for city employees. So they've got firefighters, they got healthcare workers, IT workers here trying to move this count along. They have to verify all of the metadata, if you will, on the top of the ballots before they can run them through these machines again. Now, here's the problem. We zoom in over my shoulder. I want to show you how these voting tabulators are working, or how the machines themselves ran into a problem. If you look at the back of that machine, there's a red sticker on the back of that machine. That effectively acts as the seal to prove that it hasn't been broken. But there's also a locking mechanism on the back of those machines. Now, those machines operated until the afternoon, and no one noticed that the stickers were in place, but the locking mechanisms hadn't been engaged. A Republican observer noticed that, raised the red flag, brought it with the city officials. The city officials say they believe that the integrity of the vote was never compromised, but out of an abundance of caution, some 31,000 ballots had to go back to the starting point, start all over again. We've got 107,000 ballots out here. The last report, some 43,000 ballots had been through the process. We expected to get some final numbers from the city of Milwaukee around 1 or 2 a.m. The city can't speculate when we'll get the final numbers now. We just know that it's going to be later. The city is trying to pass this off as an abundance of caution, but you've had some Republican leaders out here, like Senator Ron Johnson, who said that this is simply unacceptable. They had a long time to preserve the integrity of this, to make sure that these machines were locked, a simple step in the process. They're not happy with it. We heard from the RNC chairs, Laura Trump, Michael Whatley, saying this is an unacceptable example of incompetence. So they're trying to get this thing done. They're hoping this doesn't really stretch into tomorrow, but they are anticipating that the vote will now continue into the early mornings, the early hours of Wednesday. Guys, back to you.
Just to be clear, Mike, they're saying that they're going to keep counting. Like Pennsylvania has said, they're going to keep going. They're not going to stop and go home and take a break and
Correct. They intend to keep counting, and you've got 107,000 ballots here, and 31,000 of those are the ones that have to go back through the process. So it's delaying the process. It's not tanking the process. And the city officials, again, want to insist that the integrity of the process was not compromised. They just want to be extra cautious.
Okay, Mike Tobin in Milwaukee. Mike, thanks.
So let's bring our panel back in, and we have some new people joining us at this hour. We're Britt Hume, Dana Perino, and Harold Ford Jr. are all still here. Kellyanne Conway has come back to join us, and Mark Penn and Charlie Hurt. Welcome to Mark and Charlie. Great to have you guys here. Mark, let me start with you. What's your read on this evening? And we're looking at North Carolina and Georgia and Virginia very closely right now.
Well, my read is that this is a real tug of war election. And all we're saying right now is the Trump forces seem to be pulling that rope just a little bit more. What you see is that he's doing a little bit better with minority voters. This suburban wave for Harris did not materialize, and Trump is doing very well in the rural areas. So there's just infinitesimal change. Whoever wins, we're going to have a very divided country. The polls were right. We will be divided between the elites and the working class and what they think the direction of America is. But right now in that tug of war, Trump's forces seem to be pulling a little stronger.
And the elites appear to be on, at least the way it's shaping up tonight, on the blue side, and the working class is on the red side. This is not, this is a development that has happened in the Trump years.
I asked you 3 nights in a row, who do you want to be? Right now at 10:36 p.m., who do you want to be?
Well, right now, I want to be Donald Trump, because these votes are coming in. You take a look at Philadelphia. Philadelphia, he had 12%. Then he had 18%, the same as he had last time. Now he's got 21%. He's got 3 points better than he had last time. That's what he needs to pull Pennsylvania.
Mark, she still has a path, but it relies entirely at this stage, I think, on winning the 3 big blue wall states. What do you think her chances are?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think her chances are diminishing the more this vote is coming.
So, give me a second, man.
I think this race now is going to be down to those 3 blue wall states. I think he's got, let's call it a 55% chance of winning 1 or more of those states.
I'm listening to you.
We've got more information, I think, on Pennsylvania than the others. I think that
I'm just trying to see black men
more in his
black people,
direction.
period.
The more these votes are being counted.
I just have one more question for you in this round, Mark, and then we'll get to more, I'm sure. You
I'm glad all you guys
questioned
came.
the strategy that had led to inflation in the Biden administration. You thought they should have addressed it much sooner. You also questioned whether or not he should be the candidate and whether or not that kind of switch up should have happened sooner. What do you think tonight about those issues?
Look, I think Harris will have run a very credible race. She is getting the Democratic constituency, probably doing better than Biden would have done, because Biden was really collapsing. She is getting the Democratic constituency. This is awfully close no matter who wins. Whoever is president is going to have to address all of America. But I think she ran a good race, or almost an excellent race, but it may just fall in.
It's a good point, because we're comparing Biden to 2020 numbers when he won, but the numbers where he was when she took over were not those numbers.
Disaster.
Yeah.
We have a call to make. The Fox News decision desk can now project that former President Trump will win the state of Iowa. Trump is performing well in rural areas, which helped deliver victories to former President Trump in 2016 and 2020. This obviously comes in the wake of a lot of focus on a poll that shall not be named.
No, let's do it.
Oh, name it? The Des Moines Register poll. I think we've talked about it 7 times tonight, but anyway, it got a lot of attention.
Ridiculous.
It was a attention-getting poll, and it was being forecast to be what the Midwest may look like, maybe because of a gender gap or whatever she was seeing in her poll, Ann Seltzer. We are now calling Iowa for the former president.
Yeah, I mean, it was, described as a bit of a jolt when it came across. I think all of us, when we saw that, Ann Seltzer, because she has an excellent reputation. She's called a lot of things well. In fact, she called the Trump lead in 2016 in her polling, and everyone thought she was crazy. She had him like +6 or something like that.
Well, she also
back
had
then.
him winning the caucus, and Ted Cruz beat him. And
Yes, so she has a good reputation, but this one appears to be a blip on her screen because clearly Iowa is in the Trump column tonight.
Harold, thoughts about what's developing?
So you think about what everyone is saying. This blue wall, there are 44 electoral votes there in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. If she loses Virginia, Nevada is 6. That gives her 50. If she wins Virginia, that gives her 57. She has a very narrow path, as Mark is saying. I think as you look back, and this is a big if here, we talked about it, I think in the last segment, we talked a little bit about the policy here, Laura did. And if she looks back, I think 3 things, and you said one of them, Kellyanne, should you have chosen Shapiro? If where we're going is where we look like we're going to go. Should you have countered on the transgender issue more quickly and more effectively? And then the border and the economy. Should she have distanced herself from Biden? Now, look, we're still a little early in the evening. I agree with Mark. It's still a little pull one way. But if you're sitting there tonight, you want to be on that campaign tonight if you want to win the campaign. So she's got to run the tables here over the next hour or two, over the next day or so, if we're hearing correctly about Wisconsin. But it does not look as promising as it did a few hours ago.
Let's head back to Bill real quick. Bill, can we dip into Virginia, the Commonwealth?
Yeah. Say it again, Brett. Sorry about that.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Go ahead. Do what you're going to do. We'll get to Virginia.
Okay, gotcha.
Eventually.
I'll give you a little run up the Atlantic coast here, okay? This is Georgia. Too soon to call. You ask yourself, why can't you call it? There's still some vote out there. The question is, where is the vote and what's going to come in? Trump's up 3.2 points statewide. So you come in here to the greater Atlanta area, and this is Fulton. Our Fox Insights tell us, okay, this is different. It's just changed from a moment ago, all right? At this point in the night, with 82% of the vote reporting, in Fulton County, the largest of 159, Trump's up 0.6 points from where he was 4 years ago. All right, I'll clear that. Let's come back out statewide. This is Cobb County. We talked about that earlier. Okay, at this point in the night, our Fox Insights tell us that Harris is up 1.3 points better than where Biden was at this point from 4 years ago. We'll clear that. We'll also go to Douglas 2 here, okay? At this point, this is all greater Atlanta, a lot of population throughout the area. At this point, 90% reporting here in Douglas County, Harris is doing 2.9 points better than what Biden did 4 years ago. So there's still vote out there, too. And I mentioned Chatham County about 2 hours ago. That's Savannah. They counted slow 4 years ago. They're counting slow yet again. But you get a lot of Democratic votes out of Chatham down here on the Atlantic coast. A lot of folks live there, too, 5 out of 159. So we'll see how that shakes out. Okay, let's run up the coast here and let you know what we're seeing here in North Carolina. Then I'll hit Virginia. Then I'll hit Pennsylvania. All right. Trump up 2.5 in North Carolina. Why can't we call it? I was looking at Mecklenburg County with Charlotte. Okay, so they've had a lot of votes come in since the last time I checked. There's a lot of outstanding votes. You have to ask yourself, where are the votes, right? If they're in the most populated places, you can't make a call. But now you're getting a lot more from Charlotte. This is Wake County, Raleigh. It's number 1. Still about 20% of the vote out there, okay? Comfortable lead for Harris. We expected that, but let me just check 2020 and go ahead and use the slide again. Okay, so she's performing 0.5 point better than Joe Biden finished from 4 years ago. So we're keeping track of that. You went to Virginia. I'm getting there, guys. Hang on 1 second here. Just got to move the meter, and we'll see what's happening here in the Commonwealth.
All right, so while you're checking that, Charlie Hurt's from Virginia.
Yeah. Tight squeeze.
So what are you looking at, Charlie?
Tight squeeze, Virginia.
What are you looking at?
So it's kind of interesting, actually, that this is so close, especially if you looked at the early numbers across the state. It was fairly extraordinary with the early vote, both early mail-in vote and then early in-person vote. All of the big D-plus counties in the state were significantly down from 4 years ago, including the big counties like Fairfax, Richmond, and then all of the R-plus counties were significantly higher this time than they were 4 years ago. And so if you had just looked at those early numbers and then look at this, it's actually not that surprising that it's this close, even though Virginia is, for all intents and purposes, a blue state now and has been since George W. Bush. or since Obama anyway. But it is, I think that Governor Youngkin, who said, watch out, it's going to be tight here, is probably looking at those same numbers and realizes that this thing might actually be the surprise of the night.
Yeah, a lot of people drifted to Northern Virginia, suburbanites. There's not a great Trump vote in that near DC, counties, Kellyanne, and that's what we're looking at here is where that vote is outstanding and whether it changes the dynamic.
No question. And Glenn Youngkin has been a great partner to Donald Trump this whole time on the campaign trail. He told me personally when I asked him, do you think it's really competitive a couple months ago? He said, I think you're going to force Biden-Harris, now Harris, to spend some time and money there. And that's happened. But it was ground zero for the parents' rights movement, the school stuff in 2021. I wanted to say something. Kamala Harris's team was smart and strategic to go for the 3 states in the blue wall. Since they've gone Democrat from 1992 to 2020, 28 straight years with the exception of 2016, they went for Trump. They've always voted as a bloc, but they also ran out of choices. I would have thought she'd do better in those more racially diverse Sunbelt states like Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, and even North Carolina. She's in the very white states trying to become president of the United States. Here's the problem I see for the Harris and the Democrats right now. Demography is not destiny. That's what I think of this electorate. We think we're only going to get women by talking about abortion. We're going to get Hispanics if we talk about immigration. That's how Trump is getting them. We're going to get African Americans if we talk about this. Whose big idea was it to over-prosecute Donald Trump with all these cases? You think a lot of black men in this country didn't stand up and say, I think the system has been against me. I think that's unfair, to say nothing of the fact that they want economic upward mobility like everyone else. They're school choice voters. They think that people coming over the border are taking their jobs. And you got Barack Obama telling them, you're not right. Stop telling us who we are, what we think, how to eat, how to vote. This is the election where people are turning on its head. Last point, young voters. I think Harris is going to underperform Joe Biden nationwide on young voters. There too. Let's get rid of the old guy and put in the 60-year-old woman and then call Donald Trump old. That's how we'll get young people. It's not how you get young people. You get young people if they think they can afford a house before they're 52 under your policies. You get young people if they think they want to be president of their own small business, not president of this country one day, and they can survive and thrive doing that. So this whole demography thing that we should vote according to our gender, our race, our age, this is the election where I think that hit a wall.
Can I ask a quick question just to Mark and Kelly? If things hold right now in where we are, who does she only have to win the blue wall, just for the sake of the audience, to win this? So if everything happens, she wins Arizona, he wins Nevada, he wins Georgia, North Carolina. If she wins Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, does she win?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So the blue wall remains what we have.
She has one big path. Yeah, he's got two paths, but you got to get one of them.
Is that true, Bill?
Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah.
Because it gets her to 270 with the 3.
Yeah, right. with the 3 plus Nebraska too. I think it's too early to start filling this thing in here. I want to start just yet, but I don't know. We're kind of warming up the fryer, or whatever you say when you get.
But just show how it happens. Just show the 3.
Yeah, for her it would be Nebraska 2. No. Well, we got to go a long way. So just it's going to take me a while to get there. Okay, so she would have to win all the usual states here. It's just too many to fill in, right?
Oh, gotcha.
Boom, 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 boom. Oh my gosh, what am I missing? Holy cow! Okay, Maine,
Nebraska,
Hawaii.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
so that's why I didn't want to do it just yet, because we got to go a ways. But maybe like another half hour, an hour or so, we'll fill in a few more. If you got time, I'll take you to Arizona, unless you got something else to do.
Love to go there.
Let me go ahead and reset this, because there's some movement here. There's some movement here in the American Southwest. This is Arizona. First time we're looking at it on the night. And Trump has just taken a 1/10 of a point lead. Kamala Harris had the edge here for really the past hour. This is Maricopa. This is Phoenix. This is where you get 60% of the vote statewide is in Maricopa County, all right? She has an edge at 2.2 percentage points. Raw vote 563,000. I'm going to bring out the slide again, okay, and go back to 2020. And this is Joe Biden in Arizona. So she's up about half a point, not quite, all right? But Donald Trump's performing a little better right now at this point, but there's still just about half of the vote out and too soon to call there. and Arizona. Let me come back to modern day 2024 and see if this has changed. It has not. This raw vote's 2,200. So we'll watch that. Just wanted to take a sneak peek at that. You guys mentioned Iowa, the state that shall not be named, or the poll that shall not be named. This is nuts. 14.5 points.
Wow.
Yeah, that's not even.
Somebody's not having a good night.
Guys, there's a ton of votes still out there too. This thing could go higher. Anyway, back to you
It's
guys.
a little
okay?
outside the margin of error. Okay.
All right, let's go over to Sandra and get a look, because we've been talking about young voters, and you have some new stuff from our Fox News voter analysis,
Sure.
Sandra.
I'll build off of what Kellyanne just said about the Hispanic voters in just a second. I'll dive into age first for you, Martha. And it is pretty incredible, some of the data that we're seeing in our Fox News voter analysis. This age group 65 and over, okay, it is a dead heat. Split the vote there. But just note, Donald Trump led this group by 3 points in 2020. So he is, in fact, slightly underperforming with that group. But here is a huge story that we are seeing develop. Voters under age 30, 52% of the vote going to Harris, 44% to Trump. That's an 8-point margin that she's leading by. Biden led with this group by 25 points. Kellyanne was just talking about this a moment ago. He led by 25 points with this age group back in 2020. She is significantly underperforming with the younger voters right now. Want to jump back in and also talk about the Hispanic vote and what we are seeing there. This also telling a huge story of the night. Kamala Harris getting 56% of the support there. Donald Trump, 40. Okay, so she's leading by 16 points. Biden led with this group by 21. Again, she's underperforming there. I want to break that down by gender when it comes to the Hispanic vote, because this also telling a story. Hispanic women, for example. Okay, Harris is leading by 24 points with this group right now. Biden led with this group by 34 Hispanic women, underperforming there. Comes with Hispanic men. Look at this story. Harris is up by 6 points with Hispanic men. Biden led with 19 points. So there is really some interesting stories developing with the younger voters and the Hispanic vote out there. Brett and Martha, as you know, we have heard it on the ground. A lot of those American Hispanic voters, they don't like what they're seeing with illegal immigration in this country. They've been speaking about that. We are seeing that show up in our analysis.
Sandra, thank you.
Yeah.
Interesting stuff, especially
Very.
that Hispanic vote.
And that gap, that 20+ gap that we're seeing, we've been seeing it for a long time. We've been talking about it for a long time. It has shown up in polls that she was underperforming Biden by more than 20 points with Hispanic voters, Brett. It's a very seismic
Which
change.
means that if it comes down, as we now I think have agreed at this desk that it does to those 3 blue wall states being her chance of victory, are on a very narrow path, that if these numbers are meaningful about how she will perform broadly speaking, and I think they're big enough now that we can say they are, her chances of pulling this off would be the biggest thing we've ever seen. I mean, amazing come from behind victory, and I think the odds on that are very long indeed.
Yeah, I mean,
well, it's a significant, to say the least, point that Kellyanne was making, which is that it all stops, right? And I think that I don't even know if in 2028 we'll still be talking about the Hispanic vote, right? Because with every immigrant group that comes through, eventually you're just an American. And you care about all the issues that everyone else in America cares about, and it's not so segmented. So I see a lot of those barriers breaking down. Again, I think that the Harris-Biden team has no one to blame but themselves for these numbers. It's the policies that drove these people to vote for President Trump, and he also, the Biden-Harris people pushed them into Trump's open arms. And now they'll have a chance to have a different type of president if he were to win. I know we got the blue wall to see, but the betting markets, everything is sort of going this way. And you sort of have this feeling that the Hispanic vote is no longer going to be so segmented. It's just the vote, the American vote.
and there's a traditional, not to overgeneralize about any group, but the traditional faith-based in many ways Hispanic family that is not responding to what Kamala Harris is talking about and focusing on.
Gender and race, we talked about the outset, would emerge as big themes because Democrats have enjoyed great advantages with certain groups of people. The numbers didn't show up tonight.
They show politics may be a dead end.
Well, what it shows is that we're going to have to, as a party, rethink and reformulate and reconstitute how we think about going after voters. If these votes hold up, and even if they don't, the numbers are narrowing. So you have to rethink this and consider some different strategies. Because as we sit here tonight, Democrats have to be surprised. And what we were told over the last several days about how her numbers were coming home, how people were coming home, this is a very different race.
Hold on one
than
second.
some
David
people
Plouffe said yesterday that she could win all 7 battleground states, and said that she could do it. Now, maybe if it turned, she could win 6 of 7, but he said 7 of 7.
He
Just
said
the other day.
He did. He said there was a confidence from him that, and Democrats abound that there was, and
All right, we
even
gotta
up to early this
Well, all the polling said that it could go either way.
We got to hit a break real quick.
We will. A lot of votes to count still, and we are covering all of them for you. Our special coverage continues. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
I wish my TV provider let me choose what I pay for.
Sling lets you do that.
I wish my TV provider let me choose what I pay for and let me pause my subscription when I want. Sling lets you do that. Yeehaw! I wish my TV provider let me choose what I pay for and let me pause my subscription when I want and have hundreds of free channels. Sling lets you do that too.
Choose and customize your channel lineup or watch for free.
All right. I can't hear myself on. Okay. Let's see. I'm still here. And still can't hear myself. What else I turned down? Oops. See, I hope I ain't toughen nothing up, did I? Nope. No. Okay. Damn. I ain't got that much room. All right. Pour me a drink. Hey, shit. Try to get the phone working. Hey, hold on. Let me make sure. Damn, I set up. What you call on their phone? Let me see what's supposed to be the sign off. Let me call it. Let me see. Make sure it works. Oh, it works. Alrighty. Just gotta get the other stuff to work. Do that tomorrow. Oh, let me put this up right quick. What else?
The Fox News decision desk can project that in Maine, Vice President Harris will win the statewide vote. Trump will win an electoral vote in the rural 2nd District.
212-119.
Fox News can also project that Maine Senator Angus King will win his race. He's an independent who caucuses with the Democrats. So as we look now, the Senate is ticking up. We're going to look at some interesting races in Ohio and Montana coming up.
So let's check in with Aisha Hasni at the Trump campaign headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida, where I would imagine the mood is fairly good.
It is very good, Martha. You know, earlier this evening, a lot of folks were coming up to me and saying they're not sure if they're going to get a decision tonight. They thought it was going to take a few days, and that has completely flipped. People are expecting there to be an answer tonight and it to be favorable for the former president. I just talked to a campaign official who tells me that over in Mar-a-Lago, where former President Trump is right now, watching the results come in, the mood there is positive. And I'm working to confirm right now if the former president made some remarks to a crowd there and what exactly he said. But everyone there appears to be feeling very, very good. And just found out as well that Speaker Mike Johnson, the House Speaker, who's in Shreveport, Louisiana right now at his district, appears to be making plans to come here to meet with former President Trump. Back to you.
I should thank you very much. We'll keep a close eye on Trump headquarters as we continue to give you some more updates on what's going on right now. You know, we don't have a call for any new states at this point. We're waiting for Montana, waiting to get a look at the Sheehy race in Montana as well. And we have some new guests who joined us on the panel that we want to get to. So let's welcome them in.
And as we get ready for the top of the hour, we'll make some new calls at
first,
11
and then we'll
o'clock.
get right to you guys. Wow, time is going so fast.
10 o'clock now.
There we go.
It is now 11 p.m. in New York, and 4 West Coast states have just finished voting. The Fox News decisions can project that Vice President Harris will win California, the Golden State, 54 electoral votes, biggest prize, more than any other state in the country.
And Fox News can also project that Harris will win Oregon, adding 8 more votes to her electoral college vote. Harris will also win Washington, another reliably Democratic northwestern state.
But the former president will win Idaho's 4 electoral votes. So as we see the race to 270, it's now 216 to 193. Race is changing quickly. I am getting some word from the Democrats who have now put out kind of a sense of the race, saying that in Pennsylvania, they say they're overperforming turnout expectations in Philadelphia and the early vote expectations in Bucks County. They go into state by state of where they feel like they are going to see more votes in these states. These are the blue wall states, because that is the path that we're looking at. In Wisconsin, they say we know there's a significant amount of vote remaining in Dane and Milwaukee counties, and we are seeing signs of strong performance in the WOW counties. We just have partial data. We don't expect complete results from Wisconsin until tomorrow morning between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. We shall see.
We shall see. California Senate race, as we talked about, can project that the current Democratic Congressman, Adam Schiff, will win his race against former Major League Baseball player Steve Garvey in that Senate race. And Washington's incumbent Democratic Senator Maria Cantwell will win her 5th term. Not big surprises on that front this evening either. So here's the balance of power in the Senate: 49 for Republicans. The majority is 51. They have flipped 1 seat, 42 for the Democrats, as we wait for a number of these big Senate races to be called. Ohio, Montana, Pennsylvania, all will really dictate the future of the Senate.
And Michigan. Let's bring in our panel: Britt Hume, Dana Perino, Harold Ford Jr. They've been here for a while. Kevin O'Leary, Jessica Tarloff, and Ben Domenech. Jessica, are you surprised?
Surprised is a very generous term for how I'm feeling in this particular moment. It is in Democrats' nature to be anxious, and we are certainly at peak anxiousness. I think the conversation that you were having in the last panel about the Latino vote is really interesting. Some of these numbers are a little bit jaw-dropping, looking at, potentially 45% for Donald Trump in some states. And that is going to cause a real reckoning within the party on how we talk about, message to, and integrate, a huge part of our base typically in all of this. I would say, though, that the campaign and people that I've been speaking to have said nothing has been called. Our paths to 270 have not been blocked off. And as we continue to get more vote in, and I should add to the numbers that they messaged to you, Detroit is coming in. And Detroit had a very good day with in-person voting today. And the suburbs of Atlanta outperforming where Biden was there. One point of concern is that she's not doing as well in the rural areas as Biden did. And that's something that they're paying attention to. But I'm hearing more and more from people that I'm speaking to, blue wall, blue wall. And this morning, we were talking about, well, if you pick up North Carolina and Georgia, again, they're not off the map, but it is feeling like more of that laser focus on the easiest route.
Ben, welcome, first of all. Good to see you tonight. I'm sitting here thinking about the rethink that Republicans went through after Mitt Romney lost. And they did this huge analysis of what was going wrong with the Republican Party and why they weren't reaching Hispanic voters, why they couldn't reach working class voters, why they weren't bringing in more women. And it really is stunning when you think about that. That was Mitt Romney's loss. And it appears that the person who has changed that calculus dramatically is Donald Trump.
Well, you know, they called it an autopsy at the time, and I think it's turned out to be an autopsy for a party that was dead. And I think that Donald Trump has done something incredible in resurrecting it with a new coalition that, you know, a lot of people never thought Republicans were going to be able to reach, that they weren't going to be able to cut through a lot of these different fundamental problems that people thought were there in order to reach these different sets of the electorate. And look, I think the big question they have to be asking is how much of that is tied to Donald Trump himself and how much of it is something that the Republican Party going forward can build on. And, you know, regardless of whatever ends up happening here tonight and tomorrow morning, in terms of these blue wall states and the things that we take away from it, certainly we can take away. This is the most incredible political comeback that we've seen since 1968. It's the most incredible remaking of the Republican coalition that we've seen in a way that was really unexpected by all but a handful of people. And how they build on that, how they choose to prioritize policies going forward, could make a big difference in whether they're able to hold on to it in the future or whether it's something that goes away if Donald Trump isn't at the top of the ticket.
Kevin O'Leary, Mr. Wonderful. The markets now have it at 92.5% for Donald Trump winning this election to Kamala Harris at 7.0%. You're a market guy. How do you read this?
I'm going to stay on this theme for a moment and call this perhaps the greatest night the Democratic Party can ever have if they lose. And let me explain that. I was very troubled just over 100 days ago when they circumvented the democratic process and anointed somebody. The analogy is easy to a Super Bowl. You arrive at the Super Bowl game, and by any measure, this is the Super Bowl of global politics, the presidential race. Your quarterback, Biden, is injured. He's taken out of the game. You don't bring a quarterback in that's never, ever, ever won any game anywhere. You run a process, and they missed that opportunity. This is a chance for them to, I'm not saying they're going to lose, but I'm going to those percentages and saying they get to reboot. They get to go back to the center. They get to scratch this whole thing, and the influences of a Schumer or a Pelosi or a movie star or an Obama deciding to anoint somebody, those guys are gone in 4 years. They won't have that kind of influence. This could be great for America because I'm an investor. I have to work with who's ever in the White House in January. But I care about policy. And when I hear policies coming out of a party that are so twisted against the American way of life, like basically taxing capital gains that are unrealized, that's not America. Or price controls, that's not America. 28% tax rate takes us to the bottom quartile of competition. That's bad. We can't do that. That would hurt the country. And all I do is work with entrepreneurs that want to build businesses. There's a reason people come here under barbed wire and drown in rivers to get into America. It's the American dream. It's the only thing the president has to do is to maintain it. Those policies are against the American dream. And I have nothing against Harris. I mean, look, she did a masterful job in getting to where she is. It would be good for them to lose tonight. It would reset and reboot and get that party back to the center. It would be good for them. They may not want to hear that.
We don't.
But they may have to. Kevin, you may have to deal with it. You may have to.
Kevin, I would love to win and do the reboot. We can still do those things. We bring you right into the party to help us do it.
We're going to take a pause right here because we have a big call to make right now.
We do indeed. The Fox News decision desk can now project that Republican businessman Bernie Moreno, who started his entrepreneurial career in the car company and buying auto shops in Ohio, has won and unseated incumbent Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown, who has been an Ohio institution for a lot of years. This is an important flip for Republicans. The party is edging closer to an outright Senate majority tonight, and there are still a couple of places yet to be heard from.
Right. Now think about this. Now, if the Democrats would somehow hold on to the John Tester seat, that would be a different math, but as you look at the balance of power in the U.S. Senate, is this Moreno speaking right now? Can we go in there?
Let's listen in for a couple minutes here.
All I need is one.
There we go.
Look, today starts a new wave. You know, we talked about wanting a red wave. I think what we have tonight is a red, white, and blue wave in this country. Because what we need in the United States of America is leaders in Washington, D.C. that actually put the interests of American citizens above all else. We're tired of being treated like second-class citizens in our own country. We're tired of leaders that think we're garbage, and we're tired of being treated like garbage. You know, my opponent talked a lot about helping the working man. And I will agree with him on the need to help working Americans. But the difference is talk without action is nothing. So what we're going to do, thanks to now having a Republican majority, by the way, how about that, in the United States Senate, and Chuck Schumer, if you're watching, thanks for the help in the primary, but you're fired, buddy. This is a new dawn of Republican leadership. With President Trump and J.D. Vance in the White House, we are going to advance an agenda that is an American agenda, an agenda that says we are pro-immigration, but not pro-invasion. We're going to make certain that the people who come to this country are invited here like I was, like my family was, on our terms. We're going to make this country an energy-dominant nation so that my kids do not grow up in a country where we ever rely on a foreign nation for energy ever again. And we have that energy right here in Ohio. That means coal, that means natural gas, it means oil, and it means nuclear. And in terms of EV mandates, they need to be gone first thing in January.
Bernie Moreno, the winner in the U.S. Senate seat in Ohio. This is a major pickoff for an incumbent senator in Sherrod Brown that ran ads that said he was, at least working with former President Trump. He ran heavily on the issue of abortion and thought that they were going to make headway there. There were all kinds of polls, including the one we talked about earlier, that had Democrats fired up about women in the Midwest. Sherrod Brown won in 2006, 2012, and 2018. He was pro-labor. They thought he was safe at the beginning. This race was well run by Bernie Moreno, and this puts them closer to a Senate majority. He said it is a Senate majority. There's still the possibility that John Tester holds on in Montana, although he was behind going in. Deb Fischer in Nebraska, we're still watching that race very closely. But if they hold all of those, you could have a scenario where you're looking at 52-48, 53-47.
You absolutely could. And it's worth pointing out that these Senate candidates, if he is one of a few, potentially, as Brett just said, they all closed very strong. I mean, these races were not considered competitive. You didn't see them on TV a lot because they weren't really considered to be in the game, but they are closing very strong, and we're going to keep an eye on all of them as they do. It's interesting to point out, his family immigrated here from Colombia, and, he talks about the American dream, about immigrating here, and it raises questions about how immigrants feel about immigration, because he is very much in favor of closing the border.
Yeah, his brother was the ambassador.
There's a lot on that. Garrett Tenney, our reporter in the Midwest, he's done a couple of pieces for us on a couple of small towns, one in Ohio and one in Indiana, that were completely just doubled overnight almost by immigrants. And he talked to families who have kids who are like, they can't even go to school anymore. They dropped out because nobody could be taught anymore. No one can find a place to live. I'll be very interested to see what Sandra Smith pulls out of that state of Ohio. Now, Donald Trump ran very strong in Ohio, and that helped Bernie Moreno as well. It will probably help Deb Fischer. I think it even helped Ted Cruz. Even though I think Ted Cruz was always going to win, it helped him win by a larger margin. Another point is, Sherrod Brown has been there forever. Incumbents usually win. But this past 4 years has seen a remarkable amount of incumbents all around the world, up and down the ticket. You think of what happened to the Conservative Party, the Tory Party in the UK. They lost everything because there was just throw the bums out type election, and Kamala Harris is basically weighed down by the Biden administration, and she still couldn't come up with something that she would change. And I think people are reacting to that.
And once again, you have a state like Ohio where Sherrod Brown was able to hang on, even though it has been basically a red state for quite some time. And sometimes the migration of this kind of party move in a state takes a little while, takes a couple cycles.
Surprised by this one?
That Sherrod Brown, there were a lot of Democrats who thought like you thought at the way you posited the question, that he's held on for a long time, he's running tough races, and that he had appealed to enough Republicans over the many years. But Moreno was a great candidate for them. He hung in there, and what it goes to show also is this issue of energy security. It's going to be interesting to see how this continues to play out in Pennsylvania this evening. Ohio and Pennsylvania both, and even Montana, where energy is a big issue. These three Democrats may have run up against a challenge here that they can't overcome.
This shows you a little bit of break in the blue wall. If Ohio's 10 points and Bernie Moreno takes off Sherrod Brown, don't you, as you're looking at Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, say there are similar issues in these states?
That's what I'm saying. No, I don't, Brett. The answer is a resounding, unfortunate for me. Yes, I think you can begin to see that where that crack could come, if not a whole collapse.
Can I make one last point? $161 million spent on the Bernie Moreno race by the Senate Leadership Fund. McConnell's basically the PAC to keep the Senate majority. $161 million.
And in part, that's because they understand if we have one more of these things flip, think about what that does to the Supreme Court and the decisions that will be made by some of the justices
And
there.
we're one seat away from a majority for the Republicans, and Republicans have been counting as if it were a done deal all along on Montana Senate, where there's very little vote in, which I think is the reason it's too early to call. Not too close to call, because at this hour, Bill, according to what you just showed me on that map over there, that wonderful map of yours, John Tester's the Democrat John Tester, Democratic incumbent, is well behind with only 6% in.
Yeah,
but
it seems like
he's down.
Just getting going a little bit there, right?
Yeah, 14 points. But I mean, that's in line with what has been the expectation.
But listen, if you look at Ohio, it's the similar issues to Mike Rogers in Michigan. And there's similar issues in Pennsylvania for Dave McCormick. We're going to take a quick break right here. The race to 270 slowly taking shape. 270 is the electoral votes needed to win. The vote count changing by the minute. Check out that popular vote. Check out the popular vote. Our special coverage continues after this.
All right, let's mute up. Let's see. Been on here for a while with this, so let's see who's talking about what. Let's see what they're talking about. Let's go over here to Anton and see what he's saying. All right.
Right. Tulsi would have won against Biden or most male Democrats. Then why didn't she in 2020? If we have a female president, then the next step would be a alphabet community president, which would make USA go crazy. Mun One Bag Shib, shout out to you. I appreciate you. King Ray, the entertainer. Shout out to King Ray. King Ray was the guy that was telling me about the sneaky coochie, and don't worry about it. I might not have been around at that time.
What?
Y'all don't remember King Ray? King Ray came up on the platform and was telling me about women. King Ray is a dancer. He's a male dancer, and he goes and he entertains women, and he does private parties.
Oh, yes, yes.
Yeah,
and
King
he said when he be lifting them up, I remember.
Yep.
Yeah.
Only chance to a woman being in office was Condoleezza Rice, and they will get desperate and force Michelle to run. This isn't the UK. Shout out to you. Blockchain Brown in the building says, yeah, Anton, you see it. I think we won this election, but I will fold. The term misogynistic is used for guilt trip. OG Tank says, I don't believe any of this. Just wait till the early votes are counted. We know this is a tactic. Don't get okey doked. A lot of them early votes is already counted. Slimmy, Royce Wright is running for Senate and he won a seat as a Republican and beat Amy. I'm pretty sure it's in Minnesota.
Klobuchar.
Devastator says, Mika, I'm sending you some NyQuil. Marshall Law says, Luke, Snoop, Jay-Z, Too Short, 50 Cent. Rap music shitted on black women for years. In turn, we got Lil Kim's, Foxy Brown's, Cardi B, Sexy Red's, Megs. Trump should ban rap. Trump winning, y'all turn up. Chris Cunningham says, when is the GA polls closing? Tay says, Dougie gonna hold her tonight and like Jody Mama. Jay also says, look like the map listens to the Millionaire Morning Show. Shout out to the map. I told you we always on the right side of history, baby. Toasty couldn't beat a Tim Walz. Out of here. Let's see. No more Mamala from Kamala. Thank God. And Tyron the Tyrant says, ain't voting for middle part buzz now. All right. So here's the question as we lean into and as we deep dive into the 11:19 hour p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Let me just give people a little bit of an update of what's going on this map. All right. Michigan, 31% of the vote. Look like he fucking running away with this one. All right. Up over 104,000 votes right now with 51.9% voting in favor of Trump. Also, Wisconsin running away up there. Minnesota, he's still beating ass up there. Pennsylvania, he is up significantly in Pennsylvania by about 160, 170,000 votes. 51% to 48%. Arizona, he's still up by roughly 2,500 votes, which is not a lot. So we keeping an eye on that. But they have to win. She got to win one of the two. Nevada, they already said that if it comes down to it, Nevada, it would take 4 days to count their votes fully. So we not gonna hold our breath in Nevada. But every other state, it shows that Trump is in the lead. But in all of the ones that were sanctuary cities, like Illinois, Colorado, New York, and California, Trump is definitively winning. All right. So, with that being said, the question again becomes: do you think that Kamala Harris will reemerge as a candidate again for president of the United States of America in 2028? And if not, who on the Democratic side will be able to take her place?
I thought you said you were going to Quentin first with that.
I am. I'm waiting on Quentin.
Oh, I don't think so. I think she seen what kind of ass whooping she got in the primary, and she gonna peacefully go back to California and do whatever she was doing with the transcontinental criminals. I think she done getting drugged by the white folks.
You don't think she would run again?
No, like nigga, you lost. Like nigga, you got put up here by default. Like she has to know, like I was given this. You know what I mean? Like when you lay your head at night and you sit here and be like, yeah, they really don't fuck with me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you know what it is. Like when you're by yourself thinking.
Yeah, but that's what happens.
No, I don't think she will. Like,
given something.
And it's not really the norm. Like even Trump losing and coming back, that shit ain't normal.
Yeah, I think he making history. I believe. Well, I'm gonna save that question in a little bit. What do y'all think, man?
And we're going to pick up the last 3 hours of this coverage tonight, Martha. So we're kind of gearing up for that. It's interesting. The big news out here, of course, California, no surprise, went to Kamala Harris. Interesting, though, because Proposition 36, which is the big story here in California, that would revise Proposition 47, which lowered the thresholds of crime. It really allowed crime in California to run rampant. We have our panel here, Steve Hilton, Jody Armour, Kayla McGee-White, and Gianno Caldwell. Steve Hilton, to you very quickly. 36 is winning dramatically. dramatically right now.
Yeah.
Is expected to win. It
Pull it
will
off.
be a big deal for this state.
It's a massive deal because it shows that people have had enough of this far left attitude
Oh.
on crime. And it's not just that proposition. You see it on some of the other ones on rent control and raising the minimum wage. It's a really interesting shift. And if I may, Trace, the other big point for us here in California, you look at this change, this massive reconstruction of the Republican Party under Donald Trump's leadership and the Latino vote here in California, the largest group now. And this points to the future of the Republican Party, because actually, if you think about the Latino vote, how long have we been told that the Democrats benefit from the diversity of the nation and the future? Look what's happening. The more diverse America becomes, the better Republicans can do if we keep going with this new Republican Party that Trump has fashioned.
Yeah, it's a very good point. And, you know, it's interesting, Kayla McGee-White, because we talk about Proposition 36, and Kamala Harris was asked about Prop 36. She would not weigh in on this. She wouldn't say whether she voted for it or against it, and that's significant.
And this was one of many policies where she refused to provide a clear answer on where she stood. And, you know, this strategy of avoidance, which we've seen repeatedly throughout this campaign from her, it was a gamble. She thought that because she was slipping in the campaign at the last minute and because she was running against Trump, that voters wouldn't notice or they wouldn't care that she was giving them a whole bunch of nothing. But I'll just say, I'm from one of these swing states, from Michigan. And even in the swing states, it matters a lot where Kamala Harris stands on something like Proposition 36. Because if she doesn't want California to take crime seriously, what about the rest of the country?
Yeah, and nobody takes crime more seriously than Gianno Caldwell. You have studied this, Gianno, and this is a big deal going forward for California should this pass.
That's right, and that's why I started the Caldwell Institute for Public Safety. I got to tell you, I'm glad to see that many voters in the state of California have been pushing back against crime. Unfortunately, Gavin Newsom has been very supportive of the initiative of Prop 47. He thinks that there shouldn't be any changes. But this is a major problem. And I think we see this not just with this particular prop, but we've seen it with a lot of progressive prosecutors funded by George Soros, people like George Gascon, who people are fed up with. And that's why Nathan Hochman, who's running for district attorney of Los Angeles County, is predicted to potentially win this one really big. I think the Democrats who've fashioned the idea that if you be soft on crime, then there's going to be criminal justice reform, when in fact there's been nothing but justice for the criminal.
It's going to win. It's probably going to win big, Jody Armour, but the governor of California is against it. He thinks it's just going to raise the number of people going to California prisons.
Yeah, well, the fact that Harris wouldn't answer the question about what she voted on this, a former prosecutor. She said, I'm the top cop. She, you know, her bona fides are that she's law and order.
She was one behind Prop 47.
Right. And so she wasn't, she's a frictionless weather vane. She gives you that impression. Blowing whatever direction the wind blows, she's willing to go there. And that was another example. She should have said, I was the top cop. I'm 436. I see the error of my ways. You know, I see crime going in a certain direction or whatever. But instead, she does this frictionless weather vane routine, and people.
But you can't expect her to do that when she was the one posting links about rioters and looters during the George Floyd era. This is not somebody who's about law and order.
Gianno, Kayla McGee-White, Steve, Jody, thank you all. Martha will be here later in the night when everybody gets tired there in New York, and we'll handle it from there. Back to you guys.
Okay, Trace, thank you very much. We're looking into a lot of different numbers that are coming in, and as you know, this is all baking. Bill's at the wall trying to go into different places. Wisconsin's on the board right now. Bill, what do you got?
Just picked up something from the New York Times. I just want to repeat this. I was trying to locate this on the map, and it's true. Right now, Donald Trump, in the big cities of America, Miami, Chicago, New York, Dallas, and Houston, he is improving on his margins from 2020 by double digits. You think about that, right? Since COVID, you think about immigration.
Don't give a fuck about COVID.
Crisis.
I'm talking about COVID.
Think about how our cities have changed over the past 4 years. Maybe that's having an impact. Now, what I'm looking at here is Wisconsin. I just want to point out two things in Wisconsin. I want to compare that to what's happening in Pennsylvania, because I think there's a trend that is favorable toward Trump, okay? So here we go, Dane County. I'm going to take you back to 2020. I'll just compare the numbers for Biden and Kamala Harris, okay? So
yeah, I did bring it up.
University of Wisconsin
Bring it up
Center,
enough, though.
a ton of Democratic votes in this
Show
county.
Chicago.
So she is underperforming Biden's mark by about 1.7 points, and that
I
translates
know I
to,
could do it.
it could be
I'm
tens
not
of
doing it.
thousands of votes. Trump, meanwhile, is up about 1.4 going back to 4 years ago. Let me come up here to La Crosse. All right, you get Democratic
Right
votes
there.
here in La Crosse.
Illinois
All
is
on the
right
board there
there.
with
So
Minnesota. So this is Biden 4
that's
years ago.
Wisconsin ended.
It's not quite 2.5, but it's close to it, where she's underperforming in a
You know
county
that.
where she should be doing better.
Shit.
And here you go, Trump doing 2.5 points better in that particular county in Wisconsin. So we'll keep an eye on that. Come out a little broader here. Come back to 2024.
Go to
Hang on
Illinois.
one second,
You
guys.
just there.
And we'll go into Pennsylvania and try and prove a similar theory, all right, in two places. One is Allegheny and Pittsburgh. The other is Philadelphia. So we'll put this map into motion here. Put the slide bar out, okay? She's nearly meeting her number in Allegheny, off a half a point. Trump's doing slightly better, just 0.6 points. The last time I looked at that, she was dead even with the number from Joe Biden from 4 years ago on a percentage-wise. Come over here to Philadelphia, because this is really where, if you're a Democrat and you want to win the state, you got to run your numbers up in Philadelphia. And this kind of matches what I just read from, America's big cities. In Philadelphia, she's underperforming Biden's mark from 4 years ago. And Trump is overperforming where he was 4 years ago. So, when you think about the number of votes that are available in Philadelphia, and you have 300,000, right? And that's a huge difference. I mean, you can run the totals up and never look back oftentimes in Pennsylvania if you're a Democrat running with a number like that. So let's take this off the screen and come on back to 2024. And you guys are asking, how come we can't call North Carolina? Well, we may be getting closer because Mecklenburg is in and Wake is pretty much in. This is Guilford. That's Greensboro. You had a lot of campaigning down there. It's a fast-growing area, too. There's about 22% of the estimated vote is still outstanding. It's an impressive number. I haven't looked at this yet. Let's just go see Joe Biden. Okay, so pretty close to where Biden was. The raw number is lower, but on a percentage basis, she's just about hitting her number, and Trump's just a little higher, just a little bit there from 4 years ago. So maybe that's the reason you can't make a call in North Carolina. Maybe, and maybe that changes in a moment here. We'll see. So this is Georgia. Too soon to call yet again. Let's see what the 134,000. So 2.7. That has been consistent, guys, for a while now. On a percentage basis, it has not much moved. Trump is favored just under 3%. I can go hunting around trying to figure out why you can't call it. I would have to think maybe, DeKalb County still got a little bit of vote out there. I'm up here to Gwinnett County as well. A little bit of vote out there. In Democrats scored their points in Fulton, Cobb, Gwinnett, and DeKalb County. So too soon to call right now for the Peach State.
Bill, listen to this. So Jen O'Malley Dillon, I quoted from it earlier, where they're kind of painting the picture of the blue wall and how they're doing great things in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin and Michigan. But at the end of this email, she says, we'll continue to keep you all updated as we get more information. This is what we have built for. So let's finish up what we have in front of us tonight, get some sleep, and get ready to close out strong tomorrow. The Biden, the Harris campaign, sorry, it is the Biden folks that run the Harris campaign now. Essentially, you're saying, you know what, let's pack up and get some sleep. And
that reminds me of
it's 4 years
Hillary
ago,
Clinton in
Martha.
2016,
Exactly
because
right.
she said, John Podesta came out and said, well, we're all going to kind of sleep on this and see how all of this works out. And everyone else was saying, we're calling these states. So
we may stay with us. We're watching it all as our special coverage continues, and we could have some big calls coming straight ahead, whether they're up tonight or not.
Get the fuck up out of here. They need to do it. Obama was winning. When the Democrats, he could call that night. I celebrated Obama shit twice at a bar that night. What the fuck? They gonna stop this shit. We got to get their ass up. I guarantee you, the next election, it's not gonna be like this. I promise you. Y'all stop this goofy shit. It should be called at night. That don't even make sense. This got to stop, bro. I'm about to get some sleep. Man, y'all get the fuck up out of here. Man, used to do this shit. This is, oh my God, yo. I can't believe they doing this. Technology advanced. AI and all that. But now these man, yo, this got to stop. Yep, they trying to cheat, right? They are definitely trying to cheat. We ain't going to sleep. See what they talking about. This is crazy, bro. Ain't nobody going to sleep tonight. Come on, you, bro.
Tonight, among other things. So, we'll see what he has to say tomorrow as well.
There was a picture on X showing Joe Biden in a red suit going to vote, which people were like, oh, it's just interesting kind of fodder. But there you have it. Libby, I mean, female voters, Kamala Harris probably thought with this abortion issue, she could get maybe the younger, the white, rich, liberal women in the suburbs. But I guess economy, safety of their kids, those are kind of things women care about as well.
Yeah, I think there's a lot more things that women care about other than the right to kill their babies before they're even born. So I think that backfired spectacularly. It's also a hard sell for a lot of men who have daughters, who have wives, who have sisters, all of whom have mothers, who look at that and say, that's not the most important thing to the women in my life. The most important thing is the grocery bill, is making sure that they can get their kids to school, without breaking the bank on a tank of gas, and making sure that our crime is down in our communities and that our border is secure. So there's a lot more that women care about other than this one issue that Kamala Harris has staked her entire campaign on. And I think that's pretty great. We've been saying for a long time on the conservative side that just because you're part of some identity group and you check a specific box, that doesn't mean you vote as a monolith.
Hollow Ninja said Kamala numbers don't add up to what's on the map. They trying to rob the F out of Trump. We need PA.
Out for Trump.
Yeah, and you got to wonder, Rick, where the soul searching begins for the Democratic Party. Obviously, they have made the entire thing about gender and identity politics. They pursued these woke ideas. You could talk about the border policy and how at the last minute, Joe Biden signed these executive orders that actually did do a little bit to stem the flow of immigration after telling us for years that he needed Congress to act. And again, we caution that these numbers might not hold up, but things are trending very positively for Donald Trump. If he does win, do you think Democrats are willing to show a little contrition on some of these policies, or do they just double down on everything that they've stood for?
Oh no, I think this is Judgment Day.
I told you they was going to give.
If I were a Republican,
I told you they was going to give New Mexico to Kamala.
Just let the Dems go at each other, point fingers, lay the blame. We don't even need to, really come out and analyze anything. And I think that when you listen to what the Democrats are going to say, there will be a lot of blame game. But there's going to be a lot of I think, conversations over the agenda, the policy issues, the inability of Kamala Harris to communicate those policies. I think, obviously, there will be a lot of second guessing on should she have been our nominee? Should we have done a primary or a convention at least to select somebody? There's going to be a lot of issues that are raised by the Democratic Party. I think that they'll.
Somebody just said we won PA.
A couple of people that can fill the gap. Obviously, I think Kamala, kind of. Obviously, she'll serve out as vice president, but will kind of disappear from the national stage after that. And you'll see a new crop of Democrats, maybe Gal Shapiro, Pritzker, Murphy, others that will try to claim the mantle. But it's going to be a difficult time for Democrats to kind of explain among each other what happened in all this, because, we still got the Senate and the House to watch too. We haven't talked a lot about down ballot races. So those will be important. But I think all in all, the Democrats are going to do a lot of soul searching on their strategy and whether or not they were focusing on the right issues.
Sure. That makes a lot of sense. And, again, we are maybe a long way away from this thing actually being called.
Adam
but again,
Schiff.
Donald Trump now has a lead.
Raggedy.
He's above 50% in Wisconsin with 72% of the votes in Pennsylvania. He's above 50% at 51% now with 78% of the votes being in. Also showing a lead in Michigan now, a tiny little lead in Michigan with 40% of the votes coming in, leading in Arizona as well.
And not a surprise, California, we're calling the race for Adam Schiff. Now a senator, but that's, Kamala also won California. We called that. Libby, we have about 10 seconds, but this is how it would break. We pretty much saw that, even though California, though, is so decimated, the amount of tax people pay, there's been an exodus to other states like Nevada, but your just reaction there to California. We now have Shifty Schiff as the senator.
Yeah, can they censure Adam Schiff for lying about Ukraine once he gets to the Senate? I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, maybe they should get on that. I think it's a shame, we're gonna have to deal with Adam Schiff ever again. But congrats to Mr. Schiff. May he continue to destroy things and lie from the Senate this time instead of just from the House.
Libby Emmons, Rick Gates, really appreciate your comments tonight. Thanks so much for being with us for our extended coverage. Still nighttime here, not 12 a.m. yet. State of the race. Thank you both. Yeah, we will. And we are. They're having fun at the watch party right there. That is in West Palm Beach. Right now, we're
still a lot of pensive faces out there. Again, we're waiting for these final results. We're kind of in this holding pattern right now because we know Pennsylvania and Arizona and some of these states take a very long time to count these votes. So this is the hard part.
It's the fun part too.
It's fun, yeah, but hard.
Yeah.
Hard work is good work. Someone said that a lot on the
over and over and over. All right, so let's take you out to the West Coast, where it is a little bit earlier there. We have Emmy-nominated journalist, author Jason Matera. He is live for us. Las Vegas, that is Clark County, Nevada. Polls closed there at 11 p.m. here on the East Coast. Jason, great to see you. Talk to us about the feeling and the sentiment in the room that you are in.
Yeah, great to see you, Bianca and John. We're at Sam Brown's watch party. He's trying to overtake the incumbent Senator Jackie Rosen. And the RNC officials that we spoke to, they have a cautious optimism, and that's because there's about a 40,000 vote lead Republicans have now on Democrats. Basically, they flipped the switch, meaning usually there's a speaker who is about to be introduced behind me. But basically, Democrats usually have the lead coming into Election Day, and now Republicans do, and Democrats are trying to play catch-up. So that's why there's a feeling of optimism. But as one RNC official told me, they want a lead that's too big to question, in their words. And they are dealing with the Harry Reid Nevada machine after all. So votes are still being counted. In fact, they can be counted up until Friday night and Saturday, if you can believe.
It is, and I feel like I wish I were Shannon Bream right now because I don't know all of the legal issues, but I could play.
But you know the sense, 30,000 feet.
Yes, I think, again, it's one of those things that you think of all that he withstood, but it's also this result of these states that are coming in so far. It's because of what they did, right? And he didn't let it bring him down. So he would sit in courtroom all day, and then he would go campaign at night and go do a rally, and he'd be back in court the next day. And if you think even just about the creativity of the campaign, like at McDonald's, et cetera, they were just beating her to the punch every single time.
Yeah, they completely dropped the felon argument. Like you don't even hear it. You didn't hear it through the course of most of the campaign.
Fox News Decision Desk can now project that former President Donald Trump will win the state of North Carolina. This has been a contested state. Vice President Harris went there many, many times. Democratic governor in the state of North Carolina. You saw former President Trump go there a number of times, about 4 times in the past 2 weeks to campaign. The campaign always felt that they were in good position in North Carolina. Now we can project that he will win the state of North Carolina and its 16 electoral votes. The Fox News decision desk can now also predict that Vice President Harris will win New Mexico. That was a tight race. It had tightened in recent days, but Vice President Harris will win New Mexico. So as we look at the race to 270, the electoral votes needed, it now stands at 232 for former President Trump and 198 for Vice President Harris.
That makes North Carolina the state in the battlegrounds that Trump has won 3 times. It was the only battleground state that he locked down in 2020. So obviously a relief at the Trump campaign that he has kept that one in his column as well tonight as we continue to move on.
Peter Ducey is live at the White House. What he's hearing from the Harris campaign and the Harris path tonight. Peter.
And we'll start with what we're hearing here at the White House, and that is nothing. They told us that President Biden and some longtime advisors were inside watching the results come in on TV, but we have been here outside, and we've been noticing that a lot of lights that were on within the White House, at least from the part that we can see, have been turning off. So it seems like some folks around here may be taking the campaign co-chair, Jen O'Malley Dillon's advice in that memo that they should get some sleep and prepare for some results in the morning. There have been 3 big changes, though, in the way that the Harris team has been presenting their case to us in the last couple hours. As results started coming in, they were telling us where they saw silver lining in all of the battleground states. They were also telling us that they thought they had a plausible case to win in all 7 battleground states. And something over the last 36 hours they've been pushing a lot is that they thought Trump could come out and declare victory early. We're not hearing much of any of that anymore. The memo that the campaign co-chair put out is pretty broad and just something that they've been telling us since the summer when Harris took over, that the blue wall was one of their pathways to victory. That is not new information. That is just what they've got right now. Vice President Harris remains at the Naval Observatory right now. We don't know if she's going to show up at her campaign headquarters, but they took the press pool and they told him just to stand by. And if Joe Biden is giving anybody watching an indication of how he feels about all these races that that he has really not been a part of, he's made 6 congratulatory calls. 4 of the 6
No, come on.
Win the state of Virginia. This was much closer. It was a state that the Trump team said they felt they might be able to expand the map, but he did better than he did in the prior elections. But this has just been called for Vice President Harris. And President Trump did better with non-married men than he did 4 years ago in Virginia, which seems to be a theme that we're seeing in a lot of these states, that all according to the Fox News voter analysis.
I want to bring back our panel, but I want to read from an email that came from Jackie Heinrich moments ago. I'll just read from it. 3 sources close to Harris are expressing concern that Harris's path to victory may be too narrow to overcome. One source at the Harris Friends and Family Party says, quote, her path is so narrow and she is not doing what she needs to do in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. The exit polls I saw hours ago are all accurate. They need to suddenly outperform those. I don't believe it will happen. Asked about this, a second source close to Harris told me I 100% agree. The path to victory is very difficult. His numbers are higher than expected in counties where he should be losing by larger margins in Pennsylvania and Michigan. A third source saying close to the campaign, I think we're losing this. I think we're losing this. Hearing word that Vice President Harris may come to Howard University soon, but not for another hour. Harold Ford Jr.
So consistent with those numbers, Brett, the race, that Senate race in Pennsylvania between Bob Casey and David McCormick, it looks like McCormick with 81% of the vote in is leading by a point and a half. And we'll monitor that. I think that race, if McCormick wins that race, I think it's very likely to say that President Trump will win the Commonwealth as well. Building on some of the points, reacting to some of the points from my friends on the other side of the table, you know, my party often says that Donald Trump didn't do enough on the border. He rejected a bill that would have been a compromise, that he didn't lay out specifics. He said no taxes on tips, no taxes on overtime, that wasn't a full-throated economic plan. And all that may be true, but sometimes politics in life isn't fair. And he's a different kind of candidate. I think if we look back, and this race is not over, we've got three, the blue wall here to hold. But if we look back at this, I think one of the things that this campaign is going to wish that they had done probably more effectively was to just lay out a bit of a plan on the economy and inflation and growth, to lay out a plan to maybe say we should have reinstated or kept in place some of the Trump border executive orders as we look to find ways to do things differently. Because just going back and looking at things just wasn't working with voters, and the polling data showed that. And the fact that we have more wealth today than we did 3 years ago, more innovation, more cures and therapeutics, more oil than we did 3 years ago, and they couldn't figure out how to run on that, couldn't figure out how to capitalize on that. So as we talk about reconstituting our party, that's some of the things we're going to have to do. And if you guys are successful tonight, I hope that President Trump is willing to reach out to us as well and try to figure out ways in which to grow the country for every American.
But don't you think he's done that? I mean, look at the coalition he has built. I think there's been an underestimation of what the definition of protecting democracy is.
Okay, all I'm saying,
RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard, who was in charge of the DNC at a certain point, saying there's all this lawfare. You're suing to keep RFK Jr. off the ballot. Nicole Shanahan, his vice presidential candidate at the time, feels the same way. And people look at that and say, he's building a coalition that actually works. The only thing I'm saying is Bret Baier wrote a great piece for FoxNews.com called about unity and about what happens when these races. This is one of the most divisive races in my 54 years of life. My only point is it will be time to whomever wins. And if it's President Trump, it looks like it might be, it's time to heal and move forward. And I think he'll have to do something. I don't disagree with he's built this coalition, it looks like tonight, but it's going to take more than that. I'm one as a Democrat willing to work with him if he wants to do that, but it's going to take each side wanting to do it.
We're going to make a call here. Stand by.
Fox News projects that the Republicans will take control of the United States Senate. The party will hold at least 51 seats, which is enough for an outright majority.
The tipping point for this is Nebraska, where Fox News can now project that Republican incumbent Senator Deb Fischer will defeat independent challenger Dan Osborne. Now, this was a very, very tight race. The incumbent Republican pulling this out. And that means, because of Bernie Moreno and West Virginia, that it now goes over the top as far as the Senate majority, but we don't know the final number yet.
Right. We're still waiting for the Tim Sheehy race against John Tester in Montana, which is one that I think a lot of Republicans felt was something they were relying on. So we'll see if that turns out to be the case. And it's not clear yet who would serve as the next Senate Majority Leader. Republican leader Mitch McConnell, who is the longest serving Senate leader in history, announced earlier this year that he would step down. So there's a lot of speculation about who might take that role. And of course, that'll be the next conversation to have for the leadership in the Senate. But right now, a 51-seat majority for the Senate, 42 seats for Democrats. And this is a big deal for if President Trump wins again, he needs this majority in the Senate. We don't know what's going to happen in the House, if indeed.
Yeah, and we have seen some evidence that Democrats are having some success in the House. The question comes in the West and California, but this is a big deal, Britt Hume, that this is a flip of the Senate majority, and now Chuck Schumer will no longer be the majority leader. This is something that Republicans looked at their map at the beginning and said, this looks good for us. They didn't know how good, and we still don't know how good it's going to be tonight.
Yeah, and it raises the possibility that if Trump wins, he has the Senate, and the question becomes then, can the Republicans maintain control of the House? There's been a lot of confidence in the betting markets that they would throughout this evening, but just to keep you up to date, the margin on the betting odds has shrunk a little bit for their holding on there.
Holding on to all three.
If I could just add, like for Mitch McConnell, this is what a way to leave, right? With another win. Again, and if President Trump wins the presidency, another way to say, he recruited great candidates this year. Steve Daines, who was a senator from Montana who ran the whole operation. The Senate Leadership Fund spent millions of dollars very strategically, and they had to help with $3 million at the last minute to help the senator of Nebraska get across the finish line. She barely did, but she made it.
Let's also this happens amid harsh criticism of McConnell from a not insignificant wing of the Republican Party on the right.
Yep.
Let's also not discount the success of former President Trump in these states, Kayleigh, that definitely in the case of Bernie Moreno, with a 10-point win in Ohio, takes him over the finish line. And we don't know. In Michigan, Mike Rogers. In Pennsylvania, Dave McCormick. And in Montana, Sheehy.
This lead could grow. And there was a long, big conversation, especially when you look back at midterm cycles, about President Trump potentially dragging down tickets and, hurting Senate candidates. And in fact, it seems like Senate candidates are finding coattails with President Trump. Interestingly, when we assess the prospect of keeping the House majority, Steve Scalise said we need at least an 8 to 10 seat buffer because he expects, should Donald Trump prevail, which it's looking very good for him right now, that several House members will depart and be various cabinet members in the administration. So you got to start thinking about that. That's a political calculation you can solve, on the inside, but something to think about nonetheless. I would just say this. The word here, the word on other networks that I'm hearing constantly is the word underperforming for Kamala Harris. We're seeing it repeatedly. We're seeing it among demographics. She's underperforming. And while we don't have results right now, we do have trends, and the trends do not look good.
Let me just interrupt. As we see on the screen here, this is Wisconsin. This is Hovde with 1.2 million to Baldwin, the incumbent. If we could flip it over to Michigan, Mike Rogers has a lead on Slotkin in that race, 50.3 to 46.9.
Incredible.
Now, these races, they fall in the same category. As I mentioned before, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, they have a lot of the same issues, energy. All of them campaign similarly, and they all appear to be doing well and maybe outperforming.
Yeah, and just a couple of things about the Senate, because remember that Vice President Harris said that she was open to ending the filibuster if it meant that that was what was necessary to restore Roe v. Wade. There was also discussion, not hammered too much on the campaign trail, but the idea of making Puerto Rico and D.C. states has been kicked around for a long time, possibly expanding the Supreme Court. So these are ideas that I think in many ways were galvanizing to a lot of voters, and we're seeing what's happening in the United States Senate. So if this continues, well, we know now that there's a majority, so at least in the short term, those things won't happen.
Eventually, we're going to check in with Chad Pergram on Capitol Hill. We'll continue with our panel. We have some more raw vote total coming in as a lot of numbers as the race for 270 continues. More results and analysis. Could we make some more calls coming up? You'll have to come back.
I wish my TV provider let me choose what I pay for.
Sling lets you do that.
I wish my TV provider let me choose what I pay for and let me pause my subscription when I want. Sling lets you do that. Yeah! I wish my TV provider let me choose what I pay for and let me pause my subscription when I want and have hundreds of free channels. Sling lets you do that too.
Choose and customize your channel lineup or watch for free. Sling.
See what we can get. Let's see. Go to somebody else. See what we get. Who else? Somebody up to date. Damn, all my shit on. Only person that's working is what the fuck? All right, let me go fix this. Let me play him. Then let me go fix the rest of them. Oh, what the fuck just happened? Oh, what happened?
Because people know you're getting truth, transparency,
Yeah.
just like Elon buying X, and now he is their enemy because he's restored the town square.
Well, yeah,
I don't know.
He posted about an hour and a half ago. He said game, set, match, Elon Musk. So he's there at Mar-a-Lago.
I know, I'm looking at him.
He's feeling
He's
very
amazing.
confident.
The guy's amazing. He's amazing. And, he is one of the smartest men in the world, the richest man in the world. He does build rockets. He did revolutionize the car industry with his Tesla. And maybe we shouldn't all drive electric vehicles, but it's good to have somebody.
KO said, can Kamala still win mathematically? Yeah, if she gets all of these states.
I think I've watched the clip of the rocket coming back from space and being caught in.
She got to get all of the states that's left.
Like, I think I've watched it maybe 100 times. I just can't.
Yeah.
Remember.
And giving away $1 million to voters too, and they tried to shut that down.
She got to get all the states that's left.
I don't believe it.
Me too.
Easy, boy.
I gotta go see it in person. That's
And I don't see that happening.
Like, can he really?
I don't see that happening, bro.
You know, I don't want to repeat myself, but the guy is obviously brilliant.
And
Donald Trump's brilliant. A great campaign.
Let me play him. See, he be a little better with this. That's one thing I give him. He be having his shit. Right. Let me play him.
She was paid. She 100% was paid to put out that BS poll in order to inject hopium into the arms of the dying Kamala Harris campaign. There's no doubt in my mind. Zero doubt. This woman threw away her whole career to give Democrats hopium. Now, she's probably going to retire and she's going to live a good life, right? I mean, there's no doubt. She probably got paid a cool million, right? A cool million at least to put out that BS poll. Okay. The mainstream liberal media said Puerto Ricans are going to come out and vote against Trump. Latinos going to vote against Trump because of a joke from a comedian, right? That's what they said. And then you have Florida. Florida, Trump dominated Florida. Dominated. The Latinos. Miami-Dade. All across the state. Puerto Ricans.
Nah, that's Haitians.
They came out and voted for Trump. They voted for Trump.
Pennsylvania is where you
look at what's currently happening right now.
Puerto Ricans mad
in Pennsylvania. Right?
Not
Trump,
like
according to the New York Times,
Haitians
has a 75% chance of winning. Okay. If you guys aren't aware of the current state of the race, I'm pretty sure most of you guys are aware. Trump is essentially on the verge of winning, right? The poly market has Trump with a 97.2 chance of winning. Okay. And clearly they are superior to the polls. They're superior to the mainstream liberal media. They have a much better grip on reality, right? And Trump is basically almost there, right? Let me see. Election results. Let's see. I want to get the map up. Yeah. So this is the current map, right? As you guys should be able to see. All Trump needs at this point is Georgia, which, I mean, basically has already been called. They just don't really want to call it yet because you have some votes coming in from the Atlanta area, but she's not really going to be able to catch up. Okay. It's basically over in Georgia. PA, Michigan, Wisconsin, or Arizona. Now, in all of these states,
come on, man.
Pennsylvania.
You win it yet.
Again, according to New York Times, he has a 75% chance of winning.
All he needs like
if he picks up Pennsylvania, it's basically Michigan, he has a 67% chance of winning.
Yeah.
Wisconsin, he has a 75% chance of winning. Again, as the night continues, these odds just get better for Trump. Right? In Trump's did we do Arizona? Yeah. Arizona, 80% chance of winning, right? So the likelihood that Kamala Harris wins all of these states, and then also you got Nevada as well too. But really, all he realistically needs is he needs one of these, preferably PA, one of the Rust Belt states, again, preferably Pennsylvania, Arizona, and that's it, right? I mean, that's basically what he needs at this point. Okay, so there's a good chance that's going to happen. I really do not think that Kamala Harris is going to be able to sweep all of these states, which she would basically need to, the Rust Belt. Okay, she would need to sweep the Rust Belt. I don't think she's going to be able to do it. Now, who knows? Maybe there could be some late night shenanigans. I don't know. Okay, but I don't think that's going to happen this time around, right? Because I know there's a ton of Black people in the comment section that have been in like every one of my videos talking about, oh, you got to wait for the late night ballots. I hear you, right? I hear you. And I'm not saying that it's not possible. I'm just saying that the margins right now for the Democrats, like, for example, in a state like Arizona and Maricopa County, do not look good for that late night ballot drop. right? Because like I've been telling you guys leading up to
funny.
this election, Democrats were not doing well when it comes to the early vote, okay, compared to 2020.
They're not playing
So they
around.
really don't have the votes in the tank that they would need in order to pull off a 2020. They don't have it. Again, I'm not saying it can't happen. I'm just saying it's highly unlikely. Again, look at Maricopa County,
The third
where
person
Trump
came on at 11 o'clock.
is
Well, no,
basically almost tied with Kamala at this point.
Be about
49 to 51, which is a vast improvement over how he did in 2020. Yeah, it's going to be super hard for Kamala Harris to win Arizona with these margins in Maricopa County. Also, on top of that, you have some of these other counties that are more red that haven't reported, or a lot of the votes haven't come in yet. So again, I just don't see the late night, ballot drop happening that is going to sway this election. I'm not saying it can't happen. I'm just saying that all the black pillars, okay, for all the people that are saying that, hey, and again, I'm not saying it's over. I'm just saying that statistically speaking,
stop playing games, bro.
It's very likely that Trump is going to win. Okay,
stop playing
that's
games,
where we're at.
Man.
Same thing in Michigan.
Stop playing games.
She just does not have the margins in some of these key states, these key areas. Okay, like for example, Wayne County, Detroit. The margins just aren't there. Okay, Trump is just doing better across the board, specifically
really
with
get the fuck up out of
minorities. That's the crazy part. I believe in Wisconsin, Trump is picking up 20% of the black vote. In Wisconsin, 20%, which is insane to think about, right? All that boohoo whining, crying, Trump racist, Trump gonna put black people back in slavery. Trump hate blacks. Central Park 5, he discriminated against black people in his apartments. 20% of the black vote. You can't make this up. Historic numbers, despite the fear mongering. Anyways, right? I'm just saying. I just don't see how Kamala Harris can come back. I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm just saying there will have to be some serious funny business for Kamala Harris to come back, right? So my overall point is this, okay? And we're gonna get into some of the meltdowns here from the media. Okay, I'm gonna stream MSNBC, right? Because they're probably not doing well right now. Okay. But I want to make this point. The one thing that I have noticed is that these polls, and again, the media, they're not a reflection of reality. They're a reflection of what they want reality to be, not what reality is. Okay. These polls were a reflection of what they wanted the race to be, not what the race was. Again, I went over this in multiple videos with you guys. I told you that the Trump vote likely was underestimated. I just put out a video today. If you guys haven't watched it, I think it's a good time to watch it right now if you haven't seen it, about the French Trump whale that betted $40 million on this race because he said that the polls were rigged. Okay, they were rigged in favor of Kamala Harris, and they were underestimating Trump's support. And they were doing this on purpose. And lo and behold, I mean, it looks like that dude was right. It looks like that dude was right. He's probably going to win, what, 80 million? He probably gonna end up netting, what, $80 million? I don't know how much they win. I don't bet. I'm not a gambling man, so I don't know, right? I don't know how all that stuff works, okay? But what I'm saying is that the polls are a reflection of what they want reality to be. And I really do think that they all knew that Trump was ahead. And the reason why the polls were even close is
Post Malone is back at Raising Cane's. Post Malone posters are available to support a good cause. Raising Cane's chicken fingers. One love.
Think about it, right? Nobody voted for Kamala Harris in the primary. Not in this primary, and not in the primary that she ran in 2019. So if she could not get the Democrat Party base of 2019 excited enough for her to get one vote.
My bad.
Why in the world would anybody think that Kamala Harris could do that in 2024 after being the most unpopular vice president in this country
90%.
since Dick Cheney?
God damn.
This is why the low voter turnout numbers for the Democrats, the early voting numbers, this is why I wasn't surprised. I was like, well, yeah, that makes sense. Who the hell is excited about Kamala Harris? She's already proven that she can't get anybody excited. So it just made sense. It just made sense.
Come on, man. Update that.
Lo and behold, look what's happening, right? So again, for all the black pillars, one of the reasons why I think that this is going to hold, is likely this is going to hold, that we're not going to have a repeat of 2020, is because Democrats do not have enough votes in the tank, okay, in regards to mail-in ballots. The margins also are not good enough. They don't have margins that are good enough to actually make up for this, okay? Now, again, I could be wrong, but I don't think I'm wrong, okay? Just like I haven't been wrong for the last, 2 or 3 months, probably for the last, at least since the midterms, okay? The last time I was wrong was the midterms, okay? So I'm just saying, right? I don't think I'm wrong about this. So I think that most people should be able to sleep easy at night knowing that, okay, when you wake up in the morning, likely you're probably going to have one of these states that are probably gonna call it for Trump. But again, I don't know, right? I'm just saying this is currently where we're at, right? This is currently where we're at. The odds are just getting better for Trump. Okay. So with that being said, let's watch a little bit of the mainstream liberal media. Let's see what MSNBC got to say about this. Some of the cope, right? And go from there.
Have an NBC News call in the first one, Joy. North Carolina called for Donald Trump.
Yep. And so it was, it's a state that I think Democrats definitely were reaching for. There was a lot of work to try to turn out the college campuses, which were really thick and really packed, and try to turn out the suburbs. And I think there was a lot of hope because of just the insanity, can we say fairly, of the person who's running for governor in that state. And I thought that, defeating him would also carry Harris in. But in the end, if they didn't make their numbers and essentially exceed the numbers that Joe Biden had in the suburbs, and I think we have to be blunt about why. Black voters came through for Kamala Harris. White women voters did not. That is what it appears happened in that state.
Come on. This is copium from Joy Reid.
What state?
Why do I say it's copium from Joy Reid? The reason why is because in Georgia, black men voted for Trump at almost a 25% clip, I believe. Also, in Wisconsin, black voters voted for Trump at a 20% clip. So when you talk about, black voters in North Carolina, I kept telling you guys, I said, voter turnout for black voters in North Carolina is not good. It's a disaster. Didn't I warn you guys about that days ago, right? Days ago. Now Joy Reid gets on television and she says the exact opposite of what I've been telling you guys. This is what I'm talking about. These people, they want to manufacture reality even when the data is right there in your face. The data is literally showing you, black people,
you gotta take them down.
They seem not to be rocking with the Democrats like that. They're either voting more for Trump or they're just not voting at all. And Joy Reid gets on television, it's the white women's fault. The white women didn't show up.
Hey, well, they say it's our fault.
That could be true, but also the black people didn't show up either. Let's keep it all the way 100, okay? If you're gonna blame somebody, if you're gonna blame white women, which is fine, you can blame white women if this is a game they want to play, which I don't think this is a good game, right? I don't think it's gonna help to start trashing people for supporting Trump, right? Considering how that's what they've been doing for the last 4 years, and look how that has worked out. It hasn't worked out well. But again, they just double down on the insanity, right? They don't learn from their mistakes. But if you're gonna play that game, you also have to be honest about the fact that yes, black people did not show up for Kamala Harris, not the way that it was intended for them to show up, considering how Kamala Harris sold herself as a black woman.
Yeah.
Think about how bad that is, right? They tried to sell black people a fake black woman, and black people rejected Kamala. Yo, I low-key think that Candace Owens had a huge effect on the black vote. No doubt in my mind. Again, it's a damn shame that
black man
is only, what, 20 to 15% going for Trump, right? Which, again, is historic for a Republican. Okay? Also, Trump has some historic numbers with Latinos, too. But I'm just saying that
with your platform,
I think Candace Owens in the whole, like, Indian thing, I'm pretty sure that had a huge effect. There's no doubt about my mind. But let's be real about this, though. Let's be real, Joy Reid. Black people are not rocking with Kamala Harris like that. Not the way they should be rocking with her, considering how she sold herself as black. Not the way that black people were rocking with Obama.
BBL, you got
that's just the reality.
People out here
Is that if you can't flip enough white women, and we've talked about this on this set numerous times, is that you have a state where you've got a 6-week abortion or a 12-week abortion. I think theirs might be 12 weeks.
Yep.
But it's a state where women lost their reproductive rights, where there was a very heavy push to get women to focus on not putting in place, re-electing, putting back into the White House the person who was responsible for taking those rights away and restoring them. But that message obviously was not enough to get enough white women to vote for Vice President Harris, a fellow woman. This will be the second opportunity that white women in this country have to change the way that they interact with the patriarchy. And, God bless Shannon Watts, who has tried to have that conversation. But if people aren't receptive to it, and if people vote more party line or more on race than on gender and on protecting their gender, there's really not much more that you can do but tell people what the risks are and leave it to them to do the right thing.
Again, this is so offensive to me, right? Like, this type of commentary is so offensive because it's like, I heard them commentating on this earlier today, right? When I was watching, because I was flipping through the channels. They basically were saying, well, we don't understand how is it that you can have abortion on the ballot in states like Florida, but yet Trump wins in such a dominating way. Like, how does that work? How do you vote for Trump, who took away the right to abortion, right? But at the same time, you vote to, basically, I don't know, protect your right to abortion in the state, right? This is the conversation they was having. What they don't understand is that people aren't stupid. That's the way it's supposed to work, right? People aren't supposed to vote in a federal election based off abortion, which is a state issue. But again, these dummies who get paid millions of dollars to just be ignorant don't understand that concept. It's a very simple concept. Abortion is not a federal issue, right? It's a state's issue. So yes, it's possible to vote for Republicans at the federal level, but at the same time to vote to protect abortion in your state. That is 100% possible. And that's what people did. And thank God that's what people did, in the sense that thank God they did not attach abortion to their vote at the federal level. Clearly, I don't support abortion, right? But I'm just saying that what these people were banking on was for voters to attach abortion to the federal election. But that's not what happened. What happened is that in states with abortion on the ballot, yes, people showed up to vote on that, but they realized that no, that doesn't have anything to do with the federal election. The federal election is different. I'm going to vote Trump, and I may even vote Republican as well too. Republicans, I believe, have won the Senate. We still need to win the House, okay? But the Republicans have won the Senate. It looks like Trump is on the way to winning the White House, right? They realize that yes, we can have a Republican federal government, and we can still have abortion in our state, right? We can still do that. That's the way it's supposed to work. That's the way that democracy is supposed to work. But according to these people, they can't figure that out. They can't figure out why white women didn't line up, why the Ann Seltzer scenario didn't happen. They can't figure out why women didn't come out and vote against Trump because of abortion, right? They may have voted for Trump, and then, they may have also voted in favor of, I don't know, protecting abortion or whatever in their state. But again, they didn't vote against Trump because of abortion. They can't figure that out. But again, it's simple because people aren't dumb. People understand that those two issues, the federal government and the state issue of abortion, is not connected. So again, it's just it's funny to listen to these Ivy League educated individuals sound very ignorant when it comes to things that they've been covering for decades. It's just fascinating because I've only been covering this stuff for like 4 years, and I've done it every single day, okay, to the best of my ability. And I feel like I've gained a much better understanding of how things actually work than these individuals.
When it comes to North Carolina, they just went through the hurricane. We know that the state made tons of accommodations and people were able to get to the polls in an abbreviated form. But they also were victims to a huge amount of misinformation over the last 4 weeks. You cannot underestimate the impact that had. But to Joy's point, there's no surprises in this election. People knew exactly who they were voting for and what they were getting. So they get what they get.
I want to talk about Mark Robinson for a second because I think it's sort of interesting. Mark Robinson is like running an experiment, which is like, what's the floor? What's the floor for someone who's a major party nominee in a swing state, in basically a closely aligned?
Remind people who he is.
Mark Robinson is the current lieutenant governor of North Carolina running for governor. He is the one who said he was called himself a Nazi at one point on the Nude Africa Forum, where he had a long set of exchanges in which he said basically every single offensive thing a person could do. He has a very, very long history of saying incredibly repellent, omnidirectionally offensive statements about just about every group imaginable. He is the opposite of what you would call like diplomatic or like political. He's going to get his, he lost, right? So he lost by a lot. He got 40%. So like, to me, I look at that 40%, I think, where does everyone start in the structurally polarized America that we live in? And the answer is Mark Robinson at 40% North Carolina. Like that guy ran about as bad a race. He was abandoned by the top of the ticket. He was abandoned.
They got to stop this, man. This is not cool at all. This is not cool. Stop this shit. They've been electing presidents for years, man. The first day, man. Y'all might as well just stop saying this shit. And y'all ain't doing this. You did it twice. Because on 2016, I was there when she lost. That was at night. Now with Biden goofy and y'all start cheating, now all of a sudden it's in the morning. Yo, they got to stop this shit, bro. They need to be investigated. Because get the fuck up out of here, man. They got to stop this, bro.
Which is an old saying. You know way more about how bonds actually work. But the people doing those trades, the so-called self-anointed masters of the universe, Elon Musk and his bro buddies and people in D.C., most of those people don't feel and couldn't pass a lie detector test claiming that inflation personally affected their family as a severe hardship. But it's a heck of a lot of Americans.
But by the way, the question about raising the minimum wage almost never loses, by the way. Whenever it's put on a ballot, on a state ballot, whether it's a red state or a blue state or a purple state, it is a winner every time. I'm surprised Democrats don't use it more. But think about the disconnect here. The same people who are working class voters who are saying, I want my wages increased, are also voting for the candidate, in some cases, who is bankrolled by Elon Musk, who said into a recording device that there would be pain and hardship, which he's not going to feel. He's a billionaire, but that they will feel. So you're saying that your minimum wage increase will not be enough to deal with the 20% tariff that will make everything that you buy in Walmart much more expensive. So there's a disconnect between people's perception that the actor from The Apprentice can make me better. Essentially, you're saying, I want to be under the sort of care, right, of a very rich person who I think will take care of me economically because he was on television. But literally, the policies that you're going to get. And this is what listen, you get the government you ask for. And if you're saying you want 20% tariffs and mass deportation that will make everything unaffordable, this is what will happen.
Wow. Again, cope, right? So now they're saying that there's a disconnect, right? The voters are disconnected from reality. When I think the only people that are disconnected from reality are the mainstream liberal media propagandists, to be quite honest with you. Let's go to CNN. Let's see the cope here.
So then you come out here and you come up, let's just move on up, right? Carbon County, look at this, Trump getting 73% of the vote. You know, he's improved. That's one of the places he's overperformed himself. And then you move up here, This is Lackawanna County, Scranton, Pennsylvania, Joe Biden's hometown. It's a tough, competitive blue-collar area, but 51 to 48 now, 54 to 45.
And if that movement
then.
of 4%
Right.
can be the whole thing.
It's a couple thousand votes here. It's a couple thousand votes there. I want to show you
By the
something
way,
else.
can I just point out
Erie
that
has now flipped.
Erie, which has always voted with the presidential victor in Pennsylvania and nationally, is now with Trump.
Has flipped. And let's see where the turnout is there. Again, it's one of the 25. They're at 95%. It's very close, but it's always very close. So you see Erie County, very close there. And I just want to come across the state, Northampton County. So you're on the, your Buffalo, New York border, and here's New Jersey here. You've got, 52 to 47 there. Not done yet, but the two multi-pivot counties, twice for Obama, then for Trump, then for Biden. At the moment, they're going back to Trump. I just want to show one more thing we haven't shown tonight. I just want to bring this up and bring this out. It's not here. It is here. No, it is here. Sorry. I will figure this out eventually. I promise you. I just have too many gizmos. Just want to come in here. Come on. And show you this. So let's go out nationally first. Everyone's been talking all night long about the headwinds. There'll be a lot of questions asked about this after the fact. This is not a good environment for any incumbent. Kamala Harris is the incumbent vice president. What this shows you is not votes. This shows you the darker the county, the more that county has been hit by inflation. Meaning, the darker the county, the more cost of living, energy prices, gas prices, housing prices in a lot of places have outpaced wage increases. Right? Try to find me. See the green?
Yeah, what does that mean? That's
the county where your wages have outpaced inflations. You can use a hand. You will fill one hand. In the more than 4,000 counties and townships in the United States, you use one hand to fill out the counties where wages have outpaced inflation.
So can I make two observations?
So I just want to come back into your comment.
Oh my goodness!
I want to come back to your comment. The darker the county, the more punishing, the more inflation has outpaced your wages.
Yeah.
Your cost of living. And just look. I mean, the fact that she's doing as well in the suburbs is a testament to the Democratic strength there. But you see in these other places, it's just that was the headwind. And that came up. I can tell you I was on the road for 15 months, and that came up from the first.
Yeah, I mean, it's the economy, stupid. I mean, it's really that simple, right? It's the economy. Who in the hell, why would you turn around and vote for 4 more years of a terrible economy when we know under Trump's 4 years that we had a great economy, right? I mean, it's really that simple, right? That's really what it comes down to, okay? The liberal media wanted to make it about, oh, Trump is Hitler. They want to make it about January 6th. It's so funny because early today, CNN released one of their BS exit polls in which they showed democracy being the #1 issue for voters, right? And I just love how they always just assume that democracy being the top issue is just bad for Trump, right? When I would argue that since Kamala Harris was not elected in her own primary, right? I mean, she was installed, okay? I would argue that probably hurts Kamala Harris as well too, right? The whole democracy thing, right? Because there's nothing democratic about the Democratic Party. But anyways, that being at the top of that's the type of stuff where they think that moves voters. I don't think that moves voters. I think part of the reason why you're seeing the results that you're saying is because the whole anti-Trump thing, the whole Trump derangement thing, it just didn't have the same effect this year that it had in 2020, right? I think in 2020, when Trump was actually in office and people did not have an alternative in regards to what life would be like without Trump, right? Especially at that time period during the pandemic. I think a lot of people thought that, hey, well, the cause of all our problems is Trump. Trump is the issue, right? They were blaming everything on Trump. Every pandemic death was Trump's fault. But now, fast forward 4 years without Trump, people realize that was a lie. Everything that they told us was an absolute lie about how everything was Trump's fault.
Fucking idiot.
Clearly, that's not the case because things got worse under the Democrats. So I think that campaigning on Trump being a threat to democracy, January 6th, he's Hitler, poison of blood, Nazi, fascist, all of those things, which again, that's what Democrats campaigned on, especially in the last few weeks. It just didn't move the needle. Because I think that Trump derangement, the Trump deranged individuals in this country, they've already become Democrats. Like for example, Alyssa Fair Griffin. She announced on The View today that she voted for Kamala Harris. And it's like, well, that's not a surprise. Those type of individuals, again, they were already voting for Democrats. That was already baked in, right? And the people who didn't care about that, who cared about other things, more important things, those people already had become Trump voters, right? They have already switched over, okay? And I think that's the miscalculation that the Democrats made. The Democrats made the calculation thinking that, hey, we can continue to make the same tired old argument that we have been making for years about Trump being such a big threat, claiming that he's going to do things that he never did, saying that he's, the worst thing ever. And they thought that that was going to work. But Trump's not in office. And the economy, the most important issue, is bad. It's terrible. So I think that was a severe miscalculation from the Democrats. And the fact is that they should have acknowledged a long time ago that the economy was bad. And they should have been more honest about the mistakes that they made in regards to the lockdowns and the overspending that contributed to the bad economy.
Like the same.
I think the fact that they never really took responsibility for the economy, they gaslit the American people, and then they wanted to make it seem like everything was Trump's fault.
I'll probably come back. See. Now on some update, because what's the name on some bullshit? They got updates. They just not giving it to us. They're making us wait. So I'm trying to see if I can find anybody that got some updates. They making us
CNN now talking about outstanding votes coming in on Georgia for Kamala. They trying to, man. They done already called Georgia. They done already called Georgia.
That was the one that was keeping him alive so that he could fight for the United States of America. The Republican Party will never be the same. I saw that the numbers in Georgia for the black men, 25% of black men in Georgia voted for President Donald J. Trump. Are you kidding me? That is historic. Over the last 60 years, where Democrats have gotten 90 to 95% of the vote from the black community, this country is shifting. It is changing. It is becoming more patriotic. And when we win, I'm declaring it right now, when we
22
win, we forget the
electoral votes. He needs 22 votes. Let's go.
Our babies, trying to cut off perfectly good body parts with our kids, and trying to just shut up anybody that wants to talk about Jesus and talk about nationalism. We need to keep that spirit for these 4 years when President Trump gets in office with his team that he's already got in place. As you said, way different story from 2016 to 2020. Now he knows who the swamp is. He knows who he can trust. He's already surrounded himself with incredible people that are going to make our country healthy again, safe again, prosperous, and great again. It's going to be an incredible 4 years. Hopefully, if and when President Trump gets in the Oval Office.
Preach, David Harris Jr.
All right. I just want to mention this too while we have David still with us. I got an update from the Harris campaign at Howard University.
Lay it on us. Okay.
So we have some breaking news here. The Harris campaign apparently has just shut off the sound in the TVs at her watch party. They have replaced it with music after a guest on CNN said tonight felt more like 2016 than 2020. The crowd has significantly thinned out there, and the mood is seriously downcast. That's one report on X that I saw. I asked James Rosen, can you confirm this? He wrote me back, yes. So
well, it's never good when you turn down the
call
music.
Pennsylvania. What the fuck?
The music's off. Maybe time to go home.
I'm gonna tell you what pisses me off about this. How they could call Chicago. They called Illinois at 9%.
We sort of saw the shift in after her DNC speech. And they really got, an infusion because people were just happy it wasn't Joe Biden, right? Like we have to remember that the way the dominoes fell. So sure, she was going to get that bounce, but then to insulate her from the press and then to have all these sort of surrogates that are coming out calling people garbage is sitting president, women, and then the whole sort of the fact that we are looking at sort of people who are using this contempt language towards America. It doesn't say, well, it's okay to attack a candidate. I think that when he says you start going after the American people, and people are going to say, do we really want
Wait.
to vote for you?
And that's one thing too. I mean, it's one thing to
Yo, what do you mean he needs 42? What are you talking about?
Hey. Wow, look at Illinois.
What are you talking about? He needs
He got
42.
45%. She didn't blow him out. He got a point there.
What are you talking about, Guiding Lantern?
They only at 87%. Damn.
270, yes.
Wow, this was close. Okay, Illinois. Oh, this was close. Damn. Wait, let me see. Can I see the county? Let me get it. Can I please see the county?
He's not at 230. What are you talking about?
Let's go to Cook County. Let's go. Let's go. Nah, I didn't turn Chicago red. It made Chicago red, guys. You didn't do it.
Bro, he's at 248.
Let me see. Come on, show me. Come on. Illinois. Give me Cook County. No, give me Illinois. He was close.
Newsmax is reporting he's at 248.
He's at 230. Wow. It's not just going. Why the fuck is y'all? I want Illinois.
Yo, shout out to Tracy, said Trump 2024.
Palm Beach Convention Center in West Palm Beach.
I don't even turn blue yet.
Somewhere between Mar-a-Lago and that
The rest of it
location
was
right
red.
there. We do expect him to speak
Who
at
else?
some point tonight. I'm
Oh.
losing track of time. It's 12:35 here on the East Coast. We're going to be with you for the next little bit, at least until I think till 2 a.m.
Yeah.
We're standing by waiting for some of these results to check in. While we wait for Donald Trump, let's talk about these Senate races, because this is also going to be critical for the way the country looks for the next 4 years. All right, at least for the next couple years until we see the next election cycle. All right, let's start with Pennsylvania here. And we see Bob Casey, the incumbent there, losing right now to David McCormick. We have 83% of the votes in so far. And Dave McCormick has just about
the motherfuckers up north.
Over Bob Casey. Remember, a lot of the polls had Bob Casey winning this race. Republicans outperforming the polls in Pennsylvania. As we move to Michigan, Mike Rogers still has about a 1-point lead over Alyssa Slotkin there, the Democrat in this race. Mike Rogers, well, we used to be in the House.
Where you at, dude? That's not true. You just talking. That is not true. Let me show y'all this shit. I'm kind of impressed. They almost did it. They almost did it. Almost. Wow, man. Okay. They almost did it. I thought it was a landslide. It wasn't. God damn it. Shit. Because usually the Democrats be having a landslide. Shit, not here. As y'all see, let me go back. This is Indiana, and we know that's going to be red. But I can't, they're not allowing me yet with you guys. But it's not even fully blue yet. But I bet you up here up north, we're going to be breaking this down. Look at this. This is, oh, that's Iowa. This is Illinois. Look at this. Red, Springfield. Well, what's the name is that? And they ain't got the results from them yet. But they small count. Look at this shit. This probably DuPage. Nah, I don't think that's DuPage. I think this DuPage. I think this Rockford right here. Look at this. they're not even done counting Chicago. But look, they did call Chicago kind of quick. Kind of, yo. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait till that shit. I'm not for that. I was gonna go back for y'all could see. It was kind of a close race. He had probably what she had probably like, anyway. Wow, Chicago. I mean, wow, Illinois. Holy shit. It's kind of strange, man. Y'all call Illinois so fucking fast. I think he went to sleep. He passing out. They try to make us go to sleep. This is unacceptable. He do got a point. They did call it Support. They did, man. I'm not like this. Finish seeing what he said. I'm not liking this at all.
Right now is Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. If we win either one of those states, we're going to cruise the victory. And Donald Trump gets so much credit because he never backed down. He kept fighting, and we wouldn't be here today without him.
That's weird.
Yeah, Terry, there was a lot of talk, too, a concern among evangelicals that they weren't going to show up to vote for Donald Trump. This is a historical trend we've seen in the past. A lot of evangelical Christians just simply stay home. Talk about the appeal that Donald Trump has to the evangelicals who did show up to vote and the inroads he's been able to make with that community.
It's going to take a couple of days.
Well, listen, I know the Christian community very well. I'm part of it. And we're concerned about so many things that Democrats pose.
If Chicago was 50%, I'm going to be proud.
In our daughter's private spaces.
I'm going to be proud.
We're concerned about what they're teaching our kids in schools.
Because they didn't even call Chicago.
Has made these three things central to his
I'm going to be proud.
And so the evangelical voters,
wow.
I wouldn't be surprised if it comes out that this has been the largest evangelical turnout in American political history.
As we look at the stage here, I don't know who is on stage. It looks like a Trump impersonator. But we're going to see. We got to wonder if we're going to see Elon Musk.
But y'all seen that for yourself.
Speak tonight. We're going to see Tulsi Gabbard, Robert Kennedy. Are we? What is this scene going to look like? And is Donald Trump going to declare victory? Because it's a little too early to do that right now.
Bullshit.
But, the Trump campaign has to be very confident.
Bullshit.
Breathe. Stop, y'all.
Look, I think everyone here feels good. I think the Trump team has to feel good. These numbers are very promising. I do think that Elon Musk will probably make an appearance tonight. We know that he's at Mar-a-Lago with the president watching the results. And that's very good for my children because I promised them that if Donald Trump won the presidential election, I would get a Cybertruck. So congratulations, Bobby, Max, and Peter, and Tucker. You're getting the Cybertruck, guys.
Wow, that was a tough bet to make.
Christmas comes early.
Yeah, I met your beautiful daughter at the Terry. You're a great family man. It is about values, voting your values, but I think also leaders that have character.
Really? Okay.
Donald Trump's family that we saw, they're at Mar-a-Lago as well. He had them on the trail, but the children he's raised, Barron, versus, the character of these other candidates. I think a lot of people are looking at that as well. We've seen people pray for Donald Trump. We need to pray for our leaders, and we need to pray and make sure that they have good moral compass because their directions and their choices impact us on so many levels, a multitude, be it national or foreign policy issues.
This is crazy.
No, that's exactly right. And look, I think you can tell a lot about a man by what his children think of him and how his children turn out. And if you look at Donald Trump's kids, it's very clear that he's been a very good father. They love him with all their heart. And also, they all turn out very successful. But we do need to pray for our leaders. These battles that we're in, it's not just politics and winning the elections. It's spiritual, it's personal, it's everything. And we do need to pray for these guys because they're getting attacked left and right.
All right, Terry Schilling, always great to see you. Enjoy that.
87%. Call it.
This is straight bullshit.
Thank you so much. Obviously, the mood in different rooms. You know, we're looking at the mood there in West Palm Beach versus James Rosen, who is at Howard University. Let's bring in our very next guest to talk about what we are seeing as the night goes forward now. Morning, we're past midnight. GOP strategist, former New York State candidate Joe Pena, also Newsmax contributor Chrissy Clark, and
she only had
are spending the night here. Chrissy, I'll start with you. Female voters also may not have turned out for.
This is pathetic. Y'all done lost. Take the L.
Now and listen in to Cedric.
I want to say good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you.
Boo!
For all that you have done. Thank you for being here.
Boo!
Thank you for believing in the promise.
Boo!
Okay.
To address not only the HU family, not only to address our supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Cedric Richmond, the campaign co-chair, and it's hard to ignore the fact that this is the mirror image of 2016 when John Podesta, Hillary Clinton's campaign chair, came out around the same time of night and said, you know, we're still counting votes and you won't hear from her tonight, you'll hear from her tomorrow.
Which is stunning. Go HU, by the way, is Howard University. That's where the campaign headquarters party is. But the vote is still going. They're not stopping. The counting is still continuing in Wisconsin, in Michigan, in Pennsylvania, in Arizona, in Nevada. So, you know, as you start getting to a decision here, and we could be getting close to a decision, we'll see where we are in Georgia. There have been other calls for Georgia. We are now in Michigan. Bill Hemmer, seeing some movement.
Up over 6 points, 6.3 now. The margin's getting larger for Trump here. Raw vote count is 210,000. So if you start doing some math and you think like what's outstanding in Detroit, Wayne County, which is a lot, it's a sizable amount of votes out there. But whether or not there's enough votes in Wayne, once they announce and release, whether or not it's enough to overcome his lead right now.
What about Kent County? He has closed 3 campaigns in Grand Rapids, and he just closed this one there last night.
Yeah, Kent County has been stubborn for Donald Trump. This was a flipper from 2020 when Joe Biden took it from the Trump team. Right now in Kent County, she's got a pretty comfortable lead here, about 10 points. It's a remarkable thing when you think about it. You know, the Gerald Ford Museum is there. And we talked about 5 hours ago about the realignment of America in the South, primarily like in North Carolina and Georgia and perhaps parts of Florida. You don't think about a realignment in Michigan necessarily. But this has been an area that Donald Trump wanted to win. There's a reason why he started his tradition in 2016 by concluding his campaign in Kent County, Grand Rapids. He did it again in 2020 in a losing effort. He did it again just this past weekend, Monday night at midnight, right? He rolled into, he rolled into Florida at 5:30 in the morning. That was yesterday morning. No, it wasn't. It was this morning, wasn't it? Right. Because it was Wednesday, right? Okay, you follow me on the calendar? Okay, yeah, okay. But it's been stubborn. It appears that it'll stick that way as well. Kent County and Grand Rapids will stay in the blue column. It's a changing area, you know, this west coast of Michigan. But what I'm seeing right now, even though you have just about 60% of the vote in, I'm seeing a lot of red lining up and down Lake Michigan. And for a while, you know, that had changed. It seemed to be shifting a little bit. There's a county right here called Muskegon, beautiful part of the world. And that had seemed to be drifting in the Democratic column as well. But Trump's got a firm grip on it now, 16 points. And I'll just go west of Muskegon, or sorry, south of Muskegon, west of Grand Rapids is Ottawa County there. Like for years, this was like a Republican bastion. Trump kept it that way in 2020, winning by 21.5 points. In 2016, in Ottawa specifically, you ran away with it at 30 points. And so it will stay that way tonight. And let me just come out to real-time data here and let you know where we are statewide. You've got some vote out there, but you see this margin here yet again. Just as I'm talking here, guys, it's ticking higher. 210,967, 6.3 percentage point lead in Michigan. I'm not going to say it because it's not my job, but it looks like the blue wall could stay intact yet again for another year where it votes in unison with the winning party who takes the White House that year.
But yeah, I know what it is. I'm not. Oh, he's 248 now. Now he want to go up. Now he got Georgia.
Donald Trump. This was a really hard-fought battle. If you think about Georgia, loses it last time to President Biden, 11,779 votes. For some reason, that number sticks in my mind. And this is a big win. He went there, campaigned there, and so did Vice President Harris numerous times, thinking that Georgia could stay in the Democratic column.
You know, he had a difficult relationship with Governor Brian Kemp. If you remember, 4 years ago, after losing Georgia, they tried to salvage 2 Senate races in Georgia. A month later, special elections. That didn't go well either. So this is a very big win for former President Trump to, you know, have this redemption in Georgia.
So now we are at electoral college vote at 248 for Trump and 216 for Harris. We have a panel. We're welcoming in Darren Shaw, a member of the Fox News Decision Desk. Welcome in Ron Williams as well, along with Carl Rove. Darren,
I'm trying to hear this. All right, he got Pennsylvania. I mean, he got Georgia. Now they won't try to drag that shit out for the next. Let me see what he said. Damn. So, they left her here caught. Okay.
Time for call now.
So he got
2 counties, Philadelphia County, Allegheny County. There's still a little vote out in the collar counties and the suburbs. There's a little bit out there, but this is just about the cities, right? This is now about, and we told you about this 6 hours ago, about how this goes. The last places that you get the vote are the places with the most votes in them, the densest place where it's takes the longest to count, takes the longest to vote, takes the longest to count. It's more complicated in urban centers. So this is a pretty simple bit of arithmetic here. As soon as there are not enough votes out, because one of the other advantages that they have is that now we have a sense of what the turnout's really like, what the numbers really are all about, and what they can expect is still out in Philadelphia. And we'll certainly know a lot more here in just a few moments, that we can start to know what the real vote need is in those 2 counties.
Okay, and what do we make? I thought it was interesting when you put up Philadelphia County that Trump is tracking a couple of points ahead of where he was in 2020, Pennsylvania County, in Philadelphia County, and then also in Allegheny County. Donald Trump's doing better, relatively speaking, than he was. Allegheny, not so much, but I think Philadelphia was by 2 or 3 points. How can we go through at least where he is in terms of his lead, and then how much vote we think is out?
Well, I mean, if the story of this election is that it's a 2-point shift, right, then it would be a 2-point shift everywhere. Now we can highlight individual places. You mentioned New Jersey and other spots like that where you see these bigger numbers, but those are going to be in not contested. Those are going to tend to be in not contested places, in places that are monoparty spots where you can have those bigger swings in turnout and people act in different ways.
I would imagine that you're going to see the consistent shift across a battleground state like Pennsylvania. And if that's the case, if those are the numbers that we're talking about, if that's what we're seeing here, the clock is really running down on Kamala Harris at this point. The clock is really, really running down on her.
Yeah. And is that, if we go Michigan and Wisconsin, the same story?
Well, I mean, Wisconsin has been different. So if Kamala Harris loses Michigan, if she loses Wisconsin, if she replicates Hillary Clinton's map, basically, then what Democrats will say is that they have to retool their party. They have to retool their coalition, because what it will say is that they could win in the middle of a pandemic. They could win in the middle of a recession. They could win in a crisis, and they could win with a sitting president who is super unpopular. This is what people forget. Americans have good views, better views now. Majority of Americans have positive views about the Trump administration because they're thinking about the Biden administration. But if the only way that Democrats can win a relatively narrow victory is to have a massive pandemic and huge recession, if that's the only way that it can happen.
And some other things as well, too.
And the question for Democrats will be, how do they figure out how to put this new coalition together? If they're not going to bring back the working class, can they take enough? Can they rebuild the Republican coalition? And do Democrats go moderate and suburban, or do they try to go back to their roots? If the results are pointing to what it looks like they're pointing to right now, the coming civil war in the Democratic Party, the coming struggle between progressives who are going to come out and say, I told you Kamala Harris should not have moderated on fracking, should not have moderated on Israel, should not have moderated on all of these things. They're going to come out and they're going to say, we told you that the future belonged to the Democratic Socialists. It belonged to the hardline progressives. That's where we should have been. And then on the other side, you'll get the moderates will come out and say, no, we were carrying too much baggage from wackadoodles at the beginning of this term and didn't get to make the right case to the people.
What
Yes,
is
sir.
the chance that the far left of the Democratic Party comes away with a win on this? They are absolutely the reason that this is happening right now. There's no.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Money goes. It goes to their bitch ass.
The Democrat Party, yeah, I think that part of the reason why this is happening is because of the Democrat Party embracing the excesses of the far left, right? When it comes to the gender agenda, when it comes to spending, when it comes to the pandemic lockdowns, all of it, like the weird things that they're into, right? Now, here's the thing, though. Kamala Harris tried to run a campaign in which she tried to run to the middle. However, she was not very convincing of her moderate disguise, right? Because that's what it was. People were not convinced. They didn't know who she was, to be honest with you. Nobody knows who she is, okay? She doesn't know who she is, okay? So it's interesting. And this is something that I'm going to be covering, right? I mean, people ask me as a joke, well, what are you going to do for the next 4 years? Well, I'm going to continue to do what I've been doing, right? I'm going to continue to cover politics. And what did Democrats do the last 4 years with Joe Biden in office? Well, they covered what was happening in the Republican Party, right? And, you know, hey, it wasn't necessarily a good 4 years for Democrats, so that's about the only thing they could cover. But anyways, yeah, I'm going to cover what's going to happen in the Democrat Party, because there will be a Democrat Party civil war. They're going to be pointing fingers at each other and blaming each other, saying, well, whose fault is this? And the progressives are going to say, no, it's not our fault, because we should have been more progressive. You should have doubled down on the open borders. You should have doubled down on the gender agenda. You should have doubled down on being soft on crime. You should have doubled down on the progressive policies, right, that they feel like are popular in this country. That's what they're going to say. And you will have other Democrats that'll say, no, we actually need to be more like Liz Cheney, right? Kamala Harris really thought it was a good idea to run around with Liz Cheney. Okay, again, that's the genius of the Kamala Harris campaign. Let me run around with Liz Cheney. And that's a good idea. One of the most unpopular politicians in the country, right? Two unpopular politicians, Kamala Harris and Liz Cheney, running around together. That's what her campaign was. Okay. And keep in mind, the pundits, the people on, The View, Joy Reid, Kamala ran the perfect campaign, right? She made no mistakes. Clearly, the mistake, again, was running around with Liz Cheney. But anyways, that's what's going to happen. And certainly that's going to be a problem. That's going to be a huge problem for the Democrat Party. And they're going to go through the same thing that the GOP went through. After Biden lost, the GOP tried to get rid of Trump. There was a GOP civil war. Trump won.
I just got to get the numbers.
Simple, right? Now, who will win the Democrat Party civil war? I don't know. But I'm low-key hoping, for entertainment purposes, right, for content purposes, I'm hoping it's the left. I really am. I hope that the Democrats double and triple down on the cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs insanity. We know they're going to double and triple down on the Trump derangement. And there's no doubt in my mind they're probably going to try to impeach Trump, right? They're going to try to get him out of office, right? That's what they'll be focused on more than anything. But again, they do have a question. There is a real question about the identity of the party and the direction of the party. Are they going to embrace the far left, or are they going to actually become a more sane party again?
Hold on, he got something. Because they cheering on something over here. So let me go see what they cheering about. See what he got. He got something. Come on.
Everyday Americans
What they cheering about, bro?
confronting, I think, I'm very much unlike, thank goodness for Newsmax. Thank goodness for places like Newsmax too. But everyday Americans confronting, finally, with their votes, the machine that has been arrayed against them, against their common sense, against their pocketbooks, against their values. And President Trump was able to make, it seems...
Yo, man, shout out to everybody that's been rocking with me. We've been up here for over 6 hours. Salute to everybody that's been rocking out with me.
President Trump has brought together a movement of diverse demographics, Americans who felt left behind, who the Democrat Party and their nominee, who never made it through a primary process, who was appointed, was going to be installed, and they said no, we're not doing that. And Bob Casey was a part of that. Very ungenuine. When he said he cared about the people of Pennsylvania, he still voted. I don't know, must have been at least 95% of the time with the Democrats who were oppressing the people in his own state. And John Fetterman said it. He said from the beginning Donald Trump is going to win. So I think that's what we're seeing, and I rejoice in it.
And John, when you see Bob Casey running ads, aligning himself with Donald Trump, that, even they're not having the faith that Kamala Harris at the top of the ticket would help them in the down ballot. And that was significant there in Pennsylvania. Now, McCormick just came out and said 85% of the vote. I think his tone was perfect, spot on. And it's more than what the Democrats will hear from Kamala Harris this evening. Her supporters were told to go home, and Howard University is now empty.
Look, this is an absolutely historic election.
Arsenal Shotgun said for Pennsylvania, they dragging on. Of course they are. Because they know it's over.
Your readers and listeners should understand there is one more chapter to be written. The House of Representatives, I predict,
they know
for a week or two.
Once they call Pennsylvania, it's over.
Donald Trump won Pennsylvania, and even as McCormick won the Senate race there, Republican incumbent in Pennsylvania, Scott Perry, went down to defeat. There are other networks that say the Democrats have a slightly better than even chance of taking the United States House back. That would cripple much of Donald Trump's agenda, because the House runs on and Nan knows this, the House runs on party discipline. And it's extremely difficult, since there are very few moderate Democrats left, to bring over any Democrats to anything that Trump would want to do. So there will be a lot of recounts. There'll be a lot of last-minute votes. And I think eternal vigilance is necessary here.
Ain't gonna
All
stop
those
shit.
lawyers that were ready for election integrity efforts are going to have to be deployed to key House
Ain't
districts
gonna stop
because
nothing.
it's going to be very, very tight in the House.
You can
John
stop that
Ferdinand
goofy
Hayward,
ass
we
shit.
appreciate your
The
comments
House try to go up
this
that
morning. We
there.
thank you so much
Them
for being
goofies,
with us.
they're gonna be
And
out
folks, if
anyway.
you are just joining us,
They're
this is
about to
our
be out
special
too.
election night coverage here on
The rest
NBC.
of it.
You tell me if Pennsylvania got 90% of the vote, why we need to wait for some more days?
And here we are, we're still waiting. As you heard John Fund there, the very important point that he just made about how long it's going to take before we get the final results for the House. So stay with us here.
Ready to get paid for your valuables? Don't miss the 4-day only buying event at RC Wall Jewelers in Des Plaines and receive a no obligation offer.
And have you been surprised at all about the way things have played out in Virginia?
Democrats go get their ass kicked out of there very fast.
No, I mean, the polls were showing that we were down 7, 8, 9 points in the
Don't
race. We lost since 2008, unfortunately.
Yeah, I want to get y'all ass kicked out of that bitch so bad.
Right, but the good news was Jen Kiggins, one of the top congressional races
I ain't
in
got time for
the
that.
country. She wins a big race in
Play
Southeast Virginia
game.
by
Open
8
the house.
points, and we have two others. And the seventh, as you pointed out,
Yeah,
Eric
serious.
Anderson came up
Play
4
some
points
game.
short. Same thing up in
for
Mr.
the
Clancy, Mike Clancy, up in Northern
They be on
Virginia
that goofy
suburbs.
shit
So we
again.
ran
Oh,
competitively,
you
but
can't
the House
do
and
this.
Senate
And
races
you
stay
know,
about the
these
same.
kind of bullshit. They know.
Governor Bianca here, you know, you're
They know not to
someone
be on that.
who has dealt with
They
Jack
know what's
Smith,
up.
a figure in this campaign who Donald Trump has said he will
Not
get
no
rid of
game
if he
this
is
time
in the
around.
White House and with the Supreme Court, and
It's not
obviously
going to be a
Linda
game
McKinnon says
at
was not
all.
appointed. You know, talk to us about what we
They
have
know.
seen. John Fund just
That's
talked
like
about the
with
comeback of the
Chicago.
century of 2
This
centuries
ain't
to
over.
Donald Trump, where he was
You
even a year ago with all these indictments to where he is tonight, potentially any minute now, walking in to that convention center
They
filled
still beat
with
that Trump
Republican
shit.
supporters and standing in really good position
Everybody else went
right
home
now
with
in this race.
Well, I agree. I mean,
Kamala.
it's extraordinary for a billionaire from New
Yeah,
York to
they
become the
deep,
champion
still
of the
deep.
little guy in the flyover states. And
Let's call
tonight,
it,
with
though.
historic
Alright.
margins,
Stop
getting
the
about 8 or
bullshit.
9% among Hispanic voters, about 8% among Black males, significant new support among union voters. He's kind of reshaped the coalition on how to win. And yes, with my old friend Mr. Smith, who is got chronically bad judgment about the rule of law and when to go after people, especially.
What I meant to say? Shit. Let me go back over here. Yeah, but they still that Trump shit. Yes, Chicago, man. It's going to be a major overhaul, man.
In Nevada early on. Here's Karl Rove's favorite place in the world. This
Yeah,
Washoe.
yeah, Nevada.
Right now, a point. It's close, right?
Oh, I know.
Points.
Okay.
You know what happened with Biden? Was it close? Yeah, pretty close. But Biden won the county, so in all likelihood, Trump's got a chance to flip this if it holds up right now. Super slim and more vote to come in, but Nevada is looking good too. And now you start to wonder, you know, how high does this number go on the Electoral College?
Yeah, New York
How
Times
high?
needle is
Wow.
now at greater than 95%
Damn.
and likely to win the popular vote.
I think you're right. You took the words
Let's
out.
check in. Let's go to
I'll
Vegas.
vote
Jeff
too.
Ball is out in Las Vegas. Jeff, what's happening?
Well, a lot of excitement here and optimism at the Sam Brown watch party. He's, of course, the Republican candidate trying to unseat the Democratic incumbent Senator Jackie Rosen. And just a few moments ago, when Bill was talking about Nevada, you heard a lot of cheers here from the crowd at the Sam Brown watch party, just knowing some of those initial numbers. It took nearly 3 hours to finally get some of those numbers. We're hoping to get another batch in the coming hours. But Nevada has interesting law where it's, you know, you can vote right up until the 7 o'clock hour. And if you're in line, they'll let you vote. And in order to release those results, they wait until the very last person in line votes. That person, it took 2 hours and 48 minutes. So still a very long night ahead of us. But for the folks here at the Sam Brown Watch Party. A lot of optimism in the air.
All right, Jeff Paul in Las Vegas. Jeff, thanks.
Got to get no money up.
So our panel is still with us. And we have some new folks that are here as well. Kevin McCarthy is joining us. Karl Rove is back. Juan Williams is here. Great to have all of you with us. Kevin McCarthy, let me start with you. Give us an update on what your overall take on the night so far, and then maybe drill down on some of what you're seeing in these House situations as well.
The Senate Republicans did an extraordinary job. They surpassed all expectations. President Trump is on his way. And I think President Trump is going to help the Republicans in the House, but it's going to be very narrow, maybe even narrower than we have now.
But you think they could do it?
Maybe even narrower than you have now.
Yeah, maybe the exact same. Look at the two seats I said at the very beginning of the night. Watch Pennsylvania 7 and Pennsylvania 8. I think they're going to pick those both up. I said North Carolina 1. We're probably going to lose that by 1 point. She did an extraordinary job. Then you look at Maine. We're ahead there. But we have some incumbents that have fallen in New York. California's just in now, but don't read those numbers yet because it's just the first part coming in. We're going to have to wait some time to see. There, Arizona, we've got a couple of incumbents in trouble. Bacon's coming back in Omaha. Maybe there.
I know I am.
House, if this is a trifecta, the credit goes to President Trump. It also fundamentally means something different. You can do reconciliation when it comes to tax reform. So you don't need 60 votes in the Senate. Having the Senate as large as he is, he's going to get the cabinet that he wants. The other thing that's going to happen is you're not going to have a Hakeem Jeffries that's going to try to impeach him every single week. So America is going to see ability to govern. And if Republicans take this moment in time to not play games and focus on the issues, they can grow it the next time. Otherwise, it's going to be very competitive in 2 years.
But Juan Williams, if it's as big as we think it could be, we obviously haven't made these calls yet, but it's trending that way. And the pathway for her to win is getting narrower and narrower. Isn't it not a mandate? And Hakeem Jeffries and the thought of impeaching with what we're seeing tonight seems like wouldn't be the right move.
Well, I think the Democrats are dispirited at this moment. And I think that the likelihood, as we pointed out, is that Trump will be the president. And I think that for me, talking to people like Darren and political professionals around, no one anticipated the size of this mandate, as you call it. I think that there is even recriminations now among Democrats as to Biden and whether Biden should have dropped out earlier or Biden should have stayed. Would a white male have done better? Obviously, Trump has defeated 2 women and now a black woman. So there's all of these questions. But to my mind, it seems to me incredible that a guy who led an insurrection against the United States government is potentially now, like a phoenix going back into the Oval Office. It's unbelievable.
Well, you have to consider the fact, Juan, that a lot of people didn't think that was an insurrection. They thought it was a riot, but not an insurrection. And had they thought there was an insurrection, I don't think he could have won.
Well, I don't know.
Exaggerations about that day.
Well, I'm not exaggerating.
About the alleged democracy is a piece of what happened tonight.
Well, I don't think so. I think, again, I'm giving you my perspective.
And I'm giving you mine.
Right. So I listened to you as my friend. But I'm going to tell you what I saw was not only a riot in terms of the violence, but a direct action intended to stop certification of a presidential election.
Understood. And we've talked a lot about it.
That's why I said that.
And we've talked a lot about it. And the campaign,
clearly. I'm not trying to hype anything.
The campaign ran a lot of ads about it, talked a lot about it, and more, half the country now, Juan is going to say, that is not what I care about. I care about my economy. I care about immigration.
No, see, that's where we differ. I'm not sold on this idea that, it was the cost of eggs. I worry that it was, I'm not voting for this woman, or I'm not voting for this black woman.
No, that's not what we see in our data.
Well, here's the thing. Where do you see that? Because a moment ago, Darren was out here and he said, in fact, not only did the bro strategy work, and the bro strategy largely worked along the lines of white men, but that the bro strategy also had some impact in terms of Latino and black men who came along and gave higher percentages.
All right, Karl, weigh in.
I just want to make one more point with Juan. I spoke to Jack Brewer this week, and here's what he said: if Trump wins, He said he won because Black men felt that Democrats and elites put immigrants before us. Your thoughts on that?
I just think that that's possible. I don't know that for a fact. I think there are tensions between racial groups, and people might think that. Obviously, they're going to. You can exploit those tensions, and you can exacerbate them to the point where you can politically benefit from it. Do I think that's the reason he won? No. I think the reason he won is you look at that bro strategy and the white male turnout and white grievance politics that he has used to great success in this country.
I think he's trailing trailing his prior 2020 numbers with whites.
Well, you know what? I think that the
Increased Hispanics and Black males.
Yeah.
It's not sufficient to make up. It's not sufficient to have this kind of night.
Look, I just think it is extremely odd to suggest that Black men are somehow prejudiced because they vote for a white candidate who says, I want to make certain that everybody has an opportunity to succeed in our great economy. I want you to be more prosperous, and I will do things that will make it possible for you to make a better life. That is an appeal to their best instincts. He did not go out and say, vote for me because I'm not a woman. Don't go vote for me because I'm a white man. That would not have attracted those votes. They got attracted to him because they thought he was a strong, effective leader, and they thought he would do something about the issues they cared the most about, which is an economy in which they think they get the short stick, inflation, which has decimated their purchasing power, and illegal immigration, which has affected their communities deeply. And to suggest that somehow Black men are racist because they supported a white man is just too far, Juan.
You're distorting my comments. But let me just say to you,
I followed your comment to its logical conclusion.
Hold on. We're not saying most Black men did not vote for Donald Trump. So I never said anything like that. That's just not true.
You suggested it's only
I'm saying to you, I'm saying to you that in terms of this bro strategy for white males, the whole notion of I'm bad, I talk about women in the most disparaging way. There's some men who just said, you know what, I want to be in on that. I want to be a badass guy. Yeah. And I think they like Trump's image and the caricature he portrays.
I think they supported him in spite of that, not because of it.
Harold Ford Jr.
Because we offered to make their life better.
Harold Ford Jr.
I tend to agree with Rick about January 6th. I'm surprised by the fact that the country got over that as quickly as it seemingly did, which speaks to the political comeback. I've said here earlier, I think that the fact that some of these issues around the economy and the border were not addressed more forthrightly, I think had an impact. That being said, we're going to have some analysis around this and around whether or not the driving up support amongst men, what was behind that, how did it work? Did the gender gap with women, did Black women, white women, Hispanic women? We still don't know those numbers. We'll have an opportunity to dig into some of those things, but I don't interpret what Juan is saying any more than that.
All right, more to talk about here.
There's a lot more coming up as election night moves on at 1:15 on the East Coast. We continue to get more vote in. We will be able to make some calls when that vote is in full. Our coverage continues next. Stay with us.
I'm waiting for one more state. Wait, one more state. I'm
Here's your coffee.
Oh, best intern ever.
Oh, nice. You use Fiverr. Working on anything big? A marketing campaign? Product launch?
New towel design for the summer swag.
Are we sure we're making the best use of our talent?
I think and you get paid probably $100,000.
Sometimes great talent is right under your nose.
What's your name again?
I want to say Barbara.
When
it comes to my daily heart health supplement, I've got 3 rules. It's got to be plant-based, it's got to be doctor recommended, and it's got to be Super Beats from Human.
More cardiologists recommend Super Beats for heart health support than any other beat brand.
Recommendations matter, but you know what matters most to me? Results you can feel. Super Beats works.
Go to freesuperbeats.com and get a free month supply, plus free shipping on all bundles. Use discount code FOX and get an extra 20% off.
Y'all be challenging that.
I've been using this product. It's called Muesli.
I do want to see. I'm tired. I'm gonna stay up. I don't want to keep because they moving around more than me. I'm not too much moving around as much as them. Let me see what he got. Other people just kind of just talking, man. Let me see.
Electoral college votes on the map. We're gonna be here all night.
Mike Carter, are the casinos still open out there in Las Vegas? Let's see. Pennsylvania.
Why not Vegas?
Mike Carter. I don't know if he's a betting man or not.
I don't either. All right, so we're watching Pennsylvania. Obviously, so is the Harris campaign. Rick Leventhal is staying up late with us, 1:18 in the morning now. We are waiting Donald Trump to come in. When he came out, he lands at West Palm Beach, 5:35 this morning, Rick, after, 4 rallies yesterday. He comes out and he votes. He says, I don't have a speech. I'm just going to wing it. And obviously, we don't know the results of anything yet, but he is going to come out to speak. I'm excited to hear sort of the mood. I know he feeds off the crowd. We're showing live pictures of the crowd. We've got a lot of notable names in there, a lot of folks that we'll recognize. And then he comes on most likely with Elon Musk and Dana White. And what will you be looking for in the night? I mean, it's really staying up late. I mean, why would you go to bed when we're about to see the show here?
Yeah, and I think and I hope that he's going to speak to all Americans because all Americans matter, and Trump knows that. It's not over yet, of course, and I'm sure he'll speak to that as well.
Shout outs to him. Let's see who else. Let me see what's the name he's talking about. This is kind of nice though. Oh, they got off. I'm gonna cut that off. So let's see what he's saying.
Here, Joe Biden at 52%. If you round that up, Trump at 47. 4 years ago, you come back here. I said early in the night, if this stays red, Donald Trump will win the Commonwealth.
Let's see. Yeah, I mean, if Trump wins Pennsylvania, Kamala can't win without Pennsylvania. She cannot win without Pennsylvania.
He won PA.
So if Fox is calling Pennsylvania, is over, right? Like the election.
Oh, he won it. It's a wrap. It's a wrap.
Historic. Everything was about Pennsylvania.
That's it.
Everything from
Trump
the
is going to
beginning
be
was
the
about
47th
Pennsylvania.
president, guys. That's
Now,
it.
former
It's
President
over.
Trump
It's over.
will win the
It's
state
over.
of Pennsylvania. We can make that call. The 19 electoral votes. That puts him at 267. Not officially over the 270. But the path that it takes to get to 270, he is well on his way to becoming the 47th president of the United States in what is going to be the biggest political phoenix from the ashes story that we have ever seen.
Absolutely.
Ever.
Absolutely.
I mean, I'm going to say it's more than Grover Cleveland in
I
1892.
don't think that Grover Cleveland was not the subject of a Russia investigation, 2 impeachments, 2 assassination attempts. They have indictments, 91 indictments, convictions, and there is almost nothing that hasn't been thrown at this former president. And his tenacity in wanting to go back and run again, which he announced immediately after he lost in 2020. This is a huge.
It's over. It's over. All right. You got it. You got it. It's over.
An open question, although Trump has a lead there. If you take those 2 states off the board and you give Donald Trump Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, where he has the lead right now, he still has 295 electoral college votes, and that's without Nevada and Arizona. And if these leads hold up, so it just shows you how narrow the path to victory is for Kamala Harris. If they're even,
all right, Newsmax, y'all tripping if y'all ain't on it.
A little bit more. It's one of those states where we expect to see quite a significant delay before all the ballots are counted. Our correspondent John Glasgow joins us now from Scottsdale. with the latest on the situation out there in Arizona. Hey, John.
Over.
Yeah, hey,
It's over. It's over. It's over, baby. We got it. Yo, we got it.
on the results here in Maricopa
Oh,
County,
no.
which is
John,
we're going to cut you off
say-
here because we have a major call we want to make here.
over,
We can now
bruh.
officially call Pennsylvania for Donald Trump, which
Let's
essentially makes it
go!
almost impossible for Kamala Harris to win.
Let's
This is a huge
go!
pickup for Donald Trump. A lot of time and energy invested in this.
Let's
We are now
go!
calling Pennsylvania for Donald Trump. So we're gonna put
Let's
that in the win column.
go!
And
She's
it's going to be
done!
huge.
We got it.
We'll see Donald Trump probably address that when he comes to the stage. That may have been what everybody was cheering about.
I've been saying this. Let's
Sorry to
go!
cut you off there, but we had to get that in.
This is, 19 electoral
Oh,
votes out of
man.
all the battleground states, the most electoral votes in Pennsylvania.
She's done!
Biden had won this by 1.2%. Donald Trump flipped the state of Pennsylvania by 0.7
Yo.
in 2016. That was the first
Yo.
Let's
time he's done
go!
it since
We got
1988. He has done it against
Nicole, Wisconsin!
Pennsylvania.
We
A
got it.
prize.
Call
going to Donald Trump.
Wisconsin!
And also, they were saying if he holds
Yo.
everything he did in 2020, he
Oh,
gets
I need
Georgia, which he
Malcolm
did get. He
back.
gets Pennsylvania. He gets 270.
Oh.
He gets to the White House. So
So-
very exciting momentum right
We'll be
there.
watching to see if it is in fact a victory speech from Donald Trump tonight. This might change
Let's
the tenor and the tone of that
go!
speech, but we do have other states to watch out for as well, including the one where John is. So let's get back there, John. Hey, I always hate to cut you off, but we got to get that one in there. Tell us, pick back up where you left off.
Yeah, no, that's big news, and of course, that is crucial here for Trump's roadmap to 270. Also, watching here, Arizona, we do know that this is
She
another one
gotta
of those states
concede.
that
This is
could
over.
potentially pick up as well.
It's
Maricopa
over.
County, as I was mentioning, is 60% of the population, still tabulating some votes. Very close right now in Maricopa County, but also we're looking at Pima County.
It's
which is where
over.
Tucson is, and
a
that's
wrap.
going at the moment. It's leaning more blue. However, there's still lots of time and still lots of ballots to be brought in.
It's
This was a
over.
historic
All
year
right, John,
for
I'm going
the
to cut you off
registration
again one
for
time. John, I'm going to
Republicans.
cut you off again one more time because we are
Trump
now
win
able to
presidency. Yeah.
call the race
Got
for
it.
Donald Trump.
He got
It is
it.
Let's
2024.
go!
It is 1:24 in the morning, and we are calling Donald Trump the victor after securing Pennsylvania.
Let's
The
go!
new president-elect potentially. We have to first wait for all this to be official, but we are projecting Donald Trump as the victor of the 2024 presidential race.
We're glad you're staying with us right here on N2. I'm Bianca Della Garza alongside John Bachman. We've had a team of reporters all over the nation doing great work. Again, we just called the state of Pennsylvania, and this is why we're now able to call Donald Trump right now the presumptive winner of this election, a historic election. D. John Glasgow, thank you. We know you're watching Arizona. We'll be getting back to you. And look at the crowds here. This is West Palm Beach. Massive turnout. They have been waiting for Donald Trump to come over from Mar-a-Lago. It may be a victory speech, as we were saying earlier, John, when Donald Trump came out today to vote with Melania.
Hallelujah! The Hoden win!
I'm just going to speak from my heart. But today and tonight, as we are watching, this is a comeback, many say, one for the history books and one that our nation really has not seen the likes of an
Yo.
Yeah!
complete
Get a drink,
outsider.
baby.
One in
Nope.
2016.
Okay,
Everything that this Democratic Party has put into play with
I probably get some champagne
replaced
tomorrow.
out of Joe Biden. You can see how jubilant they are.
And I think back to August, the Trump campaign called a few of us to Mar-a-Lago for that press conference. And before they gave us kind of a background briefing, it was supposed to be off the record, but they were so proud of the data that they had, they actually, allowed us to report it. But they were very confident about their.
I'm gonna wake ears up.
Illinois.
I'm gonna wake ears' ass up, nigga. Wake your ass up, nigga.
Hey, Chicago, like y'all, I kind of follow it. If that number is real low, which I had, I'm impressed. Almost over with. It's over.
Hello? Yo, you sleep?
Hell yeah. What's up, man?
The whole loss, bro. I told you. I told you that. I told you. Yo, I'm live right now. I'm live. I'm going bananas right now, bro. I wasn't going to sleep until he won.
I see that. Ninja is like, what, 1 o'clock in the morning? I see you.
Yeah.
Me over at 2 big. I'm like, who the hell is this? You come with me other
Yeah.
So it's a lock. It's a lock. He won.
And this nigga won Pennsylvania. It's a wrap. He won. He was at 270 when he won Pennsylvania.
It is.
It's a wrap, bro. Hey, man.
Congratulations to Trump.
I thought you might have been up, but
hell no, man. You know I've been fighting this too, bro.
Oh, my bad, bro. I'll let you go.
History. All right, bro. Stay up. Peace.
All right. That man, sleep. How you sleep right now?
The future, and his legacy again just got another chapter to be written here in American political history.
And I remember very distinctly.
That's why she went home. That's why she went home. That's why she went home. That's why she went home.
Oh no, we're going to go in. So happy right now, man. All these people that crashed out, it's I'll probably go over here, man, have a discussion. I'm going in. I just don't know how happy. He almost did. Yeah. All right, y'all, man. I probably step over here, man. I love it. I'm so yeah, the whole April Fool's period. We should have shut down the bullshit ass pandering ass first. Niggas don't have to shut the fuck up. Get on out of here, y'all. I'm out of here. Wow. I don't know what. All right, y'all. Shout out to everybody I showed Angry Man. Hey. Just goofy with it. Anyway, the other content creators. Shout outs to Fox News when y'all was over fucking bullshit. So and yeah, man, I'm out of here. Is this the longest stream I did other than me going to sleep? Probably so. Don't matter. All right, y'all. I'm about to celebrate some more. Enjoy the rest of your night. God damn it, Trump 2024, motherfuckers. And guess what? Illinois, Chicago, we coming for you, man.